Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to the quarterfinals here for the Spring Split Tournament. Very, very exciting stuff. Yesterday, unfortunately, not actually yesterday, a few days ago, unfortunately, we did see M3 fall out of the LPL. OMG, welcome back, as they were playing fantastically. Icon back on the roster, looking brilliant there as well. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. I'm joined today by Jake Spawn Tiberi. And we are going to be taking you through our LPL experience for the quarterfinals. It's going to be very exciting. Of course, some massive matchups today, but so far, you know, with M3 falling out, it's a little bit sad.
Yeah, no Dade there to save the team this time around. Looper wasn't there
He's
either.
busy saving QG.
Every single time that they were in relegations, every single time they were in the LPL, they've been to relegations actually. M3 twice knocked out by WE, and Dade was able to pull them back through the promotion tournament. This time around, however, Hyper Youth Gaming did take their measure. OMG were really the team that surprised everyone, however. You know, going up against EPA with Sol and Moon had looked a lot more successful, but SMLZ, man, on the Void Puppy, pentakills everywhere. That's what happens when you pick up Ardent Sense of Wit's End. Just telling, I called it so long ago. You have no idea, Atlas. One of the most inefficient
I have no
builds
idea.
late game.
You're talking to me about Wit's End and saying I have no idea. Come on. I think we are well aware of my preference to items, and if they're silly, I'm going to be picking them
and
up.
if you don't know what we're talking about, you have to go catch that last game because it was actually quite special. But of course, that means OMG goes straight through. Isn't everything all she wrote for EPA? They are going to go up against MMFG tomorrow. But as we said, lots of games to get through today. Yeah,
of course, HYG going up against Young Glory as well. But we are going to go straight to our first matchup, of course, the start of the quarterfinals here, and it is going to be World Elite, or WE, taking on Vici Gaming. And this could be a slugfest, Spawn.
You know what? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to let you know now.
Disclaimer.
This game could go a while. The teams are very stylistically similar. Both teams play League of Legends in a very slow-paced, thought-out way. Vici have actually shown that through some picks like Ashe, they are able to make some decisive play. They demonstrated that very well against LGD, but WE, they go nowhere in a hurry, Atlas. We're back to old-school WE. And, you know, it's actually really nice to watch because we say it jokingly, but you can't fault them. They've taken out teams like QG with this play style, and they just have so much control around the map. Shie, his champion Ocean is really starting to take place. Zero and Mystic look like a fantastic bottom lane. I'm bemused, but it's great.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And you actually explained it to me beautifully here as well. It's sort of like a bunch of B+ players that equal an S-tier team. And you could sort of imagine that things would take a little bit slower because in the laning phase, it's much more isolated. You've got more of these 1v1s where it's not necessarily WE flourishing. Whereas you get to the late game, you've got the team play, you've got Zero sort of calling all the shots, making sure that everyone's doing the right thing. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, and they actually play a lot of control. You know, if they haven't got an Ezreal in the bottom lane, they'll have something like a Bard, something that can control the pace of team fights. They're a very good kite-back team. That's why they also like to play things like Poppy, things like Echo in the top lane. But in saying that, 957's a little bit more flexible than the other top laners in the LPL. He can also play a lot of carries. So don't be surprised if he jumps on something like Lissandra. Just across the whole board, this team is very exciting to watch.
That's exactly right. We are going to go and have a look at the promotion series first up here, ladies and gentlemen, as OMG are already back in the LPL, as we mentioned. HYG able to take down M3 one more time, as they are against Young Miracle coming up. But this is where all the action begins. The playoffs for spring, and we're starting off with Vici versus WE. Snake are going to be taking on EDG afterwards, after this potentially 7-hour series. And then everyone to go up against RNG or QG there as well. And here's today, as it does look like pretty standard rosters, nothing switched up. Both of these teams being relatively consistent.
Yeah, no Tabe in there this time around. Of course, he fielded for IG, but as you can see, both of these teams have played very consistent rosters, I think it's very fair to say. So we'll see whether anything changes here. Because, as we said, Game 2 is going to be EDG versus Snake.
Yeah, and this is a Snake roster that look like they've got something to prove moving into the playoffs. We haven't normally spoken about Snake as being a playoff team, but they are going to be really put to the test here. Because if anyone's been playing well, it's been Deft, and it's going to be so hard for that bottom lane to deal with EDG.
Yeah, and, you know, only one team can go through to MSI, so people are like, oh, if only they were on the other side of the bracket. Well, you still have to hit EDG eventually. Like, they don't look like they're going anywhere. In fact, if you could pencil in anyone for that final right now would be EDG or RNG because they both look like they're in relative form.
Yeah.
Of course, QG, a little bit shakier because of Doinby not being on the roster. There's been a lot of rumors about the speculation there, but all we know is Dade will be playing in his place most likely, or Boricel is hanging around there, and Mordred, I think. They've got a couple of mid laners to decide from, so it's interesting, but the real sad thing for Snake, I guess, is like they just don't match up stylistically well against EDG. We've always said this. EDG are a team that absorb your power and then like just throw it back in your face tenfold.
Yeah, and if they don't, they've smashed you within 15 minutes, and it's despicable to watch. So completely ludicrous stuff to be expected from this team, but we'll see whether Snake can actually step up to the plate here in the playoffs. Not necessarily their thing, but we'll see whether they can do it this time.
And, I know there is at least one Snake fan out there that has been talking about their macro play a lot, especially to me. So for his hope, I do hope they pull off the upset win, but we will see how it goes. Today, however, first game, you have to say very stylistically similar teams.
Yeah, exactly right. And both of these teams actually rely on their junglers fairly heavily. Of course, Vici have been very outspoken on the fact that Dandy makes a lot of the calls, takes a lot of the money, and carries them through to victories. Whereas Condi, on the other side, not necessarily as outspoken about it, but he's able to step up to the plate if needed to as well.
And quietly having a great season for himself in Condi. He came over from Masters 3, the old sister team, now completely new organization, and they were able to kind of transfer how he played. A lot of carries now, but still does have the tanks in his back pocket.
Yeah, and speaking of WE, we are going to go through the roster here as it is going to be the standard roster. Condi, GA, Mystic, Zero with 957 there towards the top side of the map. 957 can be that tank player, much akin to that of a Luca who played for the team beforehand.
No, not at all.
I just needed to get in a cheeky mention, but can definitely hop onto those carries as well, as you can see, the Lissandra.
0 Scion games, not a Luca.
I was happy to leave it there.
No,
happy to leave it. Well, there's Condi on your screen as well, so happy to pick up the carries. There is a couple of Kindred games, sort of a bit of utility there as well, but the Elise sticking in there, so not necessarily like Dandy where he's on Nidalee, Kindred, or Graves. Of course, 23 Graves games, completely ridiculous. And here's GA, the man with the champion ocean.
Yeah, it certainly does. You can see 5 picks, 5 unique champions, Mystic in the bottom lane. He's one of the guys that is allowed to play Ezreal. That is on the tier list, so we'll see if he's able to pick that. Xie, however, has a very similar champion pool to EasyHoon right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether they actually continue to target EasyHoon, ban away 3 champions, pick up a strong one for himself.
Yeah, and both of these, mid laners actually, Lissandra has been a big focus for them, so we'll see whether that is going to be on the table here. Zero, the man of the hour in the bottom lane, has been known to do some interesting things in the past, but has really stepped up as the star of this team.
Yeah, he certainly has. He is their leader. If there is an S player on the team, it is Zero. He's back to world-class form. Bard looks fantastic for him right now. And, still plays Trundle relatively well, so we'll see if they are able to provide that control that WE need from the bottom lane.
They most certainly do. And speaking of needing things from the bottom lane, moving over to Vici now. As Caveman, of course, a bit of a Bard player himself, and has definitely been stepping up, but not necessarily where Vici need them to be. It's all about the top of the map with this team. We'll see exactly how they are going to match up against WE here, as it is going to be Lung, Dandy, EasyHoon, Endless, and Caveman. And Lung, I mean, a man that may not be as flexible as 957, but is definitely consistent there in the top lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. And you can see the 2 big Maokai games that allowed Vici to get past LGD. Maokai certainly was the start of that series. As you can see, higher damage share, but plays a lot of the bruiser tanks. And it allows this man on your screen, Dandy, to pick up as many carries as he wants. As we mentioned, 23 Graves games. The rest of them are on Kindred and Nidalee.
Yeah.
Pretty much nothing that is a tank in that man's champion pool.
There is actually 5 Rek'Sai games, and I think that's about all you can say. And it's been a very long season. So, yeah, Dandy most definitely happy to get on those carries, as we saw EasyHoon had a bit of an MVP performance in their final game last time we saw them, as Endless and Caveman now on your screen. That Ashe match was actually really exciting to watch from Endless, because he's not afraid to throw an arrow.
He's won both Ashe matches so far, and his arrow hit rate is very high. But it's actually Caveman for me that has been stepping up. Getting into the mid lane a little bit more, willing to roam around. They're a bottom lane that is known for pushing, and what that means is if K-Man actually disappears into Fog of War, he can generate plays around the map. So we'll see if that's something that they continue to do. Even though it's a weaker bottom lane, Vici will help them out. This is not Invictus Gaming, where if you're in a bottom lane, you just, bottom lane feels like old top lane. Remember how people used to say, top laners, they just sit on the ocean.
In the island, yep.
Yeah, and they're either, really strong by 30 minutes and can win the game, or the game's already over by the time they get there. I feel like IG's bottom lane, they suffer a very similar fate.
Yeah, most definitely. But we're talking about Vici And of course, WE here, and we'll see whether things are going to change, as we are going to have a look across the board here at some of these stats comparisons. And the team kill participation is what really stands out here. Vici love to team fight at the moment.
The thing that actually stands out is how close these two teams are. Well, that's true too. Like, they're within 200 gold of each other, like pretty much same turrets destroyed. Gold per minute is exactly the same.
That is insane.
KDA is in like 0.0, like what, 9? Like these two teams. There's a reason we're saying this game will be like. Honestly, on paper, the more I look at this, the closer this is to a draw that you can actually have in League of Legends. They just match up so well against each other stylistically. I think that WE are maybe a little bit more flexible with how they can play. But if they play normally, they match up so well against Vici.
Yeah, as we are going to go through a few more of these stats as well. And EasyHoon getting highest gold as well as Xie, so a little bit mid lane focus there. But, of course, so even everywhere.
Honestly.
It's silly.
Can't call it. This is one of those games that I'm so excited to watch how it plays out, because I just expect like both teams to just throw the monkey wrench in at least one game and be like, you know what? We normally play this way. I have a Cassidy top lane. I don't know. But like something strange will happen in this game.
I believe so.
And I expect it is actually going to come from 957. I want him to ask the question of Lung, how do you play against carry top laners? Here's a Lissandra. Here's a Lulu top. Let's play some lane bullies. Let's even pull a Quinn up there or a Graves and just see if you have a response. Because Lung, he's great on the likes of Maokai, Poppy, Echo, but doesn't seem to have much in the response of carry. So if he does start getting bullied around, will be interesting to see how they respond. Because we also know that Xie plays much more than EasyHoon. EasyHoon plays like 6 champions brilliantly.
Yes.
Xie plays 25 champions pretty good.
Certainly does. And I think that it's all going to come down to this. We are into champion select, and a lot about this series is going to be in the draft. Because honestly, this is where WE gets to throw that monkey wrench and make sure that their flexibility is going to be able to be used to the fullest. As we are going to see the Alistair and Ryze bans coming out. EasyHoon not going to be getting on that comfort champion of his, and Ezreal is here the answer.
And of course, being an LGD apologist, Atlas, I do have to throw this caveat in here.
Thank you. Yep.
You know, we got the champion select. I wasn't on camera whilst I was doing it, but I feel like Vici, that game they got from being the higher seed and picking up first game, kind of forced LGD on the back foot, and they went back into Worlds mode, where they just picked comfort time and time again.
True.
And it worked out with them one game, but not the next. A lot of Cassidy pickups in the mid lane. I feel like WE are not that kind of team. If they get beaten in one style, they're going to play a different style the next game and make you beat them in a different way. So I'm interested to see how Vici's coaching staff has prepared them for this best of 5.
Yeah, and of course, starting off on even footing here as well means that things are going to be a little bit better, as Condi looking to try and grab his Kindred as option 1. Graves was banned away, so no 24th game to come in this time for Dandy.
But potentially Nidalee, and Dandy is a pretty good Nidalee player.
It certainly is. Of course, second highest play rate there is 6 on the champion, but was always known to be a fantastic Nidalee
It was
player.
really last split, if you cast your mind back, where Nidalee first came into the jungle role. Like, so the Korean junglers, really. Like, Kakao, Dandy, Swift, picked it up very quickly. MLXG, of course, is also a very good Nidalee player, and is Chinese, so I'll throw him in there for good measure.
Clearlove, not bad either.
I like Clearlove's Kindred. Like, he can play Nidalee, definitely, but I like him on his, like, weird picks.
Yeah, Evelyn Sejuani, give him those ones.
Yeah.
Completely irrelevant, though, for this game, as Lissandra and the Braum are going to be locked in here for Vici. Freljord, welcome to the Rift.
But
we are going to go back to WE.
EasyHoon's champion pool, you do have to prioritize it, because they have picked on it one more time in the draft. You know, they ban away Azir on Vici's side. Ryze also gone. Doesn't go for Lulu. But I feel like Lissandra is much more flexible for Team WE, just because they do play it in the top lane as well as the mid lane. So I like the fact that they've secured it so early on for Vici.
Yeah, the double denial pick here as well, because of course 957 is his most played champion towards the top side of the map. GA no stranger to the Lissandra either, but it is going to be the Echo picked up here for 957 by the looks of things, as Condi's going to take the Lucian.
So you would think
for
that.
Mystic. Yeah, Condi's not necessarily the Echo guy, though, is he? Or is GA? Okay, that's a good point. GA could play.
So we've seen so many iterations of Echo at the moment. We've seen top lane tank Echo. Flandre's played a top lane carry Echo game last split, but still around, right?
Yeah,
we've seen mid lane AP Echo out of Wayless 2 weeks ago. We've seen mid lane Tank Echo out of Rookie this week. We've also seen Jungle Echo with Cinderhulk. We've seen Jungle Echo with Runic Echoes. We have seen so many variations of Echo in the LPL. I do expect it to be in the top lane. I'm just saying, don't count chickens.
Yeah, no, I'm not really a chicken counter either. I never really get that one right. But it is going to be the Nidalee locked in here for Dandy. So back onto a carry. See whether we can farm this one out of GA. Thinking about picking up the Twisted Fate as Zero heads back to his Trundle. You did mention that before. It's looking like a lot of CC, actually, from WE and a lot of teamfight control.
Yeah, I like the fact that they've got good initiation out of the Twisted Fate, but then so much non-committal CC, like the slow that's going to come out of Trundle, the control that Kindred brings to a teamfight, not to mention the fact that we talk about Venn diagrams a lot. So if Kindred throws down the big ultimate, you know, Echo's able to get the parallel convergence down and stun people up inside it, really make himself a nuisance on the back end of these team fights. His follow-up engage is so good. And Karma, that's even more non-committal CC right now. The makings of almost a poke kite back comp out of Team WE here.
And that's another champion for GA by the looks of things.
I also think the Karma, by the way, is ridiculous on the current patch. Inner Flame just does work and,
people that know to mantra Inner Flame, they're the ones. They're the ones you got to watch out for because that is ridiculous. That gives you so much lane sustain. Just stupid. But another string to add to GA's bow if he is indeed going to be playing it. Of course, 957 known as a bit of a mage player as well.
So this would make sense in Sivir because you think Ash Arrow, all right, just pick one target, blow it up. You have a look. Who do you actually blow up on this lineup? Unless you get the Lucian, who's still going to get Kindred ulted and the shield's just going to be ridiculous out of the Karma, you do need the sustained team fight. So what they're looking for is good flanks out of Easyhoon and Long, but then the continued speed that Sivir's on the hunt is going to provide to be able to chase down what is a very elusive Team WE lineup.
I love it in a response to Karma as well. The fact that the Mantra E for the extra speed boost, it feels like a poor man's on the hunt anyway.
But it gives you so much shield. Like Karma at the moment just brings ridiculous amounts. She's almost impossible to gank. Like Mantra Inner Flame, like just because of how it works in the 2v1 situation, you know, gives you the double heal, Atlas.
It does.
The initial one after a couple of seconds as well. You can't turret diver. Bonkers.
And if you nail the slow on the Q as well, I mean, they have to either flash, use a dash ability. I mean, Easyhoon does have that claw that he can get out with, but could be very dangerous here for Vici, and she's a lane bully. So Easyhoon not going to be able to play his normal style where he just sits back and farms.
Certainly isn't a great shover, so we'll be able to continue to push up waves, rotate around the map. Both mid laners have teleport. This should be a really interesting game, and we've already seen conflict in style.
Exactly. And this is what it's all going to come down to. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get onto the riff for our first quarterfinal. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff for our first quarterfinal of this split of the LPL. WE now going to be starting on our blue side of the map and have mixed things up. So much mobility out of the squad right now.
Yeah, it certainly does. But I honestly, like, this is kind of a WE comp. Sure, we haven't seen the Karma before, but Trundle, Echo, Kindred, something we're very used to seeing out of the lineup. And it's just that non-commitment. They don't actually ever have to engage into a fight. Sure, if they catch someone off, they do have very good follow-up CC and a lot of chase potential, but they don't actually have to fly in at any point.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to be Vici attempting to start off these fights. They do have the ability to get in there and start something, as Easyhoon does, of course, have that Glacial Path on the hunt, also very helpful, and we'll see whether Lung can get the flanks on this Poppy.
So one thing to watch for is how quickly Dandy will jungle on this Nidalee. Nidalee, of course, no longer roots the jungle camps with her abilities, but we gave her some extra damage on Pounce. You were correct, sir. Surprised actually not starting at the Raptor camp. You can go Raptor or Red buff and clear Raptors in like a couple of Pounces. Get the resets off them dying and off your traps. Ridiculous for a first camp. You don't have to use Smart on it either, but we'll start topside. Makes sense with a little bit of a leash out along.
A little bit of help from his friends. His minions are going to clash here in the mid lane as well.
I would have had it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids. That's all it reminds me of when you say friends.
I just think of the Beatles.
See,
Showing my age, man.
I
this
have
is the problem.
no Beatle references at all.
Really?
None.
Well,
All I know is he's not even the best jungler on the band.
That's because I've said that line way too many times. This Condi is going to poke his head in, looking like could be a possible invade.
Yeah,
Dandy very low, and is just going to concede that red buff by the looks.
So I always talk about with Nidalee, right? You can choose two things. You can jungle quickly or you can jungle healthily, but you can never do both. The reason is you can spend a lot of time in Cougar form and just fly through the jungle with cool auto attack resets. Or you can spend a lot of time in human form, kiting things around, making sure you get heal sec and the likes. Dandy, he's going with a quick clear.
He most certainly is, and has quickly moved over to the enemy red buff. Not going to get 3 buffs.
Just heads up pathing. That's fantastic out of Dandy, actually, to recognize, I'm a quicker jungler than Kindred. So I'm going to move down to the bottom side of the map. We'll give Kindred first marked camp of the game in that Scuttle Crab. Gets a little bit of RNG luck there. But Dandy's coming in mid lane.
Yeah, there it is. Circle does come out as well as Dandy gets the pounce. Massive damage as the flash comes out, but the follow-up flash and first blood to Dandy.
Yeah, and this is what we talk about time and time again. The guy is just so good at recognizing where on the map his team needs him. Gets 1 buff from the other side of the jungle, goes mid lane. EasyHoon sets up with some nice CC. And of course, Nidalee provides all the damage you need at the start of the game.
Yeah, and the Circle of Frost timing fantastic there from EasyHoon as GA does have to use his teleport to get back to the lane. Means he doesn't miss out on too much here as well, which is good news. But Karma feels like a champion that if you fall behind on, you're not going to have that power.
Nah, don't agree.
Don't?
Nah,
She's
you can
just
play her
ridiculous?
as support. She literally needs no items. Like, that is... it's like proofs in the pudding. If you can play a champion as support, means they're not item dependent at all. Has some of the highest base values in the game. And, one gank, not going to get her behind all that much, especially because it was Dandy that picked up the kill. So it's about repeat performances now from Dandy or where he can snowball the lead somewhere else on the map. Because EasyHoon, honestly, it's nice for him, but it's not going to win him the lane.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if you're talking about champions that don't necessarily need all that much gold, EasyHoon on the Lissandra also going to be one of those, although the Zhonya's Hourglass going to be relatively necessary as he moves forward.
Yeah, as the game goes on, Lissandra, she kind of has this mid-game spike where she's a lot about control. Lissandra's always one of the champions, kind of like Rumble. Like, you have the control without items, right? That's why you can play in a lane swap meta as a top laner. But if you do get items, you just do way more damage with it.
Yeah, and cooldown reduction being so important there as well, as we are seeing the bottom lane butting heads a little bit. Endless deciding to hold on to the spell shield. He figures he doesn't need it. You can see Vici actually pushing in quite effectively there towards the bottom side. GA with the extra Doran's ring, feeling a little bit more comfortable, but has been answered here by EasyHoon as well.
Yeah, so you can see that the advantage gets EasyHoon nothing so far, but he has got a pretty big CS advantage. We'll also take out that pink ward. That's very good heads-up play out of EasyHoon. Sets up the clear path around Summoner's Rift. You can see that he's allowed Dandy to have that freedom to be able to once again visit the lane. Oh, Condi, you're in some trouble.
Spear's going to come through as EasyHoon locks him up. Condi in trouble right now, but he is able to get out. No, EasyHoon with the longest auto attack in history is able to pick up the second kill for Vici.
Yeah, so once again, just really nice play out of EasyHoon and Dandy, and this is what we expect out of the two Koreans. They're just on the same page. That was really nice vision denial out of EasyHoon, but he also set up the vision on the other side as we have another scuffle in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit. As Mystic actually able to get a lot of damage back.
Fervor of battle.
Yeah, not bad.
Thank you very much.
957 though, actually in trouble here a little bit. The stun not going to come through and Dandy not committing, but he's going to eventually find the pink ward that he was standing on top of.
It was the pink ward the whole time. I've really got to get that show out of my head now. As you can see, maybe a turret dive coming through here.
Oh, Spear is actually going to land as Dandy looking for the execute.
He is playing like a man possessed right now.
Certainly is. There's the pounce, but he uses the ultimate. Massive damage. Lung is going to get taken out, and now Dandy has to escape. EasyHoon turns up, is able to pick it up with the ultimate, but it's a 1-for-1.
957 goes absolutely massive in the exchange. EasyHoon once again getting out of his lane. We say this all the time. When he is roaming around the map, helping out his top laner, he's at his best. But 957 gets level 6, dodges out of the pounce, gets the stun and massive damage down onto Lung. Wasn't able to take out Dandy on the back end because of EasyHoon's fantastic roam. And that's why you got to get out of mid lane and help your top laner. That would have been a 1-for-0 trade if EZHoon wasn't there, and he's able to equalize.
Yeah, and he also still has that CS advantage there in the mid lane. Abyssal Scepter almost done. EZHoon continuing with the fantastic form that he showed us in his first game of the playoffs. We'll see whether he is going to be able to continue doing it. 100% kill participation at the moment now as Dandy going to take a Rift Scuttler for himself and deny the mark away from Condi.
And you can see that right now, Condi's jungle just does not belong to him. Dandy has been continually aggressive. He's going to once again face check into the Nidalee potentially. Needs to just play towards his bottom side of the map because honestly, that's the last area that really has an advantage. And they're going to try and dive top lane one more time.
We've got almost exclusive vision up here as well. One ward waiting in the river there for 957, but that's about it. It's WE having to deal with this massive minion wave. Vici just owning the map right now. It just looks like they have so much more room to move.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially mid and top, right? The good ganks out of Danny means that that side of the map is ahead. This is the side of the map we expect Vici to play towards because they just do have superior players in the area. But you can see slight advantage in the bottom duo lane for Mystic and Zero. That's also what you expect out of WE with a much more veteran bottom lane. Because once again, 957 is still trying to put pressure there, but Dandy is just doing a great job of controlling the top side of the map.
You can see Lung happy to play so far up as well as he just pegs a buckler at 957. Nice damage out of that Q. Dandy and EZHoon, they're thinking, well, let's take ourselves a Rift Herald.
Yep, so first neutral objective of the game, going to go over. And you can see that Dandy, even though that he's spending a lot of time in the river, not really missing out on all that much because he is a Nidalee and jungles incredibly quickly. Condi, on the other hand, has pretty much just exclusively been farming jungle camps right now.
Yeah, he's able to stay even with the rampaging Nidalee. Definitely good news. And what do you think about the Skirmisher Saber that's been picked up here by Dandy?
That just makes sense, right? He's aggressive so early in the game. The true damage is going to mean a lot in these ganks coming out. So you understand why he's going for it. Obviously, vision control is key, but EZHoon's been helping out a lot with that. With the couple of kills he got, he put down a couple of extra wards there. So I like the fact that he's willing to play aggressive, and this is what they need out of their jungler. He needs to be one of the carries on their team because they don't get that consistency out of their AD carry. Sure, there are some games where Endless goes absolutely monster, but Danny needs to be that consistent factor.
He most certainly does, and of course is consistently aggressive here as well. Often plays these champions that get a lot of gold, can then translate that gold into victories. And we talk about his Graves a lot. I mean, 23 games is something that we definitely need to mention. On the Nidalee, can he have the same effect as the game moves on if he gets all of this money?
Kind of depends what build he goes for, right? If he wants to be more of a poke-heavy style, do we see something like the Rod of Ages into Deathcap Void stuff or something like that? Or does he go for more of a Bruiser style with Roller Abyssal into a Lichbane or something? I would like to see him go more of a Bruiser build and see if he can continue to assassinate people in the backline of these team fights. But the choice is really his. It depends how he wants to play. And with so much disengage, I wouldn't be surprised if you do see a poke build coming out of the Nidalee.
Yeah.
Because it does mean like there's very little sustain on the side of the WE lineup. So if able to chunk one person out, it just means it even harder to execute that team composition.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, things haven't necessarily been going all that well for WE so far, but I mean, with the team comp that they have, and with the fact that 957 had that fantastic outplay towards the top side, managing to go even in that trade, do you think that things are still going about fine here for WE, or can Vici actually manage to snowball this?
Yeah, look, Vici have the recipe right now to be able to snowball. They've got a very fed jungler, very fed mid laner. So wherever they want to take those 2 power points, they can translate that into the bottom lane, into the top lane, and get another area of the map rolling. So I do think that they have a win condition now very clearly defined in EZHoon's Lissandra, especially because Lissandra just dives so well and locks down key targets. However, in saying that, WE, no stranger to falling behind in the early game. They're probably confident that by 40 minutes the game will be even again and that they can go from there. So honestly, I don't think that they're in panic mode yet, but they would definitely be aware that right now this is a fantastic early game for Vici.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And are WE now going to be looking towards that bottom lane? Do we think that we need to get Condi in there, mix things up, make sure that they can get Zero and Mystic into a position where they can get the work done?
I think Condi just needs to hide for a little bit, honestly. When you fall behind as a jungler, especially if you're Kindred, just really easy to farm up the lanes, get yourself a Hex Drinker. As soon as you have jungle item boots to Hex Drinker, you're probably right as rain to start fighting again because it's going to be 2 magic users that are ahead are in the Nidalee in the Lissandra. So I don't think they're stressing. I think that they're very cognizant of the fact they're behind and they have to play around that fact. But there are ways for their composition to just continue to push out waves and farm up.
Yeah, and it's probably them just trying to make themselves comfortable as well as we hop back into the game because WE, no strangers to being behind, especially in the early game. A lot of the time, it can go relatively disastrously.
Yeah, as EasyHoon actually moving over to check this buff. Great ward actually placed there. Not taking any risks. Keeps himself on the top end of it. So they will be able to double buff Condi here, although it looks like he still wants the invade. Taking a quick peek in with Zero.
Does have the Lamb's Respite there. Subjugate available for Zero as well as he throws down a traffic cone. Dandy just going to be taking away the puppies, and it looks like WE looked at the dragon for a moment.
No, they're just running through the back end of the pit. They want to get onto as much farm as possible. I don't think they really want to do dragon. As I said, Dandy and EasyHoon are much stronger than their counterparts right now. So they need to be respected. But it's only like, what, 17, 1800 gold the lead right now?
Yeah.
So, you know, substantial gold lead at 10 minutes, sure. Insurmountable, definitely not. So they still have to play fairly carefully. I mean, if HYG M3 showed us anything, it's that you just can't take early gold leads for granted on the current patch because death timers catch up quicker than anything else.
That's a very good point. Well, you can see Dandy and EasyHoon moving up towards the top side. Exclusive vision here, and a lot of very deep vision as well for Vici as Condi just can't even get towards his Gromp camp right now. Dandy just has that one on lockdown, and you can see 957, lots of respect given, is actually just going to go straight back to base. 10 CS behind now, but just doesn't want to die.
Yeah, so it goes back, picks up some more tank stats. He's going to teleport back top lane, you would imagine. Actually, he just uses the ultimate, so doesn't even have to burn the teleport. Can still use that in a team fight. And you can see that this is, you know, it's starting to trickle over into other lanes. 957 is now falling behind because of the pressure that was put on mid lane. Mid lane's still definitely behind. So as I said, don't get me wrong, Vici in a huge position of power. But WE have got a comp that can stall out for a very long time.
Well, we'll see whether they can do just that. Because I actually do like the adaptation here from 957, going towards the tanky stats first, understands that he's falling a little bit behind, wants to make sure that he has the extra armor, has the ability to deal with Long.
So I was talking about this a lot the other day. I do think that this is part of the laning phase where Poppy does win against Echo, because Echo has health regen off the Spectre's Cowl, whereas Glacial Shroud really doesn't give you that stat. So in these top lane fights where you are continually trading, Poppy gets a little bit more health back. That just allows her to continually skirmish a little bit more effectively, always puts the Echo in kill range, whereas the Poppy's relatively safe from ganks still. So we'll see if that continues to be true. As you can see, Dandy, his full boots upgrade over Condi right now, so much stronger.
1100 gold worth of items there already picked up. There's Vici. Very good at shoving out this wave and then making their presence known elsewhere on the map. Sivir, of course, known to be able to do that, but falling behind just a little bit, like you said, on that farm. Mystic doing very well, getting as much as he can, but Endless, you can see, not struggling too much. Stand behind me, going to get Caveman to safety here as the traffic cone went out.
So honestly, they have started to struggle a little bit. 10 CS isn't much, isn't like anything to scoff at. You can see that Mystic and Zero are more than happy to play up in this bottom lane, especially with how strong Dandy is. But once again, if they're not able to translate that anywhere, it's not going to really mean much. As potential turret dive visited in the mid lane, but she's just going to continue to respect the strength. As I said, they're just hiding right now and trying to get as much gold as possible. In fact, sieging down this turret.
Yeah, Condi actually making his way in. Does have the Lamb's Respite right now. Zero getting taken down very, very low. Subjugate comes out. Somehow wasn't hit by the Glacial Fissure, which is a huge deal. Couple of ultimates, not too many summoner spells though, as Vici didn't use anything underneath that turret, and that's double flashes out of WE.
Yeah, it was double ultimates versus double summoner spells and an ultimate on the side of WE, and another dive in this top lane.
The Best Friends Club coming to pay some attention here to 957.
He's in trouble.
He is. Does have the ultimate available. Parallel Convergence is there, but he's just going to die. Doesn't have the opportunity to use anything, and the teleport came out, but nothing happened.
Yeah, no response there for Xie. It was a little bit too late. That was a telegraph dive one more time. And you have to wonder now, 957 is just getting pressured and bullied out of this lane because Xie cannot control EasyHoon. Didn't burn the ultimate early enough either.
And I actually really like it. I mean, moving into the top lane, making sure that their primary engage tool and split push is going to be ahead. Vici playing with a mindset of looking like they have a plan moving into the rest of this game.
The other thing I like about it is we've already talked about it. It's just difficult to dive a Karma.
Yeah, good point.
So if you can send an additional member up top, especially one that has such fantastic lockdown CC as the list, into Echo's lane, who has only gone armor right now against what is 2 magic dealers, it's just going to mean good news for you.
And it has spelt EasyHoon's Abyssal Scepter there as well, as 957 does have a ward, isn't able to pick up the blue buff. Another steal going in favor of EasyHoon. Frost Queen's claim, though, going to give Xie a little bit of that mana back. And isn't going to find the Mantrid Q. Really sad stuff.
And they have extended the gold lead here to about 3,000 for Vici. You can see 20 CS in the jungle and in the mid lane. Pretty big deal in that regard. Also 4 kills to only 1. So consistently winning across the map.
Mystic, though,
bottom
still
lane,
further ahead.
Yeah, continuing to extend that lead. And we will see whether they're able to pressure it all or whether it's about time that Danny, just sticks his head down there, make sure they're still kicking.
He is known to do that. As here's
go.
the teleport. Speaking of which, the double actually comes in as EasyHoon will be able to help destroy Mystic. And 0 now not long for the world. Dandy pays a visit as well. That is 5 people in the bottom lane. They might be able to grab the turret.
We talk about this all the time. The one lane that looks like it is going to eventually fall behind. Bottom lane, what do? Get everyone down there. Make sure that Caveman and Endless can continue that push. Fantastic move out of Vici. Now well and truly ahead in this game. And they will grab the first turret for themselves as well.
Yeah, turret in the bottom lane is going to go down. Traded for the Rift Herald, though, so WE understanding which things that they can grab from around the map, despite the fact that they did lose out in that trade.
Yeah, slightly uneven.
Two
kills,
kills and a turret.
Versus Rift Herald.
I don't know. Harold's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, so, you feel bad when you kill him in that case.
Good point. EasyHoon, though, just clears out this minion wave, and we'll see where he does go from here. GA going to answer very easily, but Dandy waiting in the wings, not going to be able to get onto the Karma this time around. 0 pokes a ward in, and they discover the kitty cat.
Yeah, certainly do. He's kind of lucky he didn't face check there. Dandy probably would have just taken him out. But as you can see, it's just WE. They're going to continue to farm up. And as I said, they're no strangers to this. They are pretty far behind now. Now it's panic stations. They will actually start worrying about this lead. It is quite substantial. But you can see that they're still just trying to jockey for position as best as they can, although that's bad.
Yeah, there's a flash ultimate coming in. EasyHoon able to pick it up. Claw of Doom just going to be used to get his way out. And the traffic cone more just saying, please don't come in, as opposed to, you're not leaving.
And they just have every play in the book right now, Vici.
Yeah.
They're diving top lane, bottom lane. All right, it's mid lane shot now. They're completely running rings around this WE lineup. They take down another turret uncontested because 957 did teleport to that mid lane once again a little bit late. And honestly, EasyHoon and Dandy are smashing this map wide open.
And this is what we saw out of the team against LGD as well. I mean, that was an upset win in a lot of our books.
I think every book. I don't think anyone watched. LGD had won, I think, 7 best-of-3s straight.
They had.
And we're once again looking in top form. I think that Vici going to that matchup prepared incredibly well for the draft that was going to come out at LGD, especially if they did pick up that game 1. And they were able to do so. Condi potentially looking for a gank here, although gets pinged back. And WE just have no answers.
Mungi's just so big right now as well. Lots of components, but a lot of extra damage now as Condi does have the Lamb's Respite. Danny's going to pounce over. Caveman slowed down, but is going to be okay for now as Condi got smacked into the air, not going to die just yet. As the poke is coming in from WE, they have to send everybody to help out.
Yeah, so in the end, they are able to survive, but some flashing health bars, as well as Dandy just being a nuisance, honestly, right now.
It certainly is. Spears flying through. Unable to break the mid lane outer turret at the moment. Vici just wanted to go back. That's a full Zhonya's Hourglass for EasyHoon, so he's well and truly online. That 2-item power spike that we talk about for Lissandra, well and truly there. And Dandy almost has the Rod of Ages. It's not even 18 minutes yet. Only needs 700 gold. And this is a kitty cat that's in a completely ridiculous position.
Yeah, honestly, their whole team is just so far accelerated right now. You can see that even though 20 CS behind, Endless just has pretty much his Zeal advantage as well as Boots too.
Yeah.
because of the fact of the neutral structures.
Not to mention the extra kill. Just a little bit scary here as the Sivir is going to start pushing towards the top side. Vici switching up the lanes a little bit as they're going to try and defend the bottom lane with Long. And I'd say that could potentially be pretty successful.
And I'd say the last thing they really do have left is the anti-dive potential of their team composition. Very hard to dive Echo as well as Karma, especially if they're together. Although Vici have kind of made that look easy all game, so maybe not that difficult. But grasping at straws here, I would say that might be one thing that they can call towards.
Essentially, of course, WE never really come into their own until about halfway through the mid-game. But they've got hard mode activated this time around. And Long... Whoa! If only that was so targeted that he follows them back to base.
Yeah, he would have died. Why do you want that?
Because it'd be the longest heroic charge ever. I mean,
that would be truly heroic.
Exactly. Exactly. Basically a knight. Needed to be Battle Regalia skin, I think, if he was going to do that. I think that's the interaction that I'm missing.
That's one of the worst skins.
Look, I liked it on old Poppy.
Silly red armor Poppy.
No. That's a different one.
Oh, which one?
Battle Regalia is like the silvery gold one.
Oh, no, actually, that one's not bad.
Yeah.
Snow Blacksmith.
I liked old Lollipoppy. That was good.
Pastry is a huge fan of new Lollipoppy because of the chocolate bar.
Yeah, chocolate bar's good.
It's not quite pastry time, but chocolate bar time is probably the closest we're going to get in League of Legends.
No. Sinful Succulence Morgana. Definitely the pastry time skin. Don't you
Whereas
worry.
I like, what's the goth one? Like the real emo one.
I thought that was Blacksmith.
No, the Blacksmith's the one where she looks like a little bit grubby.
Oh, yeah.
The one where she's like got full doll makeup on. That's the best.
Yeah, I don't even remember. That's an old one.
Yeah, she has some great skins.
It's got a lot of skins for a champion that was barely played for a very long time.
Hey! Not true.
Apart from you.
Yeah.
And I remember that. It was actually a lot of fun. Deathfire Grass Poppy, not bad. Would recommend everyone if you're going to go back in time and play on an old patch.
But right now, we have WE actually quite successfully trading objectives here. It looks like they are going to try and collapse on the top lane.
Long actually pushing away from his turret a little bit, but not too far. As Condi is going to go back to
Condi
base.
Went back, so now they need to be careful. Actually give up a mid lane in response, so in the end, not good jockeying for position.
Wouldn't exactly call it the best trade.
I'm trying to grasp at straws here, WE. You really aren't helping me out. They have one thing left. The 40-minute game, Atlas.
Exactly.
So buckle in.
Barren defense.
19 minutes left.
We're expecting a long series. I would want nothing less out of you, WE.
Vici honestly are making it look quite easy right now. So credit to them. As we said, they look just incredible, like so well prepared.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a team that has been very good in these gauntlet situations in the playoffs in the past. Of course, didn't quite make it last time around in the LPL, but did give it a good on a shot, if you remember, with a team that wasn't quite as in form as they have been of late. Definitely looking good for the side right now,
But
as Rod of Ages is done for Dandy.
In saying that, you know, apart from Dandy being a little bit ahead, most other people sitting on pretty comparable items right now.
Yeah.
What? Mystic, you're in trouble.
Yeah, Long going for the 2v2 as Endless makes his way over as well. Mystic is so dead as Zero has to flash out of the way. The Ricochet really starting to do some work.
2 teleports were available, neither burnt right now. 957 just hanging out by himself in the top lane. Has decided that that teamfight is not what he's about. Now burns a teleport.
Yeah, trying to defend this inhibitor turret. Definitely a worthwhile thing to try and avoid losing, as it is going to be the Mantrid Q coming out, clearing out the minion wave completely here from GA. So don't lose the turret. Easy here, though, is going to make his way back into the jungle. They're not going to break open the base just yet.
So it's another kill and another turret picked up for Vici. It's now 4-1 in those objectives. 8-1 in kills, and about 8,000 gold to gold lead, which is huge.
Massive, especially for 22 minutes into the game.
And you know, I said the old one, not insurmountable. This one, pretty close to.
Yeah, no, it's going from bad to worse, I think, is the storyline here for WE. Best of 5 series, though, ladies and gentlemen, that you have to bear in mind. And Vici, I mean, they went from game 1 when they were facing off against LGD, which was very decisive, able to take them down quite easily. Game number 2. LGD put on their LGD pants and took them down. So Vici, we'll see whether they can continue this level of pressure.
Myron built early distortion boots. I don't know what I mean.
I saw that as well. And I was like, oh, if Jake's correct, we're in for a quickie.
Yep, and we were.
We were. It was also the Maokai effect, and Maokai actually ignored completely in this draft, which is quite interesting. just different stylistic differences from both of these teams.
Yeah, certainly is. Maokai's kind of a free lane against carries, right? So we always talk about this. Beats them late games a lot of the time, but will give the laning phase at least the ability to farm up, just because he doesn't really have the advantage of being able to bully them out. So don't really want to give 957 an early advantage in that case. So Long picks up Poppy and does the right thing. Starts smacking him with a hammer.
Certainly does. Jie trying to trade against Long, but the Karma not quite at the right level just yet. Has himself a needlessly large rod and the Abyssal Scepter after, of course, the Frost Queen's claim, so not doing too badly.
Look, I don't know if Karma ever beats Poppy in the 1v1. Is Teleport now coming out?
Yeah. So Vici looking for something here as Easyhoon's going to home guard his way in. They do spot a pink ward, but that is Teleport for nothing. Just trying to find some sort of opening.
And if there is a bright spot on the map right now for WE, it still is Mystic. Mystic is farmed incredibly well.
Yeah.
Has got some items. Easyhoon's got an outright Void stuff. He doesn't build components this game. He just goes back and, like, grabs the whole thing.
He did. That's 2 items in a row that he's just grabbed full items. Of course, he had to that time because he doesn't have enough item slots for it and doesn't want to sell Doran's Ring, but my goodness, this guy is so strong. And he's 20 CS ahead of the clock. Like, you give him a comfort champion. We talk about his champion pool not being the hugest, but it doesn't even seem to matter because he's so good on the champions he can play.
Certainly is. And now Baron has been started off. Will be spied out by one of the scrying ores, but of course no more are available. And you find it's only just going to be a matter of time before they decide to commit to it.
Yeah, pink ward going to be spotted here. 957 going to take that one away. And Long just continuing to be a nuisance.
But one more time, they're just kind of funneling farm into WE right now. I like the Baron call. That will actually do them a lot of good the more they are able to pressure that. But they're not really going to be able to dive anyone. There's now Long being aggressed on. I don't think that's a good idea. You might give up Baron if you try and kill the Poppy.
Very good point. Is Dandy not going to find the spear just yet? But of course, Poppy able to run pretty fast, especially with that steadfast presence available as well. And Dandy continuing to clear out the vision around this Baron. So 8,000 gold, still the lead. Actually a little bit less now. So WE doing their very best to try and claw back. No sated yet for Condi.
About 300. Oh.
Too easy.
Yeah, that beautiful.
Okay, man, not going to find the pink ward, unfortunately, as of yet. Does pop a ward down, though, and we'll see how Vici managed to actually close this one out, if they can.
The sad thing is, I said, you know, only 19 minutes and counting till they're back in. Well, now it's only 14 minutes and counting, Atlas, so they've taken 5 minutes off that clock. And this is, if they do it again, I am just going to be in utter disbelief. Because this is WE's MO. Like,
yeah.
We will dig up eventually. It's like kind of what they're all about.
They're moles. They like to live underground. That's their thing. Playing from behind.
Training
definitely something they're able to do. WE was of course able to grab themselves a dragon as well, so this will only be number 2 for Vici.
So that knocks that win condition on the head a little bit. Of course, if the game goes super late, it still will be available. As now some aggression.
Whoa, that is so much damage on a 957. He was not expecting that. He's like, I'm a tanky Echo. We got this. Need to build some magic resist first.
Problem with single spell rotations, casters like Lissandro, it's just so telegraphed when the damage is coming, so Echo can kind of just ulti out of it. So you can understand not full committing to that. And he's also gone back and got a blasting one, so, you know, I'm personally disappointed in Easyhoon right now. I expected the death cap.
No, well, you still can build a death cap.
Yeah, no, he can, but it's not going to be outright, is my point.
That's a very good point. Forgot about the whole only building items fully. The Abyssal Scepter was, of course, from components, so he'd messed it up already, let's be honest.
You can see, right now, they have stopped them at the pass. So, where to from here? Long still has a lot of pressure on Xie, but Xie has superior wave clear, so not really all that much coming out of this little skirmish. They haven't gone back to the Baron. Although now, it is Azonia's Hourglass picked up for Dandy. So you would suspect that he's a lot more comfortable.
They also have the opportunity of just starting off the Baron and then using Primal Surge to get themselves
Not
healthy
really,
again.
because Long is the only person that can tank it up for them in that manner.
Uh-huh.
So I would agree if they had, like, I don't know.
Some sort of other tank.
Nautilus mid lane. Or, yeah. No, that's all I got. But, yeah, because Dandy's kind of the guy that has to tank it, they have the options of burning through it really quickly or pulling off at it immediately and using the Sivir ulti to catch someone out. They don't really have the advantage of, you know, slowly whittling it away, which is why they're making a cute double teleport play in the bottom lane. They're going to send 2 people down to try and catch out either 957 or Xie. And once they do that, they can both teleport towards Baron and start it up.
Well, we shall see as 957 does use the ultimate there. EasyHoon, he's going to use his eventually. 957 in trouble, but he gets a nice stun with the parallel convergence and will survive. So the play not actually going to work out as Xie makes his way back in.
And that's actually massive on the side because you can see that they used pretty much everything out of EasyHoon's kit and they weren't able to finish it up. Now they stopped the recalls, and that was their Baron play right there. They wanted to catch out the top laner on the bottom side of the map, kill him, then both teleport and make it a 4v5 over the Baron pit where they could pick up that objective. Instead, once again, WE have just put the brakes on this.
Oh, yeah.
You shall not pass. You know, we're in for the long haul. Mystic's gone back, picked himself up a QSS. Lunen's Echo's been picked up. They're going for very cost-efficient builds right now. And boy, are we in for a long series.
Yeah, let's prepare ourselves to avoid hemorrhaging. WE just going to take it to 50 minutes. Gold will be irrelevant. We'll be fine.
And Vici got their lead, right? They know that they're going to get the 6 items first. We'll just fight them when we get there.
Yeah. Dandy. He's used his Zhonya's Hourglass, though.
I feel like that was supposed to not be a Zhonya's.
Yeah, I feel so, too. Not going to be able to find the blue
Got the
buff
2
here
Sentinels. Actually really important. 46 gold.
Massive.
Not to be scoffed at. And they once again have started up this Baron buff. As I mentioned, they do it incredibly quickly.
Oh, Mystic waiting in the mid lane.
There we go, they've got it.
He's going to teleport in. They are committing to this Baron right now as Zero's poked his head around, but it's down to about 2,000 health.
Oh,
Condi's going to try and find his way in. It is going to be taken by Dandy, but he tanks a full culling there on the back end. Nice traffic cone to come in, but you can see EasyHoon's already taken down Zero. Dandy flashes over the wall, baits him in. 957 falls down, and Vici grab a Baron and 2 kills.
And where were Mystic and Condi that whole fight? Nowhere to be seen. Mystic got a culling and then disappeared out yonder. Condi didn't even make it to the fight overall. That's horrible miscommunication from this WE lineup, and now they have to repel the Baron buff.
And a 10,000 gold lead, Vici.
Well, that was already there, right? We knew that was going to come. Let's take another look at this. Teleports comes in from Karma. So she's skirting the outside of the team fight. You can see the culling comes in. It was also an empowered Q. Then they kind of don't commit to the rest of the team fight. And it's all just because Condi wasn't there. So they just give up 2 members, live to fight another day.
Yeah, it's sort of Condi's probably the guy that you really want there. Known for stealing neutral objectives, but can't do it with a smite that doesn't have an extended range from his own side of the map. So a little bit of a misplay there from the guy that we've been expecting great things of out of WE. See whether Condi can turn it around. Now sated. Going towards what looks like a rapid-fire cannon, but we'll see exactly what he picks up. 957 now trying to defend this inner turret. But look at the ricochet damage out of this freaking Sivir. So much wave clear.
Yeah, it certainly is. But you see the empowered Q out of Karma as well. They've both got it in spades. They will be able to take down another turret. That makes it 12,000 gold to lead.
Oh my
Atlas.
god. And look
Death
at
Cap has
EasyHoon.
been picked up from EasyHoon. You're exactly right.
For 5-item Lissandra.
Right. Maybe
So
a turret
scary.
dive onto Echo in the bottom lane.
Vici just looking to try and grab all that they can right now as Mystic is going to make his way in, defends Echo on the bottom side. The inner turret is definitely dead. So much damage out of Vici when they finally make it to a turret with a minion wave. The Baroned up minion's going to continue pushing through. You can see Vici just going to carry this wave. And Lung actually looking for a potential dive. We'll see whether they actually commit to this one as Winter's Bite is going to land. Claw of Doom not going to be followed.
They missed
there
all
as
their ultis.
Yeah, not going to be able to find it here as they do take down the turret. Now Lung is going to get stunned up by that inner fire as Caveman now puts himself in front of it. EasyHoon, massive circle of frost now as Zero is going to get taken down solo, but Mystic dancing around the fight. Endless trying to grab it, does pick it up. And it's going to be the AD carry falling down. Inhibitor going to follow. And Vici going to break open the base at least. We'll see what they can get in this 4v5.
Yeah, still not done yet. Looking to see if they can finish the game. They still have Baron up creeps. AD carry nowhere to be seen.
EasyHoon not quite with the ultimate back available just yet as Vici losing their health bars just a bit, but that is going to be a Nexus turret falling down. Condi still with the Lamb's Respite there if he needs it. They are going to have to try and defend. It's just not looking possible.
14,000 gold.
Yeah.
15 actually.
Not over yet, Spawn.
Vici
Not over yet.
absolutely decimating this WE lineup. 33 minutes in. It's been a one-sided affair the whole game.
Yeah.
For some reason, though, you just don't feel like it's over.
No, that's the thing. You can never actually feel that, I don't think. Not with Vici versus WE. WE, you can't count him out. Not at any stage. There's EasyHoon trying to get out. Zero just saying, okay, well, you can go. Because I have a feeling you'll just turn around and kill me. 5-0 for, though. EasyHoon, a fantastic performance on the Lissandra. You can understand why they picked it up early rotation. It's been paying dividends thus far. Even Endless, that last team fight, played up very, very well. And a 7,000 gold Baron power play. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Certainly explains the 14,000 gold lead. Yeah, look. I've been saying it the whole game. Uphill battle. Like, what? David and Goliath. Like, throw out any other...
insert cliche here.
Cliche. And WE, I don't know. They've just been, honestly...
absent.
Struggle streak the whole game.
Yeah.
It's 1 kill to 11, 8 turrets to 1. Any measurable aspect you could use in this game, Vici are smashing them right now. But you just feel they're one team fight away from pulling it back.
Yeah, always. It's just the WE mindset. They have managed to pick up that bottom inhibitor, which is definitely a good idea, as they might be able to re-kill that just before the Baron, create some extra pressure.
EasyHoon has entered this playoffs in such classy form. Dandy's gone for that Bruiser Nidalee build, so he can jump in and assassinate someone, although they go aggressive onto the jungler.
Yeah, there's the on the hunt, though, as the nice traffic cone comes out. Massive damage out of the Karma, though, as EasyHoon's going to teleport his way in. They're looking to continue this siege, but Dandy and Endless very, very low.
Condi.
So easy to take down that turret right now, as EasyHoon unable to find too much as he makes his way through with the Claw of Doom. Now WE looking to try and get a last-ditch effort into this fight. 957 has actually started off the party as EasyHoon not in the best position. Finds Xie, locks himself down with the ultimate, and there's the Lamb's Respite. WE trying to find their way back in, but Vici take control of their Lamb's Respite, and EasyHoon is a beast. Dandy grabs a triple kill, looking for more right now as Condi's on his fountain. Nexus turrets are both going to fall down. The Nexus to follow, and what a performance from Vici at the start of this series. Dandy finishing up in the middle of the fountain.
Yeah, it certainly did. He was a golden cat.
He was.
So Vici take game number 1. And, look, it was about 37 minutes, I think. It took him a while.
It's about their average.
We weren't expecting anything quick out of these teams, but dominant play from start to finish. I think it's very fair to say that Vici, behind EasyHoon and Dandy, just completely controlled and managed anything that WE had.
Yeah, and we were talking about sort of the fact that both of these teams have relatively different styles moving into this one, and also different points of power. WE very, very even, whereas top-heavy on the side of Vici just looked like the top-heavy focus worked out so much better here for Vici, and I have a feeling that it's just the snowball effect from that very first game.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. It was how they transitioned their power. Cannot stress this enough. This was when they used 2 teleports into the bottom lane, because the carries out of WE had to teleport back to lane so many times. And they were just able to absolutely decimate them.
This dive.
And we keep talking about it. It should be hard. Trundle, Echo, Karma. That team comp should be so difficult to turret dive. Throw a Kindred in there as well. But they just made it look easy time and time again. And just sloppy play out of WE. Honestly, at the start of that game, put them in an insurmountable hole. And as I said, with WE, you never quite know, like, when they've lost the game. You're like, 8,000 gold, I think it's over. Not going to call it yet, like, because you just don't want to be that caster where you're like, absolutely smashed, 13,000 gold behind. That's game over. WE, like, nah, we still got a good 15 minutes in this one.
You're never confident.
Yeah, never confident. But Vici were honestly all over them that game. They completely smashed them.
And there's also the fact that EasyHoon has just been playing so incredibly well. We mentioned it during the cast, but I just want to reiterate, because this guy has stepped up for the playoffs, and if there's anything, and they've got 2 world champions from back-to-back years here in Dandy and EasyHoon, these guys just know how to play a playoff set.
Yeah, potentially, definitely. Like, best of 5 is something that they're very experienced with. We have mentioned the fact, WE, quite a young team, so that's an area that they should be at a huge advantage here if you are Vici's lineup.
Yeah.
But one more time, I think, I don't even know if it's not that world-class player. It's not anything of that. It's just understanding where to be on the map. Like, Dandy's always been a cerebral jungler. Yep. He acknowledged the fact that he got invaded on the top side. He invades bottom side, ducks past mid lane quickly, picks himself up an easy kill. It was honestly just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and it was a decent setup from WE at the beginning as well, because Condi did make it into the enemy jungle, managed to take away that red buff, but it's the adaptation, like you said. It's the fact that Vici had all of the answers that was their thing. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. When we get back, game number 2 between WE and Vici. We'll see whether WE can bite back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to the quarterfinals, and Vici just took on WE for the first time and were victorious, as EasyHoon is going to be able to take our MVP. 5-0-6, pretty dominant performance, and just diving freely all across the rift.
Yeah, he certainly was, and able to pair up with his Korean counterpart in Dandy to really dominate the earlier stages of that game. So I like the fact that he got the MVP. Certainly was the control that we expect out of EasyHoon, but a little bit more aggression and rotations around the map. So I really like watching them play this way. They were capitalizing on weak WE laners. And this is what we said about WE. They're kind of B+ in all their roles. Maybe a very good support, not maybe, a very good support in Zero, maybe a great top laner at times in 957, but very inconsistent. And Vici said, okay, cool, we have some good laners. We're just going to kick the crap out of you.
And a very good jungler there to boot, as you can see, EasyHoon. The fact that he uses the claw to get the kill and to escape at the same time, pretty ridiculous. Yeah, definitely swag. There's the man on your screen right now, and this is the guy that wanted to prove himself, step out of Faker's shadow there on SKT, and he's doing so here in the playoffs so far in the LPL.
See, that's a big call.
Oh, you got to make the big calls, you know?
Big call when Easy Hoon said it. I don't know if we can say it when they're playing WE. Sure, if you beat like the Tigers in a best of 5 and win Worlds this year, Easy Hoon stepped out of Faker's shadows. Till then, stay at his shadows. Because,
well, if you move organizations, I mean, the shadow's a long way away.
Yeah, it certainly is, but Faker casts his shadow that's a planet long.
That's a good point.
Look, he doesn't play in the same organization, so in one way or another, he has stepped out of the shadow, right? He played well.
He did.
I'm not going to overreach. I'm just going to say he had a fantastic game. Well, let's see if he can keep it up for the rest of the series because it is a 5-game series.
Yeah, and see what the adaptation is out of WE as well. Because what we've said is the fact that they have the ability to adapt, the ability to throw a curveball. They did so in the Karma. It didn't work, and we'll see what they do game number 2, whether it's going to be a Lissandra ban, whether it's going to be Blue Side helping them out a lot, and what it is going to be.
You know what? Just take a step back. I thought we'd learnt this lesson about comparing people to Faker. You have to say arguably a lot. Yep. Specific stages.
As much non-committal verbalization as possible.
Potentially,
arguably, maybe was comparable at a certain time.
To the great man,
yeah. Exactly right. Very unfortunate. But look, guys, he's a good player. Let's just stop talking about Faker.
He's a great player. He honestly, Easy Hoon showed in that game exactly how he wants to play League of Legends. So it was certainly really, really well executed throughout the earlier parts of that game and teamed up very well. And that's what it's about for Vici, this synergy that the team can have together and play as a 5-man unit. So that's what I want to see more of. They don't have to play like Faker. They just need to play Vici-style League of Legends.
Well, we'll see whether they actually do that. As the other good thing about Easy Hoon was the fact that he was able to get out of his lane. It was something that we were criticizing him for earlier on in the
That's one of their win
split.
conditions, honestly. Danny ganks mid very well. But Easy Hoon needs to be the one that's ganking top lane. And I think that if they're able to replicate that time and time again, then they'll have a very good shot at taking out WE here.
Well, so far, very similar bans as we do have Ezreal Callista and Ryze Alistair for Vici and WE respectively. And we'll see whether anything changes as we do have a side swap, whether it is going to be the Azir, and it is. So Vici, take away that one. Easy Hoon hasn't been as confident on the champion because he hasn't been playing it as much.
It's just been
out of the
LPL.
LPL. So that's true as well. Been outspoken with the fact that his champion pool has changed a fair bit, which is probably pretty handy. As Poppy going to be the final ban here from WE. So the Graves has been left up, and Long just says, all right, I'll take the Echo. No worries. And Lissandra now left open. See whether that is going to be what WE decide to take away to change things up.
Once again, WE is a little bit more mercurial than any other team.
Yep.
They can play carries in different roles. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do change it up with maybe something like a Lissandra top lane. A little bit more lockdown CC. It's an obnoxious laning phase. Although I said this, that like AP Echo used to kind of beat Lissandra in the mid lane, at least in my opinion, has very comparable wave clear, and then you just can't kill AP Echo because of the ultimate.
Yep.
So Tank Echo in the top lane should theoretically have an equally good matchup. Theoretically.
Or if you just build AP.
No.
If you're going to win that matchup, may as well, right?
Look who you're talking about. You're talking about Long. I don't think the guy's built AP in his life, Atlas.
He used to. He played Lulu. Not great. I'm talking about unlimited potential here as well, and they didn't do so well.
He also used to go like max cooldown reduction Lulu.
He did. Brilliant stuff. But it is going to be Lissandra and the Graves both picked away from Vici here out of WE. I do like it very much. Very flexible.
But this is a composition they're used to running.
Exactly.
So, I do like the fact that they've gone back towards it. But power picks for Vici.
Yeah, grab their bottom lane. Very, very strong in the Braum and the Lucian. Bard and Sivir being considered at the moment here for WE. I do like it. You want to be able to clear out a minion wave and smack people in the head. I mean, it's a pretty good combo.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, if they have the ability to flex Graves around in 957, he would have to be able to play Graves top. Kindra becomes a very real possibility with this composition.
He has actually played Graves top once.
So we'll see whether that is something that they look towards.
Dandy actually looking to step away from the Nidalee this time. As Easy Hoon going back to comfort once again, the Lulu being looked at. Very similar looking comp to what WE were running. Utility in the mid lane, lots of wave clear. and then add the Venn diagrams.
Lulu Lucian is a very potent composition.
Yeah.
Lucian kind of benefits from everything that Lulu gives him. Movement speed because he is a low range AD carry, the safety from the shields, as well as Lightslinger synergizing so well with the help picks.
I just have a feeling that it's probably going to be used on Dandy.
See, we talk about that a lot, but I feel like Caveman and Endless have started to step up, so I'm going to give him a little bit more credit.
Okay.
Definitely, you know, you can buff up the Kindred. Is used on Dandy a lot. Proscurin especially loves talking about this, but I just feel like, you know, Endless, I was very harsh on him. Feel like he is getting better. He's starting to grow on me.
He most certainly is. Caveman was the one that really started growing on me. That guy.
Nah, I'm still not a huge fan.
When he's on Bard, though, that's when it looks good. Not as much of a fan of the sort of generic tanks there towards the bottom side of the map, but when he mixes it up, I do feel good. WE, thinking about the Karma one more time, we'll see whether that one is going to be locked in, as would be putting 957 on that Lissandra in the top lane. They can even pick a jungler here if they want to.
Not really any S-tier junglers left, so Graves probably resigned to that fate, and then is the Karma one more time.
Oh, well, Nidalee was up. Pretty S-tier.
Yeah, I just don't know if I like Condi's Nidalee.
That's a good point too. His Graves, very, very good.
Yeah, I like his Graves and Elise. Elise was up and, of course, is seen as a little bit of a pseudo counter pick to Kindred. But, yeah, I prefer the Graves a lot. And, you know, I've already talked in depth about how much I like Karma, and that has not changed between games.
Well, we'll see whether the Karma has a better time this time around. Of course, a bit of a lane bully in the Lulu as well up against him. But now a different matchup, and they have the Lissandra on their side.
And support players everywhere are just cursing Easy Hoon and Xie because they know that another round of Karma and Lulu nerfs are coming through because they're being played mid lane. And they're like, you are just removing them even further from support viability right now, you jerks.
Just increase her bases and just take away her AP scaling. I don't know. Do something. Help it out.
That doesn't work with anyone because you know what happens then? People build them tank top laners. You never increase bases
anymore.
never
win. You can never win.
If Iceborne Gauntlet has taught us anything, base damage is a horrible way to balance.
Well, we are going to see the Vici gaming lineup taking something that looks a little bit reminiscent of what WE were trying to win with in game number 1. We'll see whether they can have some more success with it as we move into game number 2. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 between Vici and WE. Vici managing to take game number 1 pretty consistently, honestly. Very powerful performance from the minute 1. We'll see whether WE can bite back. Now on the red side, the victorious side for Vici, the first time. And we shall see, as Keystone Masteries, nothing looking like it's out of the ordinary just yet.
No, not really.
Pretty standard stuff as the face-off in the mid lane does erupt. You can see not looking like we're going to have any lane swaps at the moment. It's still relatively early days. Zero and Mystic are actually moving around. We'll see what is going to change up as Lung and Dandy waiting around in the jungle.
So blind lane swap away from the Bard, Braum Lucian.
Yeah.
Has been initiated. They are going to make it in time to do Krugs in the top side of the map. Should be a relatively quick jungle for Graves as well as Lissandra. Lissandra also has a much better job of just killing the front 3 minions and disappearing into Fog of War. Of course, Echo doesn't really struggle with Time Winder. But is melee, so you have to watch out for it every now and again.
Yeah, we'll see how the lane swap does actually benefit WE here as well. You have a feeling that hiding their laning phase is probably a good idea.
Mystic, I know you miss 100% of shots you don't take, but that one was high wide, not very handsome.
Oh dear. That being said, Long going to try and pick himself up the first 3 minions. We'll see how he does. As there they are. Nailed it. Now going to move his way back into the jungle. help Dandy out as he moves his way around. Not looking too phased about the lane swap at the moment. Vici. So they're holding off this minion wave. 957 did exactly the same thing as Condi's now starting off on his wolf camp. We'll see how after the dust settles, these teams do find themselves.
Caveman goes marching in to the forest.
Yeah.
And he's...
Oh my... No, it doesn't do it. Sad boys.
He got smoked.
Yeah, Condi
Smitten.
Smitted it. Smitted hard. As you can see, no early ganks possibly here for GA to worry about as well. So we'll see how the Karma does in the early stages of this lane. Now that he may not necessarily have as much attention.
Definitely a good point. A little bit more isolated now in the mid lane. He's farming up quite nicely, but Easy Hoon, of course, just always has a CS lead every time you look down.
Yeah, he's known as that agriculturalist. At one with the CS, as it were. Well, you can see Condi more than happily able to take away this red buff. Bramble back. No match. Oh, he does actually have a bit of a bramble on his back.
I
Rusty
wasn't
and I
part
were
of that
discussing
conversation.
this.
I knew exactly why it was called a brambleback, because he's literally got branches growing out of his back holding...
Yeah, but were they brambles? I knew it was branches, you know, but didn't quite spot the clear bramble. But there is a clear bramble there. So that was our mistake.
Yeah,
Needed to pay more attention. Glad to include you.
No,
as well, Spawn.
Not glad to be included at all, to be honest. So let's just move back to the game.
Was well aware of that. WE, though, are going to be able to take down this top outer turret. The answer is going to be there from Vici as Endless is going to back away. Lung going to grab all of it. Oh, I'm going to let the wave bounce.
One more wave going to be required here. So that's just a little bit of an increased tempo gain here for Vici. They've taken it in.
Oh, Mystic's still on the money.
Nah. Yeah, he did.
What a jerk.
All right, cool. So the reason for that is generally you want to go back and get... so it means you should get a pink ward. Wow. English is really failing me today, Atlas.
Yeah, needed a pink ward.
So generally what that means is that they're going to put him into the longer lane, and that means they need pink wards to be able to ward up their side. So as you can see, they're marching straight back down that lane, and he needs to be able to keep himself safe. Whereas 957 now has been caught.
Oh, the stun so close to coming in there. It's Endless throughout the piercing light instead of the auto attack.
Magical journey into the bottom lane gets absolutely nothing as well.
It was magical, though.
Was.
That is the point. Vici are going to be able to make their way in towards the top side.
Yeah, they're shoving hard at the moment, Vici. You can see a little bit more extra gold for Lung. As we said, that's what he got. He got to stay an extra wave. That's where the 5 CS is coming from. And we'll see how quickly they want to push back in this bottom lane now for Mystic and Zero. See if they can secure a turret at a similar pace. Graves just needs to join the push. Honestly, if Graves joins the push, they are such a quick pushing team with Bard and Graves.
Does that mean Dandy joins the push as well? I mean, I have a feeling that Kindred going to be okay at it
Kindred's
as well.
much worse than Graves. Graves' 3 pellets sitting in the turret is one of the quickest pushes in the game, as well as the wave clear that comes out of Graves. Kindred has neither of those factors, and therefore is not as good of a turret pusher. Is ranged, but that's all.
Well, Easy Hoon actually pushing GA out. That was a very, very close clear to lands.
Missed by a mile.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You're much nicer than I am.
Well, Endless and Long actually going to head towards the top side, push this one out. Echo actually teleporting in order to make sure this one goes down.
Yeah, that was strange, actually, out of Long. He got super greedy on the bottom side of the map. Has to burn a teleport to keep at a similar pace. And it's also because they're doing the Rift Herald at the same time, so they're going for the 2-for-1 advantages right now, but maybe a push through coming out of Team WE.
Yeah, Magical Journey, going to get them into the jungle here as well.
They're so far ahead right now. They will see that Rift Herald has gone down, but they have a good chance to chunk out this turret. See whether Vici actually race them, however, because they've also built up a big turret, and now they're going to have a Rift Herald buff joining.
Yeah, and you can see WE are going to run out of minion wave, possibly a little bit earlier than they'd like. Might need to tank up this turret. They are going to stand in there, but Zero only wants to grab one of them. Look at the wave clear here from WE, though, as the Claw of Doom comes out, so they will be able to finish off this inner turret. We'll see how the Rift Herald is going to help up destroying this one on the top side of the map. All the backs coming out now for WE. As they do need to defend, because their inhibitor turret could fall.
Nah, they're fine. All right, cool. So they get 2 people back. They will be able to stop this push. In fact, they'll be able to catch a very big wave. On the other side, the wave is going to bounce back. In fact, that wave can be frozen on the top side because it is more than 3 caster creeps right now. And there is a cannon creep wave on the way. But it's not going to be because Mystic, greedy man, throws a boomerang at it.
Doesn't want to waste any time. Makes a bit of sense here as he's going to be able to pick up a bunch of farm. You can see Rod of Ages now being started for Easy Hoon as he is ahead by about 10. Is 957 possibly going to die? Very, very close.
Calculated.
Yep.
This is a really weird game.
It is. That being said, both of these teams playing out this lane swap very evenly. Not sure whether it's correctly, but it is very close.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's only 200 gold. You would expect that would be the 10 CS in the mid lane, so on a knife's edge.
It is.
I'm just throwing I'm at the point, right, that I can't speak English. I'm just throwing as many cliche sayings into sentences as possible and hoping I come out the other end somewhat successfully.
Yeah, because you know how that one's supposed to come out, so we've got it.
So
it's fine.
Thank you for bearing with me.
I personally love it. I think it's fine. 12 CS the lead, though, for Mystic, who's
This is
farming up
kind
very
of cute.
nicely.
So we already saw last game that a huge teleport play kind of swung the momentum in bottom lane. And if you look at where Vici has placed that pink ward deep in the top side brush, well, there's a little bit of a dive potential coming out on this side of the map.
Yeah, lots of creeps here as well, so a fair bit of damage to come down onto this inner turret. Vici continuing to push.
But a little bit less experience, you would have to think, because they are grouped up as 4, whereas this Sivir is just eating creep waves on the bottom side of the map, and 957 really wasn't denied all that much.
Actually easily able to clear out those minions as well, so pushing that wave back.
And that huge creep wave is just going to shove into the turret. Unfortunately, Lung is going to miss majority of that.
Easy Hoon unable to deny the Raptor there as well, which is unfortunate. Now Lung, Time Winder's at least going to be able to clear up a few of these. Nicely done. He has the Dark Seal as well. I love this.
Yeah, it's because you get so tanky as Echo, right, that you kind of get free stacks. It's very hard to die, especially in a lane swap situation. So you get to the team fights, and people already don't want to kill you. So you get the stacking item in there. If you get max stacks, you just turn it into a Magize. If you don't, you just get rid of it, and also synergizes fantastically with your potion already.
Yeah, and then he builds a Spirit Visage, and then that synergizes with it as well. Synergizes with the ultimate. So much synergy, man. Just ridiculous. But never mind that. He's going to be having a good time, is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, no, got that. The enthusiasm, very good.
If I've got anything, it's enthusiasm. Is GA still just getting pushed out by Easy Hoon. Chunked over and over, but definitely able to handle it based on mana a lot more effectively. It's WE grabbed themselves the first dragon at 10 minutes. 100 gold is the lead at the moment for Vici, so a very different game to that of game 1. Settle in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it certainly is. This seems to be a much more WE-style game of League of Legends.
Oh, yeah.
Spooky goes, nail Easy Hoon in the mid lane.
Oh, and get Dandy.
Yeah, so that is actually quite good. They know exactly where he is. And now potentially looking to shove this into turret to make sure that it's not froze on them. I want to see the quick rotation into mid lane. See if they can get any pressure there. They've already started it. 3 members strong heading up through the forest now. You just feel that because they are losing teleport advantage so often on Xie, they need to be able to make something happen in this lane. You can see just the added value that Xie gets from hitting the turret. That's 45 gold. Thank you very much.
Yeah, cheers, Frostfang. Not bad. Has himself a cheeky blasting wand here as well, so wanting to get towards... Oh, okay, Zero. Makes his way through. Phase Dive going to help Lung get a little bit further away from the Brad. This big Raptor not going to be taken down. The ward goes in from WE. And a slightly extended gold lead now for Vici as well. So everything is even on those structures. Neutral objectives pretty close now as well.
Slightly extended gold lead, all of what, 200 still?
Yeah, man. 200. It's crazy.
I think that's what it was before when we checked.
No, it was 100. Very, very low as Easy Hoon. 4. Smoke screen to the head. WE demanding control of the river. Harold is available. They have started this one up, so we'll see where they push from here.
Or is this going to be our first fight? Because honestly, they are in position to be able to contest this, although it doesn't look like it is going to be. Coco dropped for Condi.
Yeah. Well, they are actually going to make their way through. Caveman throws out the Winter's Bite. Zero actually flashing out of the way.
It's gone.
Yeah, everyone's still in the pit. Dandy not able to take it down, but it's going to be Lung that grabs it. All too easy, no kills. But WE just couldn't finish the Rift
That was
Herald.
actually a lazy rotation out of WE. They don't finish the Rift Herald, and their mid laner is just beaten to the punch. That was a 5v4, where Vici with a 4, but they just collapsed more efficiently.
Yeah. Threw out quite a few summoner spells, and by quite a few, I mean teleport and the exhaust. But they are looking to transition into the mid lane here as well, and Vici, they found another opportunity to extend their lead.
Yeah, they certainly have. They'll be able to knock down mid lane turret, it looks like. Although, wow, that was a huge empowered Karma Q.
Yeah.
We'll keep it alive for now, and they need to run. Karma looking to maybe tank up this wave. So, good response, and we'll see now whether WE can shove down middle lane. Maybe a little bit of an overreach, although Culling's still available.
Yeah, could clear out this wave as long as he's going to make it back towards the top side. Not too bad. Barmy Sinner going to help him with that wave clear. And WE weren't able to get any extra pressure there in the mid lane, so just a soft breeze will take down that mid lane outer turret on the side of WE.
But there is a lot of wave clear on the side of WE. They still have the Karma, who has the empowered Q. They can just do that. They have Bard. They have Sivir. So honestly, there's not really much pressure unless they bring multiple members once again and threaten the dive, because they can just hold it off the turret with the shields. But no team fights yet breaking out on Summoner's Rift. And wow, look at just like that, the 200 gold lead has swung in the other direction.
Yeah. Somehow, as there's a spooky ghost. It's all about Mystic as well. He's picking up so much farm. 30 CS in the lead now at 14 minutes into the game. The Sivir has just grabbed every side lane.
But hasn't really cost 957 all that much. As finally they group up in this mid lane, look to see whether they can pressure it. Let's have a look for teleport wards. There's one behind the Dragon Pit. There's one behind mid lane turret as well. So if there is a time to go, it would potentially be now. They've also still got the Sivir and the Graves here. As I said, their wave clear is for days.
Yeah.
So not really much of a threat. And so Dandy looks like he's going to see if he can pressure top wave. Was pinged out. Will not be capitalized on. Instead, 957 heads back up there. They're just going to continue this farm war. And you feel the longer this goes on, Lulu kind of falls off, but Karma
Does too.
similar in how they fall off. If they're ahead of the clock, they do a lot of damage. If not, they still have a great amount of utility. Lucian and Sivir are similar in the way that they can crit multiple times, although Sivir's Ricochet is, without a doubt, one of the best scaling abilities in the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this is going to come down to whether 957 can team fight or whether Lung can split push successfully against the AP user. This is going to be a very interesting game stylistically.
I think so too. It's Endless just looking to try and answer the wave clear that Mystic is bringing in the mid lane.
As far as Bard versus Braum goes, I do like Bard scaling.
Mm-hmm.
Actually does a silly amount of damage. As we can see, that's where Lung wins. One-on-one, give it to him all day. In a team fight, the ability for 957 to lock down a key target can never be underrated, especially with follow-up damage like Karma and Sivir at this stage of the game. Not to mention the execute that comes out of Grave. So, really, quiet time on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, both of these teams feeling each other out at the moment.
I feel like this is what we expected when we saw this series, right?
Yeah.
Game 1, statistical anomaly because Vici had such a successful early game. This is more of what we expected. I do expect that WE will fight for this dragon, however.
Well, they're going to try to. Cosmic Binding goes wide there as Zero gets it dashed out of the way of. And Vici are going to start this one up. There's the concussive blows as EasyHoon makes his way around. Wild Growth, of course, available as Caveman right in the front line. 957 is here.
Oh, he got two.
Fate is going to nail both of the carries, but Glacial Fissure trying to help out. Massive damage from 957 as the Wild Growth comes in onto Caveman, and now they're trying to stand on the ultimate.
Here
a lot
Lung.
of abilities are going to be used here as Parallel Convergence just going to be avoided. 2 kills already for WE. Make it a double kill for Zero as this Bard is going nuts, and no one's dead on WE yet. EasyHoon survives for a long time, but that's the 4th
Get him,
death.
Zero.
And now the slow comes in. The Meep's doing work as the Time Winder doesn't find the Bard. A disaster for Vici.
Yeah, it certainly is. What a team fight out of WE. We said we expected them to fight for that dragon, and fight they do. They pick up the 4 kills and will now pressure into the mid lane. And Lung is still not safe, although now retreats to tier 2. And they just turn it on. Sure, they lose Dragon, but they pick up a 4,000 gold lead.
Massive stuff here for WE, and they understand now they just want to pick some fights, and they will be able to get to the point where they can win them consistently as well. And we'll see whether they can actually optimize the snowball this time in their favor as opposed to last game. And let's have a look at it again. Just ridiculously well played.
So it all starts with a Bard ulti. So when Bard's on your screen, really easy to hit them, pops them up, gets 2. I actually question 957's decision to ult himself here. I think it would have been better served on someone else. But realistically, Zero's chase potential is just massive in this fight. And you can see him meat slapping everyone, able to get a lot. You thought that Lung might be able to turn this, but it isn't overreach because 957's zoning is still just way too big on this Lissandra. And if any team should know that, it should be Vici because they use Easy Hoon in a very similar manner. And you could just see the repetitive shields, the ability to go into stasis, and just generally Bard's strength. Sounds so stupid to call it a support strong, but he just does so much damage.
Well, he got 2 kills in that last
Yeah.
fight.
Just means that they're able to win out on it.
Really nicely done. We'll see whether Zero is going to continue to be the catalyst here. 40 CS now the lead for Mystic. So huge. As Long actually going to get caught out of position. There's the Frozen Tomb. Doesn't even have a chance to use the ultimate. He's dead.
And that's a great collapse onto Lung there.
Yeah.
They knew what he wanted to do. Vici kind of recognized. And I said this at the start. 957 can drag Lung to team fights. Big win for the Lissandra. She's going to be much more useful in the team fight. If Lung's able to continually split push, should be able to ultimately win out. This time, they recognize that they've just lost a team fight. All right, cool. Let's send Lung to a side lane. But there's nothing top for WE to go for. So instead, they just collapse and are able to pick up another free kill. There's now Zero and Mystic.
Wow, Mystic actually going to get stunned here as it's a massive amount of damage. Tempered Fate comes down again as Endless and Caveman are going to get caught up in it. Caveman right in amongst this fight as Danny's going to keep him alive for even longer, but here's the teleport. 957 making his way down. Caveman's going to fall. Dandy, he has nowhere to go. Double kill for GA now. WE all over this. Triple kill for the Karma.
And we talk about this all the time. Just don't let WE have a free early game where they can get to an even team fight because they'll make you pay for it. And right now you can see that this is WE's form of League of Legends. Everything all even in the early game, let's just group up and team fight.
Damn right. As Easy Hoon still alive, able to defend. Wild Growth not going to find any knockups though as Long trying to make his way back through. The chase potential's there. Some low health bars on WE, but they just make their way out.
But the ship's starting to sail outlets. It's already 6,000 in gold, closer to 7.
Can we still say that? I mean, it is still this series.
Yeah, no, definitely, because WE are the team that you expect to be behind.
Ah, of course.
They're the ones that like to peg it back. Vici are more the get ahead, stay ahead kind of team, whereas WE are the team fighting geniuses right now. And as we said, slow, methodical. They've accelerated this game quite a bit. We'll see whether it continues to go that way. 007 right now for Mystic. Now has a license to kill. Love that line. 404 for the mid laner in Xie. He picked up a triple kill in the last little skirmish.
And of course, Long still has CS advantage, as does Easy Hoon, but it's just not seeming to matter right now.
It doesn't when you give over 203 to the top laner and you're only up by 9.
Yeah, 404 for the mid laner as well.
It doesn't matter how much CS you're at. Well, actually it does. If it was like 300 to 180, sure, but it's not. It's 190 to 170-ish.
Certainly not. And it really feels like it now as well as GA. These are the items that he had at the end of the game last game, and it's now 20 minutes in. This Karma is well and truly accelerated. And it's the fact that you get one kill, and it feels like this team can chase you forever. Because they have the On the Hunt and the Karma. Just silly. The amount of stickiness from these guys is pretty ludicrous. We'll see whether they can close it out. Zhonya's Hourglass almost done here for 957. 1,050 gold remaining. There's the Inner Flame. Long trying to do battle with GA. But Spirit Visage will help keep him alive, but that's not what he wants here. He wants to be able to pressure her out.
And right now, it's just because Xie has teleport, whereas 957 doesn't, so they're just matching the Karma with the Echo. Echo actually looking to get the better of it right now. Still struggling a little bit.
Attempting to. GA looking for as many auto attacks to reset that mantra as possible. Does have them up relatively quickly.
Oh, maybe a catch there for Condi, but he dashes out of the way. All of a sudden, 957, some free time in the mid lane turret.
Yeah, Danny is going to move his way over. Just at least defend this one out. Of course, not too much has fallen in the way of turrets just recently. But every time Vici meet WE, the team fight is all about this WE squad. Now it's about breaking open the base, finishing this game strongly, taking the momentum into game 2.
Neutral objectives. This is how WE play the game. You know, pick up Dragon, rotate your vision line up towards the top of the map, grab yourself a Baron, continue to bait Vici into fighting you. And you can see that they're pretty much a full item ahead of their competition right now. It's pretty much what game 1 was, but in the reverse.
Yeah.
But not because of strong laning this time. It was because of a great initiated lane swap. You saw that Sivir Bard swapped away from a Braum lane. But in the end, it did come up trumps because they were able to call the bluff of the Rift Herald and push through nice and early and continue to keep the gold lead even and open up this map.
Yeah, and hide their laning phase, which hasn't been their strong suit as well. Very, very impressive play out of this WE squad to adapt to what Vici were throwing at them. Mystic has been the benefactor of this one as well. I mean, he's been able to pick up so much farm. You can see 40 CS, 50 in the lead. Make that 55. As Condi is making his way up here as well. You can see backing, grabbing some extra items. WE just looking to hold on to control.
They have got a little bit of a gank in the bottom lane here.
Yeah, Timewinder is going to find it there as long. He's very tanky. Easyhoon comes down. Wild Growth is going to be able to keep him alive. Lung picks up the kill, and Vici, what can they make out of the 4v5?
Yeah, that's absolutely a huge kill, although now Endless caught.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb comes in, 957 trying to escape as Winter's Bite does connect. No more Frozen Tomb as Zero is available here. Picks up the kill, what a beast! Tempered Fate is going to buy himself some time, but the Sivir nowhere near him. And the shutdown comes in, Dandy picks up the kill. They will finally be able to grab this outer turret, and Vici, some momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, potentially. It's a 1 for 2. They get 2 shutdowns, but they do trade turrets 1 for 1, a tier 2 for a tier 1. So you'd say still relatively close to even. They do lessen the gold lead by about 1,000. But that's more of the shutdowns and the actual kills. As Zero's picked himself up a Banner of Command. So looking to be even more annoying on this Bard.
Yeah, it does, of course, have the Eye of the Watcher already completed. So lots of extra wards. The availability to control the map, definitely good for a Bard. You want to be able to get the drop on your opponent.
You saw he definitely got that in the last one, flashing in, assassinating the AD carry Atlas.
That's what you are as a Bard, you know? You're an assassin, I think. Don't play much Bard, as you may tell. Yeah.
I think he's, like, honestly one of the most wonderful champions to play in the game.
Yeah, I feel like you got too many options. I'm more of a Karma guy, you know? You do one specific thing. That's it, you know? I know what to do on that champion. Bard, you can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Leave that one to Rusty. Let him play that guy. 957 now back towards the bottom side of the map, facing off against Long. Yeah. Iceborne Gauntlet completed. Still has the CS advantage, but not by much. It's WE resetting the map, continuing the onslaught.
But once again, we'll continue to win the 1v1. There's not really all that much 957 can do against it, in fact.
Yeah, he's running so fast here as long as just keeping that slow up. Uses it. Phase dives there, though. Ults himself as Lung throws down the parallel convergence. Tempered Fate's in there, but he ults out. Lung actually puts himself back on the spot, and 4v1. He's not going to be able to find the kill anymore. Well baited from 957, or good defensive play from WE.
Yeah, it certainly was. One more time, Zero is able to rotate over there. 3-1 and 6 now for the Bard player. Having a terrific game. I feel like this is actually going to become a contested pick as the series goes on.
I hope so.
And now they're looking for potentially another pick in the jungle this time. Bard's natural habitat. Or just inside track into this mid lane.
Able to do so. Endless. Not going to take the dangerous way through. Not going to have the wave clear here just in time, but nice use of lack of minion wave allows Vici to at least keep that inner turret alive. Not sure whether they necessarily used it. Understand the chuckle. 957 up towards the top side of the map.
Did he just get called off that for the Sivir? He did.
Oh,
we already spoke about this, but Mystic is honestly getting 100% a side lane farm right now.
Exactly. Well, he's 65 CS in the lead. Make that 80.
And there's another wave right there to help him out. So double cannon creeps, picks up every single one of them. Rotate to Krug's red buff probably. Go back, grab an IE, and then well and truly is combat ready at this stage of the game.
Yeah, well, he was already looking pretty combat ready, but I have a feeling that, you know, a couple of crits and it's going to be all she wrote for Vici. They're going to have to pay him a lot of respect.
And pretty much no armor has been picked up. I mean, Iceborne Gauntlet is the extent of it right now.
Yeah.
So he's going to mow through everyone. And as you can see, that is the IE picked up.
Just insane. Has himself the Alacrity enchantment on his boots as well. So with On the Hunt, with Swifties and Alacrity, this is going to be a very, very fast Sivir.
Armor shield.
Oh my god, yeah. That's just silly. Going to be running pretty quick. Not to mention the relative speed that he's going to be running, because there's like so many slows on the side of WE. Vici just going to feel like it's a Sivir on steroids. You almost already do. I'm frightened.
I can tell.
Yeah.
A little bit more sideway farming here. There's 957 one more time, has been caught out.
Where's the rest of your team? 957. As long as bearing down on him. There's the Claw of Doom. Is able to make his way out. As long as going to flash. The Q misses. And 957 wants to try and find his way out. Vici holding on as the... Yeah, Zhonya is not exactly going to help him. Lung grabs the 1v1. Nicely played out of the Echo.
This is actually confusing out of WE. They just have such strong teamfight initiation. They can group up whenever they want and look to take it to them. Lung, however, will continue to win the 1v1. This is why Echo is so prized, because as the game goes on, has percentage health damage built into his kit in a form of an Execute, as well as Grasp of the Undying. It's just so hard to outrun that guy once he has our Iceborne Gauntlet, and it's too tanky to chunk out. 957 really should just be grouping or using the teleport to make great flanking plays and fighting over neutrals here. Instead, decides not to do that, and that's the second time they've been made pay.
You can see, there's the Mantra W out of GA. Thought it was Mystic's ultimate. Wasn't, of course. Just the other one.
Isn't it Mantra E? I'm pretty sure E is the shield, W is the chain.
That's the one I want him to Mantra. Feels good, man.
But Dragon number 3 started up now for WE.
Vici not actually wanting to contest this one as Lissandra back alive, teleport available.
Well, in a team fight, they should get absolutely decimated. It's still 3-10 kills and a 4,000 gold lead with an absolutely monstrous Sivir on Summoner's Rift.
And a Banner of Command here as well, bearing down the mid lane. But you can see Vici more than happy just to slow this one down, find themselves a team fight in the late game where the Lulu can augment the rest of this team in order to find themselves a victory. And I have a feeling it's all going to be about team fight orchestration for this Vici squad. They need to have things working right for them.
Well, if that's the case, you feel even more worried for them, because unless they kill Sivir instantly and they have no burst damage, then the team fight is going to be ridiculously hard to accomplish. So maybe about chaining some CC up, as now it is Xie that is matching across from the Echo. They've given up on trying to send Lissandra into that lane.
Understandably too.
Yeah, killed twice. Not really the result they were looking for, I feel.
All right, well, Dandy does have his Sterix gauge done. Now looking to grab himself the rapid fire cannon straight afterwards. As Vici now continuing to pressure forward. Easy Hoon getting into the flow of buffing up this Lucian as best he can.
Just start the Baron.
Yeah, just do some stuff, WE. You know that you can win any team fight. I feel like we've asked them that before.
Ult him.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be the Cosmic Binding flying through. Does at least stop the Whimsy speed. As there's the Mantra Q. Something happens here in the mid lane, and Endless says, all right, well, I'm just going to go away forever. He's 0-3-0, though. Lucian not exactly powerful right now. Rapid Fire Cannon, Essence Reaver, and the Hex Drink have been done. And he's behind by about 1 billion CS.
Not that much.
That's an approximate measurement of the amount of CS relatively he is behind.
75?
Yeah. Approximately 1 billion. Vici moving away. Frost Queen's Claim was thrown out. 600 crits on a Ricochet.
They really are a patient team here, WE. Frustratingly so.
Yeah. To a fault.
100%. They've sent 957 back into a lane. They've actually started up Baron. Get the... Yeah, there we go. Shields up.
Well, you can see it's already down to below half health. Vici haven't poked their heads in just yet. 3,000. There's the teleport. Vici want to try and do something about this, but it's so incredibly low. Graves takes it down. Condi able to lock down the Baron, but that's 3 in the pit. Dandy throws down his ultimate.
Mystic's
does have
in trouble.
the shields. He's trying to dance out of the way. Doesn't get the heal as Endless takes down Mystic. This could be a massive deal as Zero makes his way out of the fight. Endless right in the back line, but he's still alive. Wild Growth keeps him in it. Lung takes down the Lissandra, but Condi's going off. Caveman in the back of this one, and look at this Graves.
Penta?
Quadra killed. Can you get over the wall? as he doesn't quite have it. There's the magical journey is long. He's so low, and Condi wants it. One more auto attack will get him the penta, but Lung's just been so annoying.
I don't think he can execute here. Can he actually escape? Certainly looks like he might be able to.
Phase dives there. Condi gets another auto attack. Red buff goes down. He gets the pentakill. There it is for Condi. WE able to finish it off.
Yeah, so in the end, it took a while.
It did.
But
I feel like we lost our energy.
As everything with WE, you just have to be a little bit patient, Atlas. And they will come through with the goods in the end. 32 minutes in the game. They do get the Baron buff, and they get a pentakill. That penta took that long to achieve that people are respawning, however, so they can't break the base. As we take another look at it. So commitment here to the Baron, because they ult up Dandy with Zero's ulti, so he's not able to get in there. And then Dandy has to burn his ulti on just himself. And this is where Zero really starts taking over. You can see the Bard doing battle in the pit, just putting out so much work. But really, we talked about this before, but EDG is just able to augment Endless so well. And it wasn't until the poke damage started coming back over the wall and Condi was able to get into close quarters that this game swung back around. It really was a long chase.
Benny Hill, necessary.
And there it was, pentakill. So very nicely done out of Condi. WE fans go crazy. And now they have the first, they had a significant lead. This is the first huge lead of the game.
Yeah, 8,000 gold now at 34 minutes into this game. WE able to clear out all of the outer ring of turrets as well. Yet to break the base, but now with the Baron buff, we'll see what they can do as far as that is concerned. Oh my god.
That is a banded up creep as well.
The dream.
Good luck killing that with illusion. You have to culling it.
Baron of Command is one of the most obnoxious things in the game, in my opinion. An extra 10 damage on those crits here for Mystic as well, as he does almost have his Bloodthirster done. Long sword and, of course, the recipe to go. And this is going to be a very big Sivir. Caveman blocks out the Mantra Cube. You can see, look at all of the wave clear at work and the movement speed. The fact that WE clear out minion waves and get out of trouble very, very quickly. Banner of Command minion taking a long time to kill. And the turret's now just getting chipped away. Mystic, as soon as he gets up and close and personal with these turrets, they do fall down. Is going to go as Dandy does have to use the ultimate here in the mid lane. It's just Mystic going nuts as well. Not a lot of damage from everyone else as Dandy is caught up in the Twisted Fate. Condi grabs it. And this could be the beginning of the end for Vici as Endless is going to fall down instantly. Caveman is torn apart. Lung running the wrong direction. Inhibitor's going to go down, and WE looking to try and finish off game number 2. In basically the same fashion that Vici took number 1. We've got a series on our hands, Spawn.
Yeah, we certainly do. 2 games, 2 red side victories. Game 1, Vici control the pace. Great standard lanes. Game 2, WE go into a lane swap. Get the jump on the Vici Gaming lineup and are able to control their way to a victory.
They most certainly did. I mean, there was sort of that mid-game lull, so I'd say probably not as decisive as the Vici victory. But still, WE, they managed to get this lane swap, hide that laning phase. Looks like the victories are going to come through thick and fast.
If they're even, they're ahead. It's the easiest way to talk about it, right? Even at a small disadvantage gold-wise, you feel like they are comfortable in team fights. And that's kind of the way we've always viewed WE this year. They're a very scrappy team fight-oriented team that do want to get to that 20, 25-minute phase of the game before they really accelerate anything. And they just did a fantastic job of it this time around of making sure that when they did get there, they were able to take over.
Yeah, and I actually think it's really beautiful looking at this series as well based on the fact that the bans didn't change between game 1 and 2. And I think the side difference is seriously what matters right now because the Lysandra is a massive pick for both of these teams. Not to mention the Graves looking fantastic for Condi at the same time.
But it hasn't been first picked. So
no.
Kindred was first picked, and Echo was first picked game 2. So you say, side difference is huge because of the Lysandra first pick. If that was the case, they would just first pick the Lysandra.
I feel like next game they probably will.
I actually think it was the lane swap that did a heck of a lot for them this time around. But as we can see, some early team fighting here means that Xie picks up a triple.
Seems like the multi-kill game for WE here. Of course, we did get Condi's pentakill in there as the Karma working out in game number 2. They committed to it. Found the win.
Yeah, they certainly did, and I feel like the Bard also came up absolutely massive. Yeah. Honestly, everyone from WE had a good game, which just proves the theory of them being a very good team fight team when it's able to get to that point. Mystic got blown up in this fight, and that was a lot of their gold. However, still able to put in a lot of work with Xie as well as Condi. Condi maybe chasing a little bit too far, but does come back to clean everything else up.
Yeah, he's like, sorry guys, it's all right, I'm back. And kills everyone.
Yeah, I had to go get my first kill on what is going to be a Penta in 25 seconds. Trust me. No, trust me. Atlas, trust me.
Keep trusting me. Thankfully, the Bard slows him down there as well with the meep shot.
Slap.
That could have been the kill as well. Imagine if he was even more fed on the side of 0.
Yeah,
Oh, that would have been awful.
Certainly was the case. And, you know, this is just something that WE, they're not going to win any game quickly. You feel that they need to control it. They need to set themselves up for the long-term success.
Yeah.
They need to control neutral objectives. And they just did all those things beautifully well in this game due to a perfectly orchestrated lane swap. So I think that if they get lane swaps or they get advantageous lanes and they're able to bully a little bit, that this is the way they win. However, we've already seen Vici's jungler, Dandy. He had a quiet game too. Do not expect him to be quiet for the rest of the series.
Yeah, we'll see whether Dandy is going to be able to have a better game in game number 3. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, see who's going to be able to take game 3, because honestly, we don't know. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to the playoffs. It's the quarterfinals. And Zero is going to pick up the MVP. There was a pentakill on the jungler, but they still knew that it's all about the Bard.
How can you not give it to Zero?
Exactly,
As I said,
it's beautiful.
I have a theory, and that theory, wow, I can't believe this is his first MVP. All right, that's blown my mind. But I have a theory that if you just go equal throughout the mid game and you win on team fights, the LPL judges now just default giving it to the support player.
I like it.
It's happened 3 times this week so far, and I've there's a recurring pattern. I'm starting to figure it out. Week upon week, I have just questioned these guys, and they
Rusty's
would never
been doing the same thing. It's fantastic just watching your brains melt whenever the MVPs actually come up. It's fantastic.
So I want to caveat that with Rusty and Frostgrid. They definitely had that. I'm a little bit more forgiving with my MVP. I acknowledge there's other things that go into the game, but I thought that the Bard performance was very, very stellar here out of Zero. And I think that if they're able to get him onto a playmaking support, this heavy initiator, it will do very good. I don't know how he got... How's that his highlight? He ran around the back end of the fight while Xie picked up a triple kill. Zero,
he
love
started
you.
it off, baited them in there with the sweet magical journey.
But then literally just ran around. Hoo-tay.
That's exactly what Bard does. Makes stupid noises, runs around, and wins you the game with an MVP
I'm
performance.
trying to justify. The real surprise there, Zero, first MVP.
Yeah.
Maybe they did what I did, looked down the list and was like, wow, that's it. That's the best player on the team. And he hasn't got one yet? You know what? Just giving it to him for...
Yeah, just ridiculous. I mean, you got to make sure you
even
do it.
upperer, I think is what it's called.
Score even upperer.
That's a technical term, I believe, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll lock that one in. Oh, well. Let's get back to the series at hand here, because WE pulled basically what Vici did in game number 1 out in game number 2. It's like whoever gets a lead wins the game.
Hang on a second, wait. Got standard lanes and dominated the mid game? No, they didn't. They lane swapped and played a very macro-heavy style League of Legends.
The amount they were ahead was very similar to that
they
of
did it at 20 minutes.
Vici.
Vici did it from minute number 3.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So Vici definitely should be looking for standard lanes, in my opinion. I think the games went a little bit differently, but two red side victories is something to point out.
Yeah, and of course 2 Lissandra victories as well. WE have identified that here. Looking to take away that pick. It already has gone to 9-5-7. We'll see whether Xie decides to pick it up in the mid lane there as well. Very flexible for WE especially.
I'm sure Zero can play it as well.
That's a very good point. Condi can probably jungle it. Who knows?
That doesn't work.
Doesn't it?
No.
No.
You go
A bit too cooldown dependent as well, I could imagine. Hard to build attack speed on the old Lissandra. But it is going to be the Echo once again here for long. Could possibly go to Easy Hoon or Dandy, but they are not known to play it.
Yeah. Potentially Dandy. Dandy has actually been known to play it in the past.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but yeah, you're definitely right. Oh my god, WE though, setting themselves up for what could be a very similar team comp to last time as that bottom lane is being looked at. The Bard has been locked in. There's the Sivir for Mystic. Looking very frightening. They will have to change up the jungler, but otherwise, it's looking like everything going the same.
Yeah, and potentially this time they just pick up the Kindred for themselves.
Yeah.
Does arguably a better job within the composition. Has great consistent damage, great chase potential. WE have already proven that they can win with this comp, and Vici have proven that they can lose with this comp, so we'll see if anything else happens in between.
And it is very projected as well. I mean, it looks like we are going to have a last pick support. Everything exactly where it is going to be played here from Vici, so predictable. WE will be able to pick accordingly, and it's exactly what you said, Spawn. The Karma, why change it? Because it worked so well in game number 2, and there's the Kindred being looked at from Condi. Has been one of his most played champions, in fact, his most played champion so far, especially in the regular split. We'll see whether they do take it here, because WE made this comp look very, very good in a team fight last game. See whether it is going to pay off this game as it is locked away. So there it is. Final team comp for WE. Just going to be a mix-up of the Graves for the Kindred.
And as I said, Kindred honestly makes a lot of sense in this composition.
Yeah.
Especially if you go the Hurricane route, because you get a little bit further ahead in the early game. So we'll see if Condi is able to utilize that. And a very similar composition out of Vici as well. Thresh would be an adaptation, but I don't expect to see it. I expect to see the Braum. Just to stop some of the AoE that comes out of Sivir. It's very important to be able to keep your members alive.
Yeah, and of course, Caveman was known for his Thresh play quite a while ago. Hasn't stepped back to it in a little while, and it has always been a very strong lane.
They just also need initiation, honestly. And Braum will give that to them with the flash ultimates. Caveman really is torn here, however.
Yeah. 5 seconds to go. He's looking to be sticking to the Braum here, but Vici haven't changed up too much in game number 3. We'll see whether they are going to be able to get things done as WE's lineup still looking incredibly strong.
So it looks like they tend to agree. I think that like composition had very little to do with it.
Yeah?
I think that the scaling on WE certainly has to be acknowledged, and the lack of hard initiation in the mid laner seemed to irk Easy Hoon a little bit.
Yep.
But it really was the lane swap and the fact that WE just put the game on ice until about 30 minutes in, whereas Vici flew out of the gates in game number 1 and were able to generate a gold lead. So would be interested to see if Vici invade for deep vision and see if they can get standard lanes, or if they can't, what adaptations they have to this lane swap. Do they push the first wave through? Do they look to utilize Graves' Echo, who have great wave clear, and see if they can shove the second wave very, very hard and pick up an early Rift Herald, for example, and pressure out the mid lane? Will be interesting to see what Vici, a very smart team, try and throw at WE this time around.
Yeah, or whether they even just chase the laning phase as well. I mean, see the lane swap and then just move their bottom lane around. We've seen it happen before in order to try and dodge out of the way of these situations.
So you're talking about pushing the first wave, then going back?
Yeah.
The danger with that is that you're going to give Bard an experience lead over Braum.
Scary.
And he already does a lot of work. So I think they either get it from the start or they figure out a way to win the lane swap.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually manage to do that here, because it didn't work out so well for Vici. Seemed like they were relying on a strong laning phase in order to win the game, but Dandy back on the Graves now. Lots of comfort for Vici here as well, and we'll see whether they can take it in game number 3. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back onto the rift for game number 3 between WE and Vici. Everything tied up as we move into match point territory for both of these teams. Best of 5 series. It's a bit of a gauntlet. We'll see whether the adaptation, the slight adaptation made by both of these teams is going to be able to push them ahead.
And really, Atlas, we're only about 2 hours into what is a 5 to 6 hour series.
Exactly.
So
Well, we said 7 hours from the beginning.
Yeah.
And so far, we're on track.
yeah, we've shaved. Actually, I think we've shaved some time off.
4. That's true. I mean, it's only sort of 37-minute games.
You know, skip that bathroom break. Kids didn't get lunch. But, you know, we're making good time.
That's exactly right. Thank you very much, WE and Vici. I want you to step it up, though. 70 minutes. Let's do it. I am ready.
Are you?
What is the longest game we've got? 72 minutes?
Yeah, I think so. That was an OPL game, though.
Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't even.
No, it wasn't. That was
an Oceanic pro game.
inverted commas
Use the term
necessary
light.
here, I think. Yeah, exactly right.
I'm liberal with the use of that term. Of course, that also had a Lucian in it
It did.
and went absolutely berserk towards the end of the game.
We'll see whether that is going to pay off here for Vici, as it does look like the lane swap is going to be achieved here for WE. Mystic and Zero towards the top side of the map. Blind by the looks of things. It's now Easy Hoon. We'll see whether he can push his advantage a little bit further. Was ahead in CS the entire game last time around. And Long is going to make his way up, try and steal away the first few of these creeps. 957 able to do the same thing. Grabs it with a Q. Very cute stuff. And Zero, half health right now, but just wanted to tank up the Gromp for his AD carry.
Long a little bit cheeky, tries to stick around for the end of that creep wave. Doesn't get the experience, gets chased off, as he should have been.
Yes.
But Braum coming in here will be a little bit late. See whether he can stop up the Raptor camp.
Yeah, Caveman. Can you get the smite out of
you
him
got the
this
little
time?
one?
Oh, doesn't get that one, though.
But burns the Raptor sense immediately.
Very nice.
Annoying.
So, points for Caveman. And what we're going to be trying to do is identifying the changes that Vici are going to make to this lane swap in order to get themselves ahead.
Yeah, I feel that's really key. And look, we talk about lane swaps all the time. And they really are just as easy as jumping into a custom game of practicing them.
Yeah.
Letting the first 3 die, seeing where you go from there. In fact, you can do it with just your team. You can send your mid laner into top lane and just kill the first 3 creeps with your mid laner on the other side. And then literally just play the 4v nothing, because that's what it is. And the adaptation should be that they make Graves join a lot quicker. Like, just forget about the Rift Scuttler. Get Graves into the swap, because Graves pushes so phenomenally quick. However, that doesn't seem to be the case right now. Instead, they're just brute forcing it with 3. They've got a bigger creep wave right now. And we'll see whether they are able to win this race. It looks like one more time they are going to win the bottom end race, but they're going to have to wait for creeps to die, so it will slow down a little bit. And they give Soul Gold over to Long. So nothing different out of Vici's lane swap as of yet.
I have a feeling this is sort of the early stage of the lane swap. Often very predictable, often very similar things are going to happen each time around. And I have a feeling now is the time where Vici really need to make the change. As both of the turrets going to fall at exactly the same time.
Yeah, but once again, Sivir picks up gold, whereas Lucian does not. Just shows that they're willing to put a little bit more carry emphasis on Mystic.
Makes a lot of sense.
And one more time, top laners hang around for a little bit, like bad smells. Mystic picks up a pink ward. On the other side, that responsibility falls to Caveman. So this is the exact same lane swap that we saw out of game number 2.
We'll see whether the inner turrets are going to fall at the same time or whether we are going to have early defense from either of these teams. Could be promoting the skirmish.
And once again, Lung pushes. And the problem with pushing in this situation is that the wave starts from much further back. And when a wave starts from further back, you have 2 options. You can freeze it, which if you can defend the turret is beautiful because it means you deny a lane of farm. Or you can accelerate it very quickly the other way, which means you actually get a bigger wave to hit the turret. As you can see right now, they've accelerated it very quickly. That means no creeps will dive in this wave because you're not slowly building it up. You're just getting as big a stack as quickly as possible and shoving it into that creep wave. So we'll see whether Endless is able to beat them to the turret right now, or whether it's going to just be Mystic and 957 once again joining forces with Zero. They'll just try and hold it just in front of this turret with this creep wave right here. Once again, no creeps are going to dive because it's such a big creep wave that it'll just snowball incredibly quickly. And honestly, Vici are doing the exact same thing. They're taking
the same again.
Rift Herald one more time. Creep wave's already here. There's a big wave coming.
Well,
and the race is on.
We'll see whether the Rift Herald is going to go down quick enough for Vici to be able to get a little bit more time onto it. But you're exactly right. I mean, we've skipped the early game laning phase. It's WE's style of League of Legends that we're playing right now, and Vici need to find a way to stop this because we've seen this story before.
So this time, however, they have run out of creeps a little bit earlier. So they're going to have to back off and wait for this creep wave. Whereas Rift Herald's already on the turret, and we've spoken about it before. Graves is a monster at taking down turrets.
Yeah, you can see melee range right now.
So they don't push through this time around. They send 2 people back immediately. And it's going to be 957 that picks up the solo gold down here in the bottom lane. And that means that the gold will be eaten by the duo lane of WE. And no adaptation means that, honestly, if this game follows the exact same course, Vici only have themselves to blame, Atlas. And like a disappointed father.
You look on in disgust?
No,
I believe is the quote.
On. That's out of context. Now people don't know what you're talking about. I look like a madman. You look like a madman.
I already look like a madman. Come on. It's absolutely fine. As Mystic, you're exactly right, able to clear this one up. So no inner turrets to fall down. WE, maybe, I mean, we'll see whether that's going to be the change that Vici needed. Has slowed it down just a little bit.
Somehow going even in a game is not the change
no,
that you
it's not
needed.
Ideal. Not ideal.
In a game where you snowballed, got a lead early, and then won game 1 quite convincingly, went even until 20 minutes, game 2, and lost. Don't think going even in the early game was part of the plan.
I like that you told us your thought process, though. That's the best part.
That's what I'm here for, mate. You don't like it, tune out.
It's sort of your job. 200 gold, though, the lead for Vici. Very similar to game number 1. They were able to pick up a little bit more as far as that farm was concerned, but you can see the mid lane actually going a little bit better here for GA.
But the one good piece of news, if you are a Vici fan, is that Lung gets a one-on-one a little bit earlier this time around.
Yeah.
And we talked about it a lot. That keeping 957 out of Lung's lane, they were just picking up side lane farm and kind of jockeying for position, seemed to really suit WE, because it just meant that Lysandra was able to do her jobs during team fights and didn't really have to concern herself with the 1v1 laning phase, whereas this time we'll have to fight Lung at some point.
You can see Dandy actually dashing over the top here. Winter's Bite down as Zero flashes the wall. Long is, of course, teleported in. There's the parallel convergence. First blood this time goes to Vici. And that's 800 gold the lead.
Yeah, really nicely played there. So great teleport, nice and deep, not followed by anyone on the WE lineup. So respect that. They make the call quickly. Lung grabs it. He's going to be the split pusher already. We said that he kind of is the win condition. And they give him the big creep wave on the top side of the map. So Vici's intention's clear. They want Lung to be in a position to carry.
And it's beautiful as well. I mean, get them into a skirmish position. Create that vision towards the top side of the map and then pick someone off. This is where Vici were comfortable in game number 1. This is where they've been comfortable the entire series, split long here in the LPL. We'll see whether they can continue to make this one work, as Long more than happy up here towards the top side, but still even on farm.
We'll be able to pick up a little bit more right now. They're just clearing vision on the top side of the map to try and break this freeze that Lung had started to build up. He does so himself because he doesn't want to get zoned off all of that creep score. He'll go back. Has quite an impressive shot right now. Picked up first blood as well as an extra 20 CS.
Feeling good.
957 maybe in a little bit of trouble here.
He gets tagged by the Winter's Bite. Caveman being very accurate with those. Clears himself out of pink ward as well, which is the most important part. A lot of money invested early by WE in the vision department. You're right, as the dust settles, 957 falling behind. He's been zoned away as well as WE looking to try and get some damage down onto this inner turret. You can see Condi has made his way through as well. This is going to go down to beyond half health. It may actually fall as there's a lot of minions. Long makes his way in. Parallel convergence is down on top of the turret to try and defend. Yeah, Condi's trying to grab this one as the stun does not land. In goes Dandy. Does have the ultimate available as Mystic could be in trouble. Magical Journey's going to be taken. And everyone on Vici going to jump through as well. Caveman and Long tank themselves up a boomerang, but you can see no one coming. Teleport from EasyHoon. He's going to get himself in there. Lots of pings. Everyone's on their way. A Zero completely out of mana. Can they manage to get the speed they need? And GA's in here. He's saying, yes, they can.
Teleport.
Yeah, door goes up. Another teleport to come in. 957 down. Massive collateral damages. Dandy. Wild Growth is on top of him. There's a big ultimate out of Condi, though. And all of Vici are going to actually benefit. GA picks up Caveman now as well, and it's a big team fight. WE able to turn it around. Long in trouble. One more auto attack's going to be able to grab it here. And GA, if it's all 5-man, they can grab it.
When do you learn, Vici?
Yeah.
Endless is bottom side of the map. Cannot fight at all at this stage of the game. And they just throw away what was a really nice play at the start of that.
Zero. That is so cheeky.
No, he's caught. Come on, EasyHoon. Clean that one up. Oh, another teleport.
Yeah. EasyHoon wants to be able to grab it. GA's here. Zero does fall down.
Okay, yep. So in the end, does fall down. EasyHoon's able to grab that one. But it's still a 3-for-1. And they got a turret advantage out of it as well. And potentially a dragon going to go down. Let's take another look at this. So in the end, they drop the ward. They get a really nice teleport. And Lung has already burnt parallel convergence. So Dandy gets everything thrown onto him. And a really nice ultimate out of Kindred. And they just continue to kite back. But in an AoE setting, Siva, Lissandra, Karma are just going to be able to do so much more. And Danny gets overzealous. And honestly, EasyHoon probably didn't read the aggression and didn't go deep enough into this team fight. He wanted to pull out because he didn't have his AD carry there.
Nor did Dandy have any mana.
And it just meant that this WE lineup, once again, burst open the game. And look where the gold is one more time. 2 kills into their mid laner. Xie going to be set up for success one more time on this Karma. They grab a very early dragon as well at only 11 minutes into the game. That's going to start the Devourer stacking up nicely for the Kindred. And honestly, just draw every parallel you want to game number 2 because we're on a similar course, Atlas.
This is exactly what we're doing. Vici, turret disadvantage now as well as Endless completely out of mana, but throws down the culling. Mystic not exactly worried about having wave clear though, and is able to deal with that minion wave very, very quickly and effectively. EasyHoon with an early Rod of Ages, feeling pretty good. And Long is farming out quite nicely here as well towards the bottom side of the map. 957 looking for something to do. But you're right, it's just deja vu. Once again, WE as comfortable as you like right now. Both jungle items are completed. Hex Drink almost done here for Dandy, who's been farming very well. That is something that we can say. He's back on the Graves. 24th time here in the LPL for this split. Skirmisher Saber there as well, so he wants to be able to get right up in your face and smack you down. 957 is going to meet Long. So Long set up with a fair bit of magic resist now. He's going to be comfortable here in this lane, and we'll see whether he can have that dominance that he had last time. Dandy, can he skip over this wall? Looks like Mystic will actually be safe as Zero speeding through, grabbing them meeps. Feeling good.
Grabs chimes, I think.
Yeah, he does, but
Produces
I just like
meeps.
saying meeps.
Well, check your facts, mate. Because he doesn't speed through and grab meeps.
They're actually penguins. I don't even know whether you call them meeps with that skin.
I do.
They're actually just little penguins that follow him around. Freaking adorable. I like that skin a lot.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I'm a big fan. And this one from Long. Aladdin, personal favorite movie.
Doesn't look anything like Aladdin.
Are you kidding? Prince of Persia. Either or. There's WE. Trying to defend their blue buff. Dandy, bit of extra damage, but Condi's going to be able to nab it and says thank you very much for the Devour stacks.
Yeah, any denial away from Xie is a good news story right now, so getting it out of his hand, but he has already picked up a second item for his trouble. Condi, as you mentioned, is just farming pretty quickly right now to stack up that Devourer.
Yep, in that farm mode as Easy Hoon trying to get around here and get something done, but Zero's helping out with the wave clear.
And honestly, if we just go back into a slow-paced League of Legends game where we wait for the next dragon to come out, is going to be about, what, 17 minutes, 18 minutes, somewhere around that mark. WE look to execute cleanly on another team fight after they get another shop in. I would not be surprised because this is time and time proven that WE like to play League of Legends this way. A little bit disappointed in Vici that they haven't asked another question. Would have liked to see them go towards the Maokai comp, a little bit more hard engage.
Yeah, exactly.
Maokai's very good against Lissandra and Kindred, especially because of how the ulti works with the two. But was not to be, so can't really judge them in retrospect.
And it's just a bit crazy to do something very similar to the losing series once again, as Vici actually going to use the teleport to tank up this turret. Massive stun comes down as Xie just destroys him. Dandy gets caught in the Tempered Fate, making it a 2v3 right now as Vici forced to run away. They blow the teleport trying to get in on this turret and nothing happens. Mystic's still top lane.
That's just so telegraphed. Condi was also mid lane. That was a 3v5. And honestly, WE just dominated Vici right there.
And it was just so calm as well. I mean, they just knew exactly what was going on. Tempered Fate was there. It was a massive cosmic binding.
Base tank the empowered Q and then the ultimate out of Lissandra. I mean, I don't know what you exactly expect if that's going to be your outcome. Oh.
Well, Vici obviously expects something different
out
of the same.
Maybe just the first signs of frustration. They try and brute force a turret, and it just goes horribly wrong. So that's not what you expect to see out of Dandy's team.
No. Dandy as well now getting tagged by that Mantrid Q. Easy Hoon chasing after him, but there's the inner flame. Exactly right. Yeah, actually forced a flash. There's the exhaust out as Caveman's chasing after him. Long closes the gap, but not going to be able to dive the turret right now as Condi. Parallel Convergence is here. They don't get any stuns. Is Long going to be in a position to be able to create something here as there's the teleport from WE. Another team fight breaking out as Long in trouble. 957's trying to make his way in as Condi's able to pick up the kill with an auto attack. The slow comes out onto Caveman. And WE, it's just happening again.
Vici looks so frustrated right now, time and time again trying to force plays across Summoner's Rift Atlas. This is another outright force onto a Karma nonetheless. You see how deep they go. Condi still has ultimate here as well. There's just not many positive outcomes instead. Quick rotation over from the Sivir. Good teleport out of 957. Means that once again, the AD carry is just not in any position to be able to contest this team fight. Vici trade 2 for nothing one more time. And just desperation everywhere.
That was just all about Zero as well. That two-man cosmic binding and then everything over the top of it. This Bard is just too important to WE right now.
And I thought Bard was going to start becoming priority. You thought Lissandra was going to be priority. Neither of us are right.
Well, Lissandra was first picked.
Well, just ban it then. You have bans.
Exactly.
You're getting rid of Ezreal Kalista right now. Sivir is, like, arguably the strongest AD carry in the game. Fantastic utility, awesome late game scaling.
And the fact that WE have used it so well in conjunction with the Karma. I mean, they've just started these team fights. They have so much flexibility because of all the movement
It's
speed.
looked effortless, honestly.
It has.
So Vici, after a strong performance in game 1, dropping the ball a little bit in games number 2 and 3 at least so far.
Still early days. 3,000 gold is the lead here for WE so far at 18 minutes. This isn't even where they're strong. We look more at like 35 minutes for the WE power spike.
Yeah, it certainly is. As I nearly choke on water. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But this has been where they've started to kick it off. You know,
Exactly.
between 0, 16, 17 minutes, they don't really get all that much done. A little bit quicker this time around because the opportunity did present itself. But around the 20 to 25 minute mark is where they do kick it into overdrive. And now with a 3,000 gold advantage, you expect them to be pretty comfortable.
You can see Easy Hoon getting pressure towards his turret. Does have a fair bit of wave clear now with the Lulu.
That is so satisfying, by the way.
Oh, God. That's so
where you
damage.
get the 15 gold every time you hit the turret.
Yep.
Because you're like, haha, I don't even have to fight you and I'm in this far more.
Yeah, and he has the CS advantage there as well
And
by about
3-0 on
20.
3. 100% kill contribution right now for Xie. Karma is a little bit of a cheat. You just run into a team fight, hit E.
Yep, and you get every
Go
assist.
my pretties.
Kill them all.
But
And try and snipe kills with your Q there as well. That's your other job.
yeah, exactly right. You have seen that Xie's played it quite aggressively. I like the Karma play.
Yeah.
Don't know if you know this, Atlas, but I'm quite a fan of Karma at the moment in the current meta.
Really?
Might have mentioned it once or twice.
Oh, interesting. I didn't. You should probably explain to us exactly why.
I'm good. Oh,
Yeah, nailing it.
that's why.
Even with just one tag of the Mantra Q, it's just so much damage.
Yeah, not even the back end coming in there. So they will continue to pressure up here. Lucian burns the ultimate to get rid of one creep wave, but you feel that now Zero's ulti becomes a big deal, as well as any dive pressure that they want to throw out. Cheeky 15 gold.
Yeah, just going to use his E to tank that one up. Oh, just Mantra's another one. Gets even more cheeky damage in there. Mystic able to utilize it as well. There's better players crit more, as you could see. That was 2 Ricochet crits in a row. Clears out the entire minion wave. And Frost Queen's Claim just going to pressure them off this turret. Outer is going to be successfully sieged from a quite low range comp. And that is bad news for Vici.
But they just have so much turret dive. I mean, with Lissandra, Bard, even with Condi's ultimate, they can honestly set up shop underneath the turret, have a cup of cocoa,
Yeah.
and they'll still be pretty okay.
Speaking of cups of cocoa, just
Tempting.
a sneaky one in the mid lane.
I don't know if that's sneaky. We have you're one of those people that think Shen's sneaky, aren't you? That's adorable.
He's one of the best ninjas.
But really, this game is exactly where WE wants it. They're in no rush, never have been. They will capitalize on errors, do not get me wrong. They are a very punishing team still.
Yeah.
But if Vici want to play a slow-paced game, they're more than happy to go there. Our question kind of has been, is as WE start running into better opponents, the likes of EDG, RNG, QG, these great team-fighting teams, even Snake to a lesser degree in that regard, with kind of Tank coming into his own, how can they team fight against these teams? And let's put some hurt into Mystic. Not really much forthcoming, but against Vici at least, seems like all they do is wait for Endless to go on a little trip around Summoner's Rift, not be with his team, and they'll happily take a team fight.
Or just flat out fight 5v5 as soon as they possibly can, because it just seems like this is a team all on the same page. As Condi could potentially be caught out of position, but no, just hops himself away. And is going to be fine for now.
Still has ultimate as well, and it is a double TP comp. Both are available, so you never really want to overcommit onto a Kindred.
Yep.
Person you would like to catch is either the Bard or the Sivir. So we'll see if that is ever going to actually occur as well. Xie.
Yeah, teleport actually baited out here as Vici going to send Easy Hoon towards the top side of the map to answer Xie. Endless slinks back
All
into
of
the
a sudden,
lane.
they're in behind the Echo as well.
Yeah, problematic stuff here as Frozen Tomb already down. Long flashing. Does have the ultimate. Will just go back, but everyone's still waiting for him. Nice slowdown there as the flash comes in, but that Circle of Frost, not exactly what he wanted. That phase dive was god tier, but there are the rest of the friends. And WE lock down the top laner. It's a cross map.
Yeah,
everything
they burn
going
every
on.
ultimate in an offensive manner that they have. Xie now looking for the Great Escape, is able to find it. Wasn't that great after all. It was just 1E.
That was pretty good, you know. Didn't have to use too much, and he makes a pretty good escape.
And cross map, now they can look for a potential dive onto Dandy, or even a turret.
Yeah, Lung teleport is available for when he respawns, but he's still dead for a time. That's a pretty magical journey. WE are going to be able to make their way out, so they just grab a kill. Not going to get too greedy. 5,000 gold now the lead. And they're just continuing to move on.
Yeah, and why would you get greedy? You know, this is exactly how they want to play League of Legends. Dragons up in 45 seconds. Let's just reset, go back to base. We've got to say to devour our kindred. Let's control our neutral objectives. We're now fighting with a Phantom Dancer on our Sivir, as well as an extra BF sword. Pretty much an entire BF sword ahead, actually.
Yeah.
Whole item ahead in the mid lane. Phantom Dancer finished up for the kindred. They're just ridiculously strong across the board right now.
Really scary. Teleport actually from Jie. He's going to make his way towards this. Dragon now is Caveman. They're looking for a pick. Unbreakable going to save him from a lot of that damage, though. And I mean, if they were sending a message, I think we got it. I'm trembling a little.
Yeah, they're not scared at all. They will fight at this stage of the game, looking to just clear out waves. Dragon has respawned. They send Echo back to base, and you feel that this is not Vici's last shot for the series, obviously. It's still a game to play, even if they lose this one. But for this game, they have to make something happen soon, because we've already seen Sivir's power late game, especially with a catch mage like Lysandra throwing a Bard there for good measure. And it's just been too easy so far in the couple of games that they've had this composition. As they send in a flank, finally trying to catch Xie.
Yeah, there's the teleport in. Exhaust down immediately, but Xie just blows the flash. You can see Endless just gets destroyed on the backline, though, as WE continuing. Dandy caught out with the Tempered Fate. This Bard play is out of control, and the Graves is well and truly dead. WE grabbed 2 swift kills off what Vici wanted.
Yeah, exactly right. Vici try and pull the play with a great flank, but the problem is that Endless just got caught out of position and completely destroyed. Now they take down Dragon. They have a very quick Baron comp as well, with Karma to keep people topped off. And it looks like that's where they want to go. Lung doesn't have teleport available.
No, he's going to make his way back in with full health, but with Dandy dead, with Endless dead as well.
Condi still has ultimate.
It's going to be so hard. Yeah, look at all of these shields that are coming in right now as Caveman unbreakables the boomerang. Easy Hoon needs a desperation play right now. They're both trying to get in there, but Kindred has the smite. And Condi locks down the Baron.
Yeah, about as much as they could hope for. They throw over the Glitter Lance and Winter's Bite at the same time. They both hit, but let's take another look at that. It's actually, wow, it is Zero. Zero just outright snipes Endless, and they destroy him. Then the follow-up damage comes in here. Danny,
Zero
unfortunately,
again.
not able to get out of the Bard ultimate. They just chase through, take him down. A lot of damage onto Easy Hoon. He can't follow up either. Zero is having back-to-back MVP performances.
Yeah. Flat out, this guy is looking so incredibly good. And we said Bard probably should be contested. I don't think anyone is arguing with you right now, Spawn. I have a feeling that taking that away from Zero, giving it to Caveman, he's been good on it throughout this split. And Zero is just making it look like the best support you could possibly play, as this inhibitor turret is going to die. You can see Condi moving so far up in this fight. The Baroned up minions still heading through. Tempered Fate once again onto Dandy. Long trying to play in the front line, and Easy Hoon gets chunked out. This is going to be so hard as Mystic spell shields there, and just shields everywhere right now as Xie just taking care of his AD carry. It's like Karma, the damage version of Lulu. That's working out really well. And AoE, it's just does feel like, at the moment, a better version.
Yeah, you see Xie using it very nicely to just have so much utility around Summoner's Rift. Hasn't got the outright save potential. I mean, Lulu's always going to have the wild growth. But you can see using it to get forward. They pick up another turret for themselves. They're 11,000 gold pretty much in the lead now. Chunks Easy Hoon one more time.
Oh, parallel convergence not going to be able to be utilized now from Long.
I expect WE just to back away. This is the kind of team they are, you know. Back away, reset. We've got ourselves an 11,000 gold lead. Let's go back to base, buy some nice items, some new toys.
Let the super creeps do some work, yeah.
You can see that's IE picked up. Another needlessly large rod. Sterix outright picked up for Condi. He's now impossible to kill.
This is so frightening.
Sheen picked up for Zero.
Oh, well, Iceborne Gauntlet Bard is pretty standard. We look at Zero's builds, and you're just like, normally, things are really mental, right? But I don't feel like that is nearly as mental as Zero could go.
What?
Don't we see a lot? I swear, like most bards that you see build Iceborne Gauntlet, it's Condi dancing around, Dandy unable to pick him up.
Really? In
Yeah.
competitive play?
Yeah, loads of them.
All right, I got to say that. I don't actually think that I see supports get to third items all that often.
Yeah. Definitely not with the Banner of Command.
See, the banner is the part that I feel is kind of standard.
I think that's awesome, but yeah, I don't know.
Because
It's just me.
Yeah. All right. There's a banner. Utilize one more time. And teleport coming in here.
Yeah, so Xie, he's going to be able to join this fight now as Long tries to find a stun, but instead he's just going to find half of his health bar missing. Now Endless actually so far up in this fight. Hasn't been, all that worried by it, but that was very, very ballsy. He's flanking this one out as best he
Flash
can.
and Ultimate was available on Lysandra. I feel like that could have ended disastrously.
He doesn't have a QSS either. I don't think he has any right being all the way up there.
There it
There's the
is.
flashes. Endless is just finally going to get punished. Now has the shield, but Caveman's going to fall down. They were just waiting for their window, and they pick it up. The inhibitor turret falls down now. It's Bard that picks up the kill credit for it there as well. Xie's running forward. Dandy not too tanky right now as the inhibitor is going to go down. This could be all she wrote as WE are pushing forward. Massive shields out of Xie. The culling comes down. As Endless was, of course, able to survive. Long chunked out one more time. Dandy as well trying to quick draw away. Has to flash. And look at the damage. Long, you ain't a tank. Not this game, as Mystic is going to destroy him. Endless, you have to be so, so careful. And WE, they're not done. Nexus turret number 2. It's going to go. Nexus now completely bare. And there it is. Lamb's Respite comes down. Dandy kiting around, but Condi's going to be able to pick up the kill. Zero's not even dead. Finally falls down to the piercing light as Endless can't finish it off. Easy Hoon going to get snared by the inner fire, and Vici just trying to pick up some back-end kills where they can. Nexus is going to go, and back-to-back games here for WE. All the momentum moving into match point.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, they're able to pick up a very clean performance one more time. I really want to hear the comms at the end of that game, because I feel like someone said to Xie, to 957, you could have flash ulted in there. And, and 957 was like, I still can, I think. All right, just do it. All right, there you go. We win the game.
That's how it works. We are going to have a look at some of the highlights here as well, as WE just looked so strong.
Yeah, they certainly did. This is the first game. Look where Endless is on the map. He's down in the bottom. And, you know, this was a close-ish team fight, but a huge heal out of the Lambs Respite, coupled with a great Karma Shield, just means that they are the ones that have the damage to be able to consistently put up with the Vici lineup. And if that wasn't a 4v5, heck, it might be a little bit different. But Vici, why are you fighting 4v5s?
Yeah, and they just look desperate. Honestly, this is a Vici
was a
lineup.
desperate play.
Yeah. And Caveman, I don't know, he evaporated. And each time, WE just took what Vici threw at them and said, well, thanks. We'll turn that into an even bigger lead.
Yeah, exactly right. And once again, just overcommitting
Look at Zero right
to
here.
the wrong members. And Zero's just able to continually get Bard stuns, putting in work. I expect another Bard MVP. 957 also had a much better game. All the impressive play of game 1 without getting solo killed.
Yeah.
So very nicely done. Once again, honestly, by the entire WE lineup, but especially their Bard support.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Vici can actually realize that something needs to change. They can't just play this same comp again because it just flat out didn't work.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. They've already shown that they're great Maokai players, right?
Yeah.
So why not just put Lung on the pure tank? Get some initiation, get some good flank potential and hard and engage. Because that seems like what they're missing right now. Just that go button to get them in there.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Mystic has now got back-to-back games on this Sivir as well, and we've seen that the Lucian, if they get the lane swap, cannot actually find any dominance on this map. Endless was a bit of a non-factor throughout the last 2 games just because he's a Lucian, early game power, and then doesn't really do anything.
Well, that wasn't... so Lucian Lulu, I think, is still a great late game composition. Like, I don't buy into the fact that Lucian is really, like, early game. Like, Light Sling is just a great passive, and he should be able to duel. I will say that his positioning around the map, not necessarily in team fights, was pretty poor this game. That was not one of Endless's finer moments. So maybe get him on something like the Ashe, where he has to be very aware of his positioning, because we saw caught in the bottom lane, caught out by Bard on multiple occasions, just wasn't where his team needed him.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but we'll see whether Vici can finally make the adaptation. We are going to go to a short break, but when we get back, we'll see whether WE can close out the series or whether Vici can hold on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Xie is going to pick up the MVP in our quarterfinal match. Our first one of the day is WE did manage to take down Vici one more time. It's 2-1 now in this best-of-5 series. And the karma was good.
Yeah, it certainly was. That one's confusing.
Yeah, we wanted 0. We wanted 0 once again. Bard's so good. I feel like they were just like, oh, come on, we can't give it to him again. And it just feels like default 0 on Bard.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Zero's won one of them. He's won 8 of them now. So it's not like can't give it to him again because you're just giving it to a guy for the 8th time. So that logic, very
maybe
flawed.
mid-series?
Very flawed. I think that 957 or Zero honestly deserved it that time around because I thought that both played very well. Not that Xie didn't play well, and the Karma certainly was dishing out the deeps. This is a really nice mantra to E, actually, to keep everyone relatively healthy. We've talked about the synergy already with Kindred, but I feel like that just demonstrates exactly what you want to be doing. If only there was a response in a big tree that had an AoE damage reduction field that was available for WE to pick up in this
Does
set.
Long play one of those?
Yeah, it certainly does. And that was a really nice mantra up Q, but once again, 957 flying in there, able to get a lot of work done. So, as all things in WE, you can't really pick on the MVPs because I feel like they just are like the quintessential definition of a team. And it's just fun to watch them play League of Legends in that way. I can't. I'm biased towards them, obviously, because like week 1, I was like, this is how I would like a team to play League of Legends. Nice and calm, don't give anything away in the early game, group up, and just win off the back of great coordination. I really do believe in 5v5 League of Legends. Other people like, nice rotations around the map and picking up on minimalistic mistakes. Forrest likes very bloody League of Legends. Rusty just likes mid laners that carry. I like 5v5 gameplay. So when I saw WE, I was like, this is a team that can go the distance, purely off the back of how smartly they use their resources. We keep talking about it, the Bard, the Karma, these like offensive and defensive picks that can go forward and backwards. And 2 games in a row, Team WE have used them beautifully. And I giggle a little bit because they can't anymore.
There's the Karma ban to come through as Vici have finally adapted, at least in the banning phase. And what I love about WE is their adaptation, their ability to mix things up so effortlessly in both of their solo lanes, especially 957 and Xie have shown that they most definitely have champion Oceans. As it is going to be the same bans from WE, but there's the Echo being taken away now from Vici. Of course, Lung's played it in back-to-back games, but hasn't found the wins. We'll see whether they're going to prioritize something like a Poppy or a Lissandra for themselves, depending on what WE decide to take away.
Yeah, I feel like Poppy would be very strong now, as Kalissa's actually banned from WE this time around.
Yeah, Ezreal now finally available. But once again, the first pick is going to go towards the Lissandra. So 2 games running. That champion has been picked up, but 957 can grab himself the Poppy. Condi now wants to grab himself the Graves. The pick away from Dandy, of course. They beat it last time.
Yeah, they certainly did, but Condi also picked up a pentakill on it, so...
Yeah, I'd say it did pretty well.
Certainly did. I think that they've given away a little bit too much this time, Vici. By banning the Echo, it leaves really only Poppy as a bruiser top lane. Not expecting Lissandra to be a top lane pick for Lung, especially. I do expect that to be Easy Hoon's champion. I would like the pick away of Sivir here. Sivir is able to eventually outrun a Poppy if it gets to that part of the game. Lucian, on the other hand, can't do that.
Well, Vici have just copied what WE did in game number 3. And look, I love it. Take away the Bard. Make sure that Zero can't be that dominant force. Caveman's shown that he is proficient on the champion. They'll steal away the full bottom lane as Thresh and Ezreal now being hovered. And if Zero was to hop back to a comfort champion, Thresh would be it.
Yeah, Zero's Thresh was god tier when he was playing at the height of his League of Legends.
Yeah. You'd almost go so far as to say is one of the best in the world.
See, you had to go there. And now,
one of.
Now I'm like Marta, Mad Life.
One of. That can consist of so many different ones.
It can.
Man. Honestly,
you
that was
added a caveat.
It was an empty compliment.
It was. And
I'm theoretically one of the best Threshers in the world.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm like at least top 7 billion.
You know what? I'm still going to question your numbers and ask you to prove it.
How many people play League of Legends?
I don't care.
Oh, God. Well, Maokai actually going to be the adaptation here from Vici, because Endless is going to lock that one in. Dandy thinking about moving back to the Kindred. We'll see whether that's what it's going to be or whether he's going to head back towards the Nidalee. Very successful performance. Even my producer's giving me shit now. This is the worst.
That's a much better composition out of Vici, I do have to say.
It looks like
I like it a lot.
Severely WE type comp right now.
Yeah, but with the Maokai to boot. The danger is here, and I say this all the time, they look like a comp that they need everyone, because kind of they've got certain components for the lockdown, certain components for the tank, and then obviously two very clear damage dealers in Kindred and Sivir. And all 957 has to do is get rid of one of those house of cards. All comes tumbling down. So we'll see whether that is going to happen. Of course, Mystic has his Ezreal as well.
Or GA's got his Ezreal.
No, Mystic has his Ezreal. He's on the tier list.
How many Ezreals has he played this season? Not actually any. My God, he's played so many different champions.
16.
Yeah, but not Ezreal this time. Of course, did play it last split. As Corki's actually what Xie is going to opt back into. Of course, his most played champion of only 9 times, of course. The man has played a heck of a lot of different things, but a lot of damage sources from a lot of different places in this team comp right now.
And I do like it. They have good mixed damage right now. They have the triple 80 carry comp with 2 good peel options in the Thresh as well as the Poppy. And they also have beautiful engage if they ever get it. You know, Flash Wallbang as well as a good Thresh Hook will set up a lot of plays. So they've kind of got that offensive-defensive vibe from their 2 wingmen in their top laner and support, but then a lot of damage to come out of the 3 core members.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that Zero and 957 have both been playing fantastically, especially if we look at the last game. So giving them the ability to start off these team fights, they've got the confidence right now. They have the momentum moving into this series, and we'll see whether WE now with a very different comp can create the same result, especially if they manage to get this lane swap. And I'm looking at Vici to try and match it this time around.
Yeah, I certainly think that potential standard lanes coming out here, although Ezreal does relatively well in the 1v1, especially at level 1. It's going to be an interesting game regardless.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see the adaptation, but we'll see how Vici do as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 4. WE now up 2. Match point for them, but they've changed things completely in this draft. Lots of extra damage. Bunch of dive potential there as well with the Poppy in the hands of 957. We'll see whether Vici's newfound Lissandra and, of course, Maokai coming back in for the team, whether this is going to be able to turn things around, get us to a game number 5, like we were expecting from this series.
Yeah, we certainly were, and you can see that this time they just send the Ezreal straight into the top lane, no mucking around. So one more time, looking for a lane swap, but it looks like finally the blind lane swap will be answered by Vici.
Yeah.
I don't think Mystic and Zero will mind too much, to be honest. They still have Ignite, they have a Kill Summoner. Mystic's a very good Ezreal player. Poppy does fine against Maokai. Like, this isn't a huge deal.
But it's standard lanes for Vici. Might give Dandy some space in order to get something done here in the early game.
Yeah, it certainly could, but, you know, Cleanser's been picked up for Xie this time around. Maybe the duo lane is somewhere he can look to gank. But they are quite slippery. So, you're right. Look, Dandy has shown that he's able to get his laners ahead in a pretty good fashion.
Oh,
so
yeah.
A lot of pressure on him this time.
And on the Kindred as well, so not necessarily on the Graves like he was able to do, dispatching LGD in their first playoff match. Definitely looking very, very strong, especially in games 1 and 3. He's now starting towards the bottom side of the map, as you can see. Cheeky popcorn chicken start there for the Lissandra. Easy Hoon going to have a slight experience edge here in the mid lane. He's going to grab level 2, start pushing Xie off now that he has that Circle of Frost and, of course, the Q as well.
But this is one of those things. I don't actually know if you are pushing anyone off. I mean, sure, he got the 3 CS advantage, and he's got like an extra couple right now, but when you have a look at the wave, it's just building.
Yeah.
And now he's just going to shove into his turret, so he doesn't really utilize the level 2 for much at all. This, however, is a nice use of level 2, completely zoning them away from the creep line. One's going to die on the back end. We'll see if a second does die as well.
Nice damage back there on the Caveman, though.
So 2 creeps go down, but they do get experience for that one. So now level 2, see whether they can make anything of it.
Yeah, blue buff is going to go down here as Dandy clears that one up.
Ooh,
Bottom
this is
side.
dangerous. He's going to phase check Condi.
Condi is going to throw down the smoke screen.
Oh. Does get a really interesting stun there onto the wall as Dandy hops over the top. The death sentence lands onto Caveman and they turn the damage over. Condi, he's going to fall down. Caveman grabs it, picks himself up a cup of cocoa, and he's out of there. No worries at all. Vici grabbing first blood, looking for more as Dandy flashes through. Easy delivery there for Easy who grabs it with his auto attack.
And all of a sudden, the pushing lane makes so much sense because they go for the invade. I said not much of an advantage, but you can collapse quicker if you are going to go for that. Invading Graves, risky.
Yeah.
Because you could see how much front-loaded burst did come out, but they prioritize the support. And honestly, Vici make them pay for that fact.
The Bard already looking like it is a swing factor in this series, but still very, very early. This is what happened in the game number 1, though. This is what Vici want. They want laning phase, and then they want to be able to skirmish where they can. Endless, nice spell shield there as well. As the Sivir pick away. See how that works, paying dividends in the late game.
Yeah, so already 800 gold is the advantage. First blood, as well as an additional kill going across. Support and mid lane have it. So double buff now for Bard means that he's an obnoxious laner.
Yeah, this is the thing. You'd think like first blood to a support, not a great thing. But when it's Bard, I just feel like that's okay.
I always think first blood to a support's actually quite good. Rushes the sight stone a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Means that you have tanky stats for laning phase, and supports trade relatively well with AD carries especially. Bard, of course, now just gets to roam around, do Bard things.
He most certainly is. See him peeking his head towards the mid lane, but GA playing pretty defensively right now. He's going to be A-okay. Mystic now trying to do what he can, get himself back in. Actually ahead on farm right now as Endless is pushing up solo. Caveman makes his way back through. Everything will be fine. Oh, death sentence, but spell shield was, of course, there.
And baits out the spell shield.
Yeah, that was the attempt.
Just
not missing.
in his mind already is 0.
That's the plan. Nice Cosmic Binding there, though. Denies Mystic one of the CS. Condi not going to see the pink ward. That's very deep, very early as well now as Vici going to clear out a pink ward of their own. 957 and Long battling one another.
Oh, but Dandy is here.
Yeah.
They will spot him as he walks out a little bit because they have got a defensive ward, but there it is right now.
Yeah, he's very deep in here as Long was doing his very best to try and bait this one through. What might be the wallbang? There it is, 957 now flashing out of the way, grabs the kill, and he might even get out.
Yeah, he certainly does. So, interesting choices there. And
The
now
overbait.
the play.
Yeah, possible here as Mystic is going to make his way down. Condi's in here, though, and Caveman gets hooked up, possibly destroyed now as well as Mystic picks up the kill. But in comes Easy Hoon. Massive Ring of Frost as Endless picks up the kill onto Mystic. And now they're trying to hunt everybody else down. There's the immediate teleport as Long picks up 0. Skirmish play from Vici looking still fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly is. They use double teleports into the top lane, however. So that's a big investment. And we'll see if anything happens in the meantime. They're about 1,000 gold up. As now Long may be looking to pressure the Graves, who is only level 4, so might be susceptible to a dive. But let's take another look at this play in the bottom lane. 957, able to use Grasp of the Undying, pick up the buckler, get the kill, block the hop out of Dandy and flash away safely. And this was a nice play out of Mystic and 0. It just took too long, honestly. That was all it was, you know. Caveman wastes a lot of their time. Good hook up here. But as soon as the first teleport came in, they needed to get the first kill and run away. Instead, they keep going onto Endless and just over-committal by like the slightest of margins. Means that 0 also gets picked off by a nice engagement out of Long.
Yeah, and Vici, of course, showing that they do not worry about whether or not to use their summoner spells. That was like double flashes, double teleports, all sorts of things used in that top lane to make sure that they get as many kills as possible. Has netted themselves 1,000 gold lead here at 7 minutes into the game. Easy Hoon, control of the mid lane now as well as that Abyssal Scepter halfway done. And he's still ahead in CS by...
Ooh, one more time, Caveman gets hooked up.
Nice death sentence. Oh, actually, Len going to be broken there as 0 can't quite make it happen. Condi over the top end of the line for the double tap as Mystic misses the True Shot barrage.
But gets another flash out. So fantastic job there out of the duo lane. And 0's just putting on a clinic
Yeah.
today. 0, 2, and 1. Very strange to say that at this stage of the game, but has been performing very well. Easy Hoon looking for potentially another roam.
But unable to find anything just yet. G8 just shoving out this wave. Of course, if Corky can do one thing, it is shove. Especially with the free lane here. And now that he has that level 6, level 7 now, of course, can use those rockets to clear even faster.
And you worry because Xie is going to scale phenomenally well, damage-wise, into the late game. As Dandy actually goes for an invade, looking to pick up a red buff on the bottom side of the map whilst Condi is occupied. So that's really smart jungle pathing out of Dandy. But he will also be able to match the teleport in a very unique way. Corky can just pick up the package and zoom around the map very efficiently. As Dandy now maybe even looking for a dive in the top lane.
Yeah, Heroic Charge comes out here from 957. Twisted Advance is going to answer. Grasp of the Undying means the Poppy wins the trade, but we'll see whether he pulls too far forward. Buckley going to be eaten by Long as Condi. Might be discovered right now from Dandy. Hopping forward now as well. Uses the collateral damage. Very defensive here as in comes Xie.
And 957 has the inside track.
Yeah, ultimate may need to be used here. Fantastic flash out of Dandy,
Easy Hoon's in trouble.
Yeah, could be an issue. Chlorodoom going to come out. Glacially paths himself to safety.
And they force him away. Lung's now caught on the back end. Has found Condi.
Who's caught who right now as he's trying to lock him down. Grasp of the Undying there as well. But the tree may actually be in trouble. He has been caught out of position. And another grasp comes in, but GA picks up the kill.
And Dandy swapped sides. Dandy tried to save him.
Oh, God. See you later, Dandy. Lance Respite was there, but knew that he just wasn't going to be able to live.
Was also in transit, so very, very hard to execute on there. Now Caveman potentially caught out one more time. And WE, this time, even though they dropped the early game, are able to match aggression with aggression and come out with the goods. Caveman was potentially looking for an aggressive play, but calls it off.
Yeah, it's going to be completely even now on the side of Vici and WE, and we thought that this looked like Vici making it their game once again. It seems like WE seem to be able to answer the level of skirmish prowess that Vici have shown in early games especially.
And it's a Poppy ahead, Bruiser versus Pure Tank.
Yeah.
A lot of it to do with why Poppy is so popular is she has the tanky stats of a like Maokai or a Nautilus, something like that, but just does ridiculous damage with only Iceborne Gauntlet and Sunfire Cape. You can see that 957 well and truly on his way towards that pickup.
Not
also
to mention
probably
2 kills now as
Trinity Force going to be picked up for the Corky. So, very comfortable position for WE. And Vici slightly on the back foot. They have a mid-game composition, and Civ is kind of their late-game insurance with the Kindred. But Corky just does so much surprising burst damage. Trinity Force IE, Rapid Fire Cannon, is like obnoxious to deal with.
Shio just tries to land a Foss Bomb cheekily and then package his way out using the cooldown, but is going to miss it and then unfortunately just use the package for no reason there at all. So interesting stuff from the mid laner, but
was expiring.
Exactly. You know, you just got to use it.
Yeah.
There's Dandy thinking of trying to get some work done here under 957, identifying a strong point of the map here for WE. As Long wants to get it. There's the teleport. Vici really want this kill. The ultimate does go off as 957 is attempting to flash his way to safety, but Frozen Tomb is going to lock him up and the Poppy's going to die. WE immediately answering with a dragon, and GA is pushing up very aggressively. See whether they can get anything more back apart from just this neutral objective.
Yeah, see whether they go for something like a dive on the bottom side of the map, because that was teleport used, and 957s would be available in about 5 seconds when he respawns.
Yeah, Claw just to clear out the minion wave. Not going to go too aggressive under GA there, as Condi looking to clear off this dragon. Is going to do so with a smite. And the Graves plowing forward quite nicely.
So in the end, it is just a dragon for the kill in the top side of the map. 957 will actually use his teleport to get all of that free CS underneath the turret. Does not want to fall behind this Maokai. We've already talked about how important it is for him to stay up. But that does leave a little bit of space for Maokai to try and make a play cross-map.
Yeah, Sunfire Cape actually already built up here for Long, so surprising amount of extended fight damage.
Yeah, I still don't think he has much of a chance. I mean, they brought 3 people up there, and 957 still nearly killed one of them.
Definitely gave one of them a spanking as he went flying out of the way.
Yeah, that was Dandy.
Poor Dandy. He often gets hit by Poppy ultimates. Seems to be the focus from most teams, of course, understandably as well. Has been
especially
a
on
benefactor.
Kindred.
Yeah.
Kindred ulti is very crucial in these team fights. You can see that Siva is able to push the Ezreal in. That's not really all of that much of a surprise. And they continue to roam around, try and get deep vision into that part of the jungle.
Well, the Corki now with a pretty gigantic lead in the mid lane if you have a look at it. Close to 20 as Easyhoon falling behind just a little bit with the amount he's been leaving the lane,
Yeah,
moving
it has
around.
teleported top twice, so
yeah.
you can understand where it has come from.
Oh, that was close.
Certainly was.
No cigar, though.
You sounded like you put your fat controller voice on. That was close.
Close, but no cigar there. Yeah. Not quite. We ain't going full Ringo Starr just yet.
He's a beetle.
He is. He
You
is
don't know
also...
anything about them.
No, but the thing is, Spawn, is the fact that he also voiced Thomas the Tank Engine. Which is fantastic.
He didn't voice Thomas.
Well, he did the narration for Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yes. Yeah. You said voice Thomas.
Ah, well, that was also the name of the show. Dig up! Quickly!
Yeah.
As long as he's going to step on a buckler. Thank you. There we are. Something to talk about. 957 trying to hold on to this lane now as the Meowkai doing a bunch of work. We haven't had a moment to appreciate Meowkai just yet.
Yeah, I for one am grateful for the new skin because that's how I used to pronounce the name anyway. As pointed out on many broadcasts. Thank you very much, guys at home. I appreciate the feedback. As we now have a little bit of aggression, actually. 0 up in the top.
Yeah, they're trying to return the favor here. Box goes down long. You are not going anywhere, my friend. Dandy's actually going to be able to get in here. Uses the lambs for a spite, but I have a feeling both of them are going to be in trouble. Fantastic play from Zero. But that's going to be all she wrote, and he saves his life.
Yeah, but they burnt everything, and they're not going to get anything cross-map either unless they make a risky play in the bottom lane. That was honestly great target selection out of Zero. As soon as Dandy entered that fight, he just plucked him out of thin air and was able to put down a lot of hurt. You can see that Mystic does the right thing, backs away from this turret. Probably going to send the True Shot barrage across. They will lose it anyway. And it's going to return in the top lane.
Yeah, so nice trade as the Bard is going to be able to help out. They grab the bottom lane outer turret. Endless there as well, and we'll see what he can pick up as they move back in. Trinity Force now done for GA, as it looks like he's going towards the rapid fire cannon as item number 2. Want to get a bit more of that poke focus out of the Corki.
Kindred going to stick her head in here. 957 in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, just getting out of there is Condi. 957 trying to run away with the steadfast presence. Dandy hopping forward. This could be trouble right now as the red buff is going, but doesn't want to overextend. And they'll grab themselves a pink ward potentially, unless Dandy has different things on his mind.
Yeah, so instead they'll just turn their eyes towards the Rift Herald now. I want to see where WE now send their standard laners. Does 957 go into the bottom lane, pick up that farm, and the Ezreal try and defend top lane turret? Certainly looks to be the case. Don't think he's going to be there in time, however. So a little bit of a wasted movement here. But just putting emphasis on 957, trying to get him ahead. And package also available. So with package and teleport, there's a ward at red buff. You can maybe look for a play in the window that Kindred Ultimate is still down.
Well, True Shot Barrage to clear out the minion wave. Haven't really spoken all that much about the fact that Mystic did get his Ezreal. Still scaling. Does need that Mirror Mana before he really feels comfortable here in this game, but he's ahead in farm by quite a lot against the Sivir. Mystic, the benefactor of a lot of the standing gold. As GA actually gets
called out one more time.
Yeah, Long just ignores him completely, moving towards his team. As Rift Herald going to be used to siege down the mid lane. GA gets a Frost Bomb over the top. Will deal with this creep wave, but he tanks up a fair bit of damage. WE holding on. 957 delivers a huge wave towards the bottom side of the map here as well. So good work from the Poppy. Alleviates the pressure in the mid lane. Forces Vici to move that Rift Herald around. Dandy, of course, holding on to that one, now heading into the jungle.
And honestly, you feel like when it comes to these little micro movements, it is WE that gets ahead. Even though they lost an extra turret in that exchange, as you mentioned, Ezreal is going to take a little bit longer to come online.
Yeah.
As soon as he grabs that second item, should be completely fine. Goes back, grabs it now, completely fine. And Corki now going to have the package as well as the Zeal. So if there is a time to fight, next 21 seconds, Dragon is available. Teleports in the top lane. Would certainly be the time.
And this is what WE generally want to do, is find these early team fights, get everyone in there, smack Vici around. Of course, now behind in gold. Only by about 1.5k. Nothing to really write home about here.
And you would say that they make up for it in their efficient item builds. Warrior gives gold right now. Is actually that a Warrior? No, it's not. It's a Devourer. So Devourer are not going to really be online until it's sated. Blue Ezreal, very gold efficient. Essence Reaver kind of needs a Zeal item before it's efficient. So right now you would say even though they're behind in gold, power kind of in WE's favor just because of how their composition works.
Well, they are going to utilize it to grab their second dragon of the game here as well. First time a team's really had a monopoly here at about 20 minutes into the game. As Endless could be in trouble. There's the package, and Xie's going to lock down the kill. Tempered Fate just says, we'll watch you while you kill our AD carry.
Yeah, it certainly does, and now they get the invade onto the red buff as well. So, returning the favor, we'll see whether they go for a cheeky dive in the bottom lane. Might be risky because it is a Lissandra. Instead, they're looking to pick the Kindred. I feel like that's just ambitious at best.
Mystic. I'm going to try and take Easy Hoon down. Arcane Shift, going to get him to safety from the claw. As Xie very far in. Dandy.
Not really all that scared of him.
No.
And instead they do pick onto Easy Hoon. Good flash.
Yeah, Flash is out of the way of the box, but Zero just trades ultimate for Flash. Definitely worth. And Alessandra does like to have that particular summoner spell available.
Now they start the siege in the bottom lane. See whether Easy Hoon without Flash is confident in defending this. Actually, Claws of Doom forward. And see that Zero was kind of like, is he going to take that? I'm going to hook anyway, just in case.
Does deny him the possibility if he ever was going to move forward. But without the Flash, I think I just wouldn't be going aggressive 1v3.
Well, it really depends. I think Maokai was out of line of sight, so, you know, could be looking for a flank there. We've already seen what happens when top laner joins Lissandra in defending these turrets.
Very true. She actually building...
Oh!
What the hell was that burst damage? Is he just going to take him out? That was the static shift done. And I can understand exactly why. Stands next to the teleport. This guy's a beast.
That was hilarious. Atlas is like, why is he got a static shift? How did he just kill that man? I'm so confused. I was confused as well, and I don't know how he did that much damage, Atlas.
That's silly.
That was beastly out of the mid laner.
I feel like, yeah, I used the right noun. He was exactly that. Takes down the turret there as well. As you can see, Xie, a man of many champions, this is his most played. So this is probably the closest to comfort that you can get for the man. And he's making it look like exactly that.
Yeah, 3-0-0. Corki is just such a phenomenal pick in the current meta. And 957 just doing his best, I don't care about you long impression. Takes the turret.
Yeah, he's going to do so with relative ease now as well. See whether he goes to pick up that buckler as the sapling's going to come down. 957 actually struggling against Lung here in the extended trade. As Steadfast Presence is going to come down. I'm trying to make it exciting spawn, and it's very, very difficult. There is the on the hunt, though, as Endless is going to make his way in. 957 now in actual danger as he picks himself up.
Split the middle.
Unfortunate. Heroic charge, and the flash is going to be used, but you're dead. And that is most definitely so, as WE have bought some time around the rest of the map.
So that was a nice pick. In fact, 957 using the flash there. Maybe a little bit of frustration even coming out, because he did whiff the ultimate.
Flat out.
Kick the goal, if you will, straight down the middle. However, WE do get good positioning on this bottom side of the map and see if they can take a cheeky turret.
380 carries, man. That is so much turret damage.
Especially
only 3 minions left, and it's dead.
2 Sheens. 380 carries. One of them is a Graves. Certainly does make short work of it.
Essence Flux there as well. Fantastic. Whoa. Just a lot of synergy.
And Ezreal's W, increasing attack speed of other champions, is what Atlas is talking about right now. Certainly does have good synergy.
I could imagine if you don't know what Essence Flux is called, it's the button you never use if you're playing Ezreal. Generally. Or at least it's the one that I just choose to rebind.
Or if you're an old school Ezreal player, it was the one that used to slow attack speed, heal, and was generally broken and max first in nearly every matchup. So,
also AP Ezreal's first max.
No, it's not. Never has been.
Really?
Yep. You generally max
what I got
Q
wrong.
for wave clear, or E if you want to be very good at dueling. But you generally honestly, AD Ezreal used to max it more for the fact that it used to win every single trade.
Yeah, well, that was silly. That was a long time ago.
But yeah, even when the latest iteration of Runeglade Ezreal was definitely Q-max.
Huh. Oh, well, yes, that makes sense because you're using the Runeglade type thing.
Well, you don't start with Runeglade. You don't even have it by level 9 generally.
Yeah, but you also start Doran's Blade, don't you, normally with the Runeglade build?
No, I used to start Ring. Ring's great for mana regen.
Especially for Ezreal, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, definitely wrong about how to play AP Ezreal, which is probably fine, because I never really did.
I used to play heaps of it.
Yeah, no, you did.
I used to
I
get
feel like anything that you can play AP that you probably don't normally is something that's right in your rulebook.
I was a huge Cogmore player as well.
And Poppy and Maokai and all sorts of things.
Oh, Maokai's meant to be played
AP Gragas jungle. AP Malphite.
Here we go, 957. A little bit of trouble. One more time.
Ring of Frost is going to come down. Frozen Tomb going to be used as well. Here is 957 doing his very best to try and get out. The ultimate comes in. Dandy going to be punted away. Zizi Hoon slowed to the queue. 957 not going to die this time as now another top laner in trouble. Nice play back there from Zero as he throws down the box. Long just constantly CC'd right now, but the Vengeful Maelstrom actually does a lot of damage.
So are they ever really in trouble, Atlas? That's a real question right now.
My job is to try and make it exciting.
I understand
Neither of them are going to die.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to do, but I think we need to stop lying to the people and engaging onto Poppy and Maokai at this stage of the game at least is not a very smart thing to do. I mean, Ezreal maybe can make a case for it now because he has picked up the beginnings of his completed Last Whisper item. So we'll be able to get through a lot of that armor. I like the pickup so early in the game.
We'll see whether he goes for the Mortal Reminder as well to stop some of the healing, because a lot of healing
Sap
ability.
magic. Oh,
so good.
Annoying.
Well, not to mention Easy Hoon as well, the ultimate.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Siva has Warlord Bloodlust.
And heal.
Bard.
Sips of cocoa, man.
So, yeah, I agree with you. I think that Mortal Reminder was, for the longest time, people were, like, complaining a lot about heals and how Lifesteal was working on the current patch. Even if you think back to, like, how Jax was going Lifesteal with Quincy's Rage Blade and just, like, never dying, always sustained build. And I think Mortal Reminder's always kind of been there.
Well, we'll see whether that is what he's going to turn it into.
That is once again, Condi's Graves builds have been like terribly aggressive today.
Yeah. Well, his builds in general have actually been very, very aggressive.
Has not gone with Asterix as his third item. That's what you normally like to see against these burst mages. Instead goes for the Phantom Dancer. Sure, it has some defensive flavor, but definitely not that of Asterix.
Well, you can see GA had to use the package there in the mid lane.
Here we go.
Running out as, there's the teleport towards the top side of the map. Mystic has it cancelled. And now Vici going to engage on the Condi. Yeah, as he's moving in there. Death Sentence, I believe, just landed. And Dandy in a whole bunch of trouble. GA right in the front line as Dandy has to use the ultimate only on himself. It will wear off as he flashes over the wall, but Mystic grabs it with a Mystic shot.
Go through 957.
Yeah, get in there,
Baron.
boys. There was no inner turret.
Yeah, so Baron is going to be the call. They turn around, make a beeline for that objective. Lund canceled the teleport. Easy Hoon completed about 30 seconds later. Maybe not even that long. Now they have to fight.
Oh my goodness, drags his friends in there as well as the Magical Journey going to get Caveman up, but he's so low. Endless is going to fall. GA's going to be able to pick that one up, and True Shot Barrage grabs the slow-moving Bard. Long now has to watch as this Baron falls down. He's like, I've got the most adorable onesie, but this is not the best time I've had. He's still going to try and do his best. Arcane Smash going to go wide as Zero throws in a Death Sentence just to help out, and he just gets punted away. Beautiful play out of WE, not taking any risks, and they'll grab the Baron.
Yeah, and with that, a huge advantage for what is match point for the team right now. Yeah. They've come such a long way. Let's take another look at this. They start up the Baron. They've already taken out one member, and it's Zero one more time. Lines up the Bard, able to bring in the Poppy.
957.
Poppy is able to get the tackle against Endless here. It just puts out so much damage. Great target prioritization out of Mystic. Sends the True Shot Barrage one way. The Q's the other. Sapling was searching for Zero.
The most important thing about that to me was the fact that Zero started that in an instant. Yeah. Tells 957 that he's taken that lantern.
Oh, I don't think you have to tell 957 twice. I've watched the guy play for a long time.
Everybody else was standing on top of it, though. You see a lantern, you're like, oh, I want to take this. It's so much fun. I could imagine GA was like, oh, yeah, get me in there, boys.
Well, we've already talked about it. There's only 2 people with CC on the team. Yeah. So 957 is 100% the right person to take that lantern. And anyone else would probably have been told off.
Yeah.
So now with Baron buff, the siege begins in the top lane. About 5,000-6,000 gold the lead.
Yeah, so not a huge gold lead, honestly.
For 27 minutes in.
That's a good point. 957 looking to get some work done here in the mid lane as well. Not a lot that Vici can do with no one here, as they have 5 members on the bottom side of the map. This is just getting repeatedly shoved. 957 continuing to do work. Teleport not available for the Poppy, but they'll even be able to use War of Attrition to take this one down. Long, that's a tank. The big one did so much damage.
But Corky, you know, with the IE as well as that static shiv, just cannot be stopped. They're unrelenting.
Yeah, this inhibitor turret just melted like butter. You can see the inhibitor now under fire as Condi's throwing pellets into it. Vici, they may have to start something here to try and fend off this WE roster, because they cannot afford to bleed all of these objectives, and they're getting poked out as well.
I don't know how they can. As long as the Poppy and Thresh are anywhere near this fight, there's just no clear way on. Thresh with the Flay, with the box, it's just so hard to chase through.
And Zero's at full health here as well. He wants to go. He knows that he wants to go.
Ultimate burn.
Yeah, on the hunt has been popped. There's the Tempered Fate. Zero flashes out of the way of it, but Condi's being caught up. A massive stack of Vici are moving forward as Condi is going to fall down eventually, but they trade. That is the massive tank dead.
Here
Caveman's
comes
gone.
957.
Oh my god, the most terrifying arrival of a Poppy we've ever seen. The ultimate buys some time out of Dandy, but they explode. That phosphorus bomb just kills 3 people at once, and this is going to be game and match for WE.
Yeah, that's all she wrote, Atlas. It's going to be a 3-1. WE will advance to set their date with, I believe... Oh, who is on the other end?
RNG?
EDG?
RNG, I believe.
No, it can't be. They're the next round.
Oh, that's what I mean. That's who they're going to meet, isn't it? Whoa, we've had a massive stall, but congratulations to WE. They are able to take down that game. I think QG's on the top of the bracket.
Yeah, RNG was on top of the other one.
Yeah. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, no, it's RNG that they're up against next. But Vici, they're going home. No more playoff run for this squad. The team that was able to take down LGD in a very convincing 3-1 victory, of course, only needed to play a couple of those games, take a couple of those wins anyway, and man, congratulations to WE.
Wow, that is going to be such an exciting matchup.
Yeah.
Because when you look at it, they match up really nicely against them. RNG, a team that likes to play standard lanes, like to be able to take it to you during that early phase. And WE has just shown time and time again that they're happy to play that style of League of Legends.
And RNG, of course, have very, even spread of power around the map as well. So WE, it's just going to be this crazy skirmish battle, and the team fights are going to be so incredibly exciting to watch, especially with Name now being a consistent member of the roster.
And watching also the jungle position, I mean, we've just seen Condi go toe-to-toe with Dandy and have a fantastic performance. 3 games in a row. Game 1 was pretty ugly, in all honesty, and Vici well and truly slaughtered their way through that one. But for 3 games in a row, the whole of WE, once again, they're just like a team that stalls out, absorbs all this pressure, doesn't really falter, and like the march of the end. It's like an inevitability. Like they're just coming for you at the end of the day. And that's going to be a cracker of a matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous, as well as the fact that, RNG are going to put up a huge fight. This is a team that has been looking better and better, and it is going to be hard for WE. But I think it's all about the jungle.
I don't know if they have been looking better and better. RNG they got off to an absolute flyer. I mean, they represented at IEM, but they also have had a late roster swap. I mean, you've already mentioned it. Name and Fawoosh. This is a team that, didn't have the best end to the season. I think that we were kind of sold on like EDG, Snake, LGD as these teams that are on the up and coming.
Yeah.
And we'll see now if that is the case.
Yeah, and RNG are going to have to really work for this one. But MLXG versus Condi, I love this because, of course, you see Clearlove as being the Chinese jungler, right? And Condi and MLXG have always been trying to nip at his heels, trying to prove themselves. And if they move themselves up, could you imagine a grand final when it is going to be something like EDG versus RNG or WE if they do make it through, if they do carry this momentum? Because this is a team that looked unstoppable in the team fights. They played so ridiculously well.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, you have to really give credit because Vici just came off the back of decimating LGD. I mean, LGD were able to pick up a game. Sure, they were on match point pretty much after game number 1 and backs against the wall. But Vici, cleaned them up in pretty handed fashion. This time around, though, Vici didn't have the answers. They gave the same comp 2 times in a row. WE proved that they could win with it. Then they tried to take the comp away and kind of play their own version of it, did Vici. And WE one more time, we're like, well, we're not that impressed by that either. I mean, we've still got all these other picks. You've given us Ezreal, you've given us Corki. We're very comfortable with triple AD carry. And a team that's adapted great to the meta right now, continuing to surprise everyone. If you had said that WE would be down to Final Four at the end of the first split with what is a rebuilt lineup, people would have called you crazy.
And a bunch of rookies here as well. 957 hasn't been playing for very long. This guy has stepped up massively, shown so much flexibility, and I'm so glad that you mentioned that because that's what's been so beautiful to watch, is the fact that they're so flexible and they adapt so well. I love their drafts throughout this series. Beautiful.
And we give a lot of credit to EDG of being able to transfer power behind whoever they want. This is another team that can do that. And one more time, Shie picks up MVP.
Yeah, his Corki performance was ludicrous.
I think when he volked in on the mid lane and just one-shot Endless, like wiped him off the face of the earth.
For the second time in a row, he'd just done it with a package just previously as well.
So that was kind of a 3v1. You can understand Endless gets caught out of position. This time, he volks onto him, crits him. Endless is like, that's half my health. Flashes on top of him. He's like, I'm pretty screwed. That was a terrific performance. Terrific series, honestly, out of Shie.
Yeah, and I really like the adaptation in build as well. The static shiv worked incredibly well. Don't quite understand why or how.
There it is.
My God,
Ready?
it did. Yeah, here it is. That's half his health bar.
I didn't lie.
Yeah, exactly. No, but sometimes, you can exaggerate.
No, I don't. I speak only the truth, Atlas.
Oh, but yeah, and that most certainly was it. As watch for this phosphorus bomb here as well at the end of this team fight. Oh my goodness. Vici looked like they were doing well here.
Yeah, they certainly did. They get a good initiation, but 957 does go in for the flank. Ever aggressive, acknowledges that there is going to be a Kindred ulti, and then just able to get the phosphorus bomb, cleans up the kills on the back end of that. The team fought fantastically, laned well after game number 1. I think was surprised by Dandy's smart jungle pathing in game 1. It threw him a little bit. But WE, very resilient team, bounced back. And actually quicker than usual today, able to clean up Vici.
That was fantastic to watch there as well. And this is decisive play and good early game skirmishing, especially in game number 3. And that is not something that you would ever attribute to WE at all. This team has been, historically, this split, terrible in the early game.
I think that's an over-exaggeration. I think they're messy. I think they're a very messy team. They're kind of the kid that, all throughout split, doesn't really study. He's off doing whatever he wants, just chilling out.
They're cramming. You're saying they're cramming right now?
And then it kind of gets to 25 minutes, and they're like, oh, crap, we have a test tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Prepare for that one, go back, get a shop in, rock up, clean people up.
Yeah, smashing the books or something like that is what WE have been doing, but they've made it look like it's working.
Yeah, well, no, and that's what we've said all split long. I cannot stress this enough. They're a team that, if you're not into late game T fighting, like CLG EU, the old WE as well, then probably not your team. But when you see them execute these clean team fights, I mean, at the end of that game, where you see they turn around on a dime as soon as 957 is ready for the re-engage, and just everyone goes in at the same time. When it's 957 taking the one Thresh Lantern to get onto Endless, there is just so many micro interactions that its team is able to consistently execute on in these team fights. It just makes it so impressive to watch.
So incredibly impressive. And I'm really glad that you mentioned that Lantern as well, because Zero, even on his Thresh in the final game, I just love the fact that he grabs his signature pick, honestly, and then just goes completely to town on it. That Thresh play was fantastic.
Especially
in that game.
because, they tried so much to get match lanes here, did Vici, and they did have a good early game because of that fact. Got a great invade out of Danny. We talk about Kindred with red buff, double buff all the time, and was able to utilize that. But double teleport, the macro play, it was still there for Vici. But this time, WE were just able to respond through very, very good team play. And it was kind of a clash in styles. We thought that, top side of the map versus a very well-rounded composition, that was going to be interesting. Double teleport macro users versus very heavy team fighters. And it just seemed that this time, WE drafted much better. I'm going to give their draft, 60% of the credit, but then executed on Summoner's Rift as well, and that's where it counts.
Yeah, and it's the fact that they can, you mentioned turning on a dive within the game, but they also did that in the draft at the same time. They came out with this triple AD carry comp, very different to what they'd been playing, and played to the style of that comp instantly.
Yeah, they certainly did, and this is something that is very practice for them. 957 goes from tank performance game 1, I believe.
Yeah, on the Echo.
Yep, so he goes from tank Echo, double Lissandra games, Poppy. That just tells it all. Bruiser, double carry performance on a mage, back to Poppy, does not miss a beat. Like, very well executed in what is like a kite back peel and has to be the sole initiation. Like, Zero can help out a little bit there if he lands a death sentence. But it just shows the versatility in the top laner. That's why I like him so much. I appreciate people that can play a spectrum of styles, not just champions. And 957 has proven time and time again that as far as top laners go, he does that arguably better than anyone in the LPL right now.
Yeah, and then you've also got Shea there.
He plays it really well.
Yeah, well, that's a very good point. Flandre just generally plays a whole bunch of things very, very well. But I want to talk about Shea and this Karma pick. Do you think this is actually going to start a trend here in the LPL, or do you think this is just Shea?
We've seen it worldwide. Karma is a staple in the meta right now. I think she's here to say, got a couple of slight buffs, and then people realize that she's just been strong for a pretty long time. So I think that support will see a little bit of Karma, but mid lane is where she really thrives because she does get those big ratios behind her AoE shields. And Frost talks all about this all the time. AoE heals, AoE shields. Not many of them exist in League of Legends anymore. It's for a reason. They're generally really strong. And Karma just showed that Mantrid E inside the Kindred ultimate just showed that she can be game-changing at early stages of the game.
Yeah, just ludicrous. And I just love watching her, honestly, because it's a champion that I actually know how to play. It's incredibly exciting to me. So Shea definitely having a brilliant performance, actually getting the Karma ban in the last game, then switching over to the Corki, looking absolutely brilliant. And another shout-out to Mystic as well. This guy got double bans in the first 3 games, still played fantastically, then gets the Sivir picked away from him, back on his Ezreal. It's like business as usual. This whole team. You mentioned B+. I think we're raising them to an A.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. And look, that's just how I explain the team, because it's like, really,
if you've got so many points
it's the 5
to divvy
fingers
up,
that come together to make a fist, right? So it's not that they're bad individual players, it's just that they excel in a team style situation. They are kind of like mini EDG. Like, that's how I kind of explain them, and they're very endearing to watch. I think the Mystic and Shea especially, when you would have said, like, last year, what was it, SMLZ and Ninja?
Yeah.
The 2 staples of the roster. We're going to bring in these 2 very new Korean 80 carry, Chinese solo queue player that played a heck of a lot of Fizz and Diana, scarily amounts actually before he came into the LPL, and that they're going to be the staples of your roster. You would have been raising questions, but WE have proven that rebuilding within the Chinese scene is definitely a possibility. Only took them a split and a half, really.
Yeah.
And they're going to make it into a semi-final.
Exactly right, up against RNG as well, who have somewhat similar style, not necessarily the same. And do you think that this will be different to that of the Vici matchup? Because we spoke about this, the fact that Vici do like to take the game long. If MLXG is on a team, you have a feeling that you're not going to get a free early game this time around. Do you think that stylistically it's going to be a problem for
Well, it's kind of like Easy Hoon Dandy that invades you. We saw a little bit of support invade there from Caveman in the last game, but that generally is like Easy Hoon Dandy matching up on Vici. It definitely is Marta MLXG. For RNG. And Name is kind of left in a 1v2 situation. So I think that, honestly, I think it's a good stylistic matchup. I think that Zero has proven in the past that he likes to try and go with Marta. I'm not going to say he's been successful very much as we take a look at the back end of that team fight from WE. But I think that will be a matchup that WE, look, they'll come in as the underdogs, but I think they will thrive in that situation.
Yeah, and I think that also the best of 5 scenario is fantastic here for WE as well, just because of the adaptation, the added flexibility that they do have. The fact that Shea plays basically every champion ever in the mid lane, I could imagine seeing like some sort of potential Bard mid lane pick. Like it feels like they're able just to flex everything. And Lissandra, such a big pick for Vici, they just pick it away. 957 plays it fantastically, but they could have just decided that if they wanted that in the mid lane for the matchup, then they would have just put it there instead. And I think best of 5s really suit this team. So the best of 3s we've been having throughout the split haven't even really shown off WE's power.
No, they sound. I think that they have. I think that WE's had a great split. I think that this is where they wanted to start from. And now if they take out RNG, that it only adds more strings to their bow. But it's going to be a very tough matchup.
Yeah, most certainly is, of course. RNG looking fantastic. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. When we come back, it will be EDG taking on a fired up Snake, and you do not want to miss it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. My name is Matthew Fish Stewart, and joining me on the casting desk for the second Best of 5 series is going to be Zach Rusty Pie. Unfortunately, Atlas has fallen down. Well, apparently Spawn is trying to pull him back out, so we're going to take over for this fantastic Best of 5 series. How are you feeling today, Rusty?
Feeling a bit better than Atlas, obviously. The second time he's managed to fall down. Well, it's a weird thing to have happen to him, but more than once. Fair enough, I suppose. Of course, yeah, very excited to be here. This is a massive game.
Oh, that's fantastic. It is a massive game. It is going to be EDG going up against Snake. But we just saw another game in the quarterfinals here, which was Team WE taking on Vici. Vici started out very strong, but couldn't close that series. WE fought back very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, they started off really well, Vici. Izzy Hoon in particular is the one that we have to mention. He was performing exceptionally well in the first game, but World Elite found their stride. I think it was to say, I'd say safely through the bottom lane. Most importantly, Zero was just going off on the Bard, brought back momentum for World Elite, and when it came to crunch, they were the team that team fought better.
And it really felt like that's where Vici was strong as well in the first game. Their bottom lane surprisingly was able to get the resources from the rest of their team and pick up that victory. In fact, in the final game, looked like they were going to do the same thing, but Team W fought back nicely. But that's enough of that game. We are going to be going into the second best of 5 tonight, which is going to be EDG taking on Snake Esports. And Rusty, in the LPL so far, a lot of these teams, they've really had a great run leading into playoffs. A lot of teams have improved tremendously and are showing a lot of power coming to playoffs. And these are two of those teams. Snake and EDG definitely look good going into this game.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And it's something we almost expected of Vici as well, just to quickly touch back on it. The playoffs buff, as you would imagine, LGD as well falling to them. All of these teams have actually started to ramp up as we got towards the end of the split. And coming into these playoffs, Snake have managed to accelerate their game time. They look much more efficient moving around the map. EDG, they feel reinvigorated once more. Clearlove coming back in the middle of the split gave them something, but it feels like they've found something else to add on to that.
So let's start with Snake. So Snake, we always talk about how there's the spine of Snake, going to be the top laner, Flandre, the jungler, ZZR, and Elo as well to pick up that spine. They've been looking really good into this. How are they going to be able to impact this game?
Yeah, so I guess the first question that we do need to raise coming into this best of 5 series is how are they going to assign their lanes? Because Snake notoriously are going to lane swap, and that's where the spine of Snake actually comes out ahead, because every single time Snake lane swap, they find themselves with advantages. Those lane swaps we haven't actually been seeing a lot of from Snake recently, and in fact, they're winning through standard lanes, which to me says they're just putting more emphasis on Flandre and saying, you know what, just carry the game, man. Just do what you're the best at doing, and Snake actually be very effective in doing that recently. So I feel like the spine of Snake, very important, but the left and right hook that they've got in Tank and Crystal, just as dangerous.
And let's take a look at their lineup really quickly. Flandre up in the top lane. In the jungle, it's going to be ZZR, Tank in that mid lane, with Crystal and Ella being in the bottom lane duo. So you take a look at the first player. It's none other than Flandre, the top lane legend for this Snake lineup.
Yeah, and one of the top laners contesting for the best in their role in the LPL. He is the star player of Snake. Not that anyone else on Snake is performing poorly. He just stands out, goes above and beyond.
Then we have ZZI. He's been very outspoken about how Nidalee and Kindred are very strong in the jungle right now as well.
Yeah, he's actually set himself a tier list. It's like Nidalee, Kindred, and then Elise because it counters both of them. So don't be surprised if that's his champion pool in this series.
And then we have Tank in the mid lane. I feel like this is a guy we're going to be talking a lot about today because he had a fantastic series 2 days ago.
Yeah, he absolutely has been. Tank's been performing well as we move towards Crystal, one of the more sporadic members, I would say, of this Snake lineup.
And he's going to be supported by none other than Ella to round out their roster. He is another part of that Snake spine that we talk about so frequently, and a very solid bottom lane duo.
Yeah, and 3 MVPs, don't let that fool you. Mostly on Trundle, I will say, when he gets the most valuable players of his team, because Ella, he's got a secret carry hidden deep beneath his skin where he can actually pull out some miracle performances.
Pulls in a little bit of Moscow 5C hero, kill hero sometimes coming from Ella as we take a look at the other side of Summoner's Rift. Arguably the favorites coming into this matchup. It's going to be EDG, who have looked impressive this entire LPL run, and they're looking to continue that impressive streak going into playoffs here. As we take a look at their lineup for tonight. So many of these players, so little time. They've been trying to throw in a couple of players here and there. Athena in the mid lane, Fire Lolly as well, but they're going to stick to Core up in the top lane, Clearlove in the jungle, Pawn in the mid lane, and Deft and Mako to round up their roster.
Yeah, it's crunch time for EDG. There's no point putting in subs if your team is healthy willing and able to perform right now.
And we're going to take a look at Koro first. He's played a lot of meta tanks up in the top lane. Has been one of the pillars for EDG right now. And Clearlove, the dark and light side of this jungler, has shown time and time again in the LPL.
And that's the beautiful thing about Clearlove. You never know what you're going to get. Is it the Moscow 5-esque performance that you referenced before? Or is it just farm until team fighting comes around? You never really know.
And then we have Pawn in the mid lane. I know you have a few ways to describe this player for his team, but he's been doing some fancy things.
He is a bit of a clown in the middle lane, Pawn. You never know what he's going to do, but he makes it work and always looks like a star.
And Deft and Mako are going to round out the bottom lane for EDG as well. One of the strongest bot lanes in the LPL right now.
Yeah, it goes without saying, EDG's bottom lane, Deft in particular, has been performing out of his mind right now. Mako to back that up is a very impressive thing as well, because you never know what Deft's capable of. But honestly, this AD carry means business right now.
So we talked a lot about Snake before we saw the team lineups there. Let's talk a little bit about EDG now, because they're a very well-rounded roster. They have a lot of fantastic players in the team. But before that, actually, we're going to take a look at the team story really quickly. So look at the team: KDAs, kill petition, gold per minute, turrets destroyed, and gold at 20. But yeah, let's touch on EDG a little bit. Where is their backbone? Where is their spine? What makes EDG EDG?
It's weird to think about EDG and where the spine as such would lay in the roster, because you honestly would look at Clearlove and say potentially him, but they're kind of like a revolving door of where the carry lies. It could start in the top lane if Clearlove decides he wants to gank there, or Koro has an outstanding performance, but sometimes they could be like, you know what? Let's just get bottom lane fed this time around. They work their way down to Mako and Deft. So the spine to me, Mako and Clearlove probably.
Yeah, as we take a look at the stats between these two teams, a lot of the highest gold, highest damage share, highest damage taken as well, and kill share coming in from all of these players. Snake, you see a lot of one face there, and so is EDG.
And they're both AD carries. And that's the biggest thing that we can take away from that one. So Deft, very important member for this team. You do have to look towards him as the massive carry that you would expect, and he's honestly gone above and beyond expectations towards the end of this split.
So let's take a look at the lanes that are coming into this match. So let's start off at mid lane, because Tank is somebody that we didn't see perform very well during the regular split, but he stepped up in that last best of 5 series. How he's going to be doing against Pawn today, because he has to go up this superstar mid laner for EDG.
Yeah, so the thing is, I think champion pools actually benefited Tank a lot. At the start of the split, he was only really playing Corki and champions that were like poke, whittle them down. But now that Azir's massive, he's got the Azir that he can play, but he's also got the Varus, which plays towards what Corki did, but is much more effective, especially into the Azir. So I think champion pool now complements Tank, but as far as these matchups go, Tank's got big problems against the unpredictable Pawn.
Well, we have to see if Pawn can be as unpredictable as he has been, or see if he can get a couple of those infamous backdoors off a pentakill from Deft one more time in this best of 5 series, as we are into Champion Select for game number 1 between Snake and EDG. And already, Kindred being banned out, and Azir as a response from the side of EDG, and they're taking away that Twist of Fate. No backdoor coming from you, Pawn.
Yeah, the Azir ban you'd say is a standard thing, but definitely taken from Tank, as is the next ban. A lot of the start of this drafting phase has been focusing on the middle lane, and no surprises, to be perfectly honest with you. While Snake have got differences in where their carries lie, and usually you would say it's Flandre. Can't really ban top lane out at the moment. You may as well target the limited pool that Tank provides.
And Tank and EasyHoon are two of the mid laners that come to mind when you see a lot of Lissandra in the mid lane. Has been picked up once or twice by a lot of the other mid laners in the LPL, but those are the two relatively famous for it, as Lulu and Poppy are going to round out the bans in game number 1.
Yeah, Lulu must be taken off, and again, we're addressing a lot of mid lane focus, but the niche Poppy pick that Flandre does have, I guess the question is always going to be arisen now of, do they look towards the Echo now that Poppy is gone? It's one of the few champions that have an answer, but that's just something that should not have been left up.
Yep, ZZR, like we mentioned earlier, very outspoken about how Kindred and Nidalee are his S-tier jungler picks, and immediately Snake are going to lock in Nidalee for their pickup for ZZR. So very farm-heavy jungler, one that can clear camps incredibly quickly, and EDG will respond with Alistar and Echo.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's a farm-heavy jungler in Italy, but the clear speed is so quick that it doesn't feel like it's a farm-heavy jungler, because she can afford to spend time ganking, even if it's not doing a full clear and just kind of cheekily going towards the lane before finishing the clear off. EDG's response, however, the champion that we did originally question, the Echo's there for Koro.
Yep, Echo going to be picked up. We could possibly see that, you know, in the mid lane. We saw that a little bit during Vici series, during Tank series, I believe, for Snake. Well, we have to see where they decide to throw this one. Alistar was picked up as well. That was 100% picked and banned very early into the LPL throughout the mid-season too, but it's still a very strong support choice as Rise and Sivir are going to be the picks coming in for Snake next to round up their second pick rotation.
Yeah, honestly, I'm still a big advocate of Rise being busted at the moment. I just think that the champion is just overwhelmingly powerful. They took a lot of the power away from his root combo where he constantly keeps you trapped down, but now he's just got damage everywhere, so even more of a threat to an extent. The thing is, looking at what Snake have got so far, Flandre needs to play something with crowd control, or Tank does, depending on where that Rise goes.
And it feels like Rise, now that he can pick up the Guardian Angel now, he feels a lot like the old Rise that was just very tanky and hard to kill in the late game. But on the other side of the table, EDG have picked up Maokai and Graves as their next pick rotations. So they're probably going to put Clear Love on his Graves in the jungle, and Maokai should be going up into the top lane.
Yeah, which of course means Pawn's going for that Echo once again. And I guess the first question we need to raise is Wayless and Rookie have both played this. One played at AP, the other played at Tank in that middle lane. The thing is, EDG having a Maokai in the top lane means that if Echo was to go any type of tankiness and not damage, they would be missing a lot of damage because they actually need him to build it.
Well, we'll have to see if Clear Love can make up for that a little bit with Graves in the jungle, as Snake are still looking to try and pick up their last few picks. With the Sivir picked up the Nidalee and the Rise, it should be either a top lane or mid laner, depending on where they flex this Rise, which should be in the mid lane, and a support coming in for Crystal's AD carry. We have to see what that one should be, and it's probably going to be this Gragas pickup with the Braum, so flexing Gragas up into the top lane.
Yeah, once again, the Flandre special, you would have to imagine, is about to be locked in. I don't think he'll go towards anything like a Nidalee. This is not Season 2. So they go for the top Gragas once again. Consistent damage, lots of sustain, similar to Maokai in that respect, but you have a lot of disengage.
Somewhere in North America, Hotshot GG is crying that Nidalee is now a jungler, no longer farming 24/7 up in the top lane. Still waiting on EDG to pick up their final pick. It should be an AD carry for Deft, so they're deciding to give that to him as their final pickup, locking Echo very early in their lineup to make sure that Snake cannot pick it up in the top lane for Flandre. But so far, they have a very, very beefy team combo feels, a lot of crowd control, a lot of ways to engage and stick to people as well.
This is fairly standard, I would almost say, from EDG at the moment. Just have beasts everywhere to stand in front of Deft, and if only he had the Sivir, it would have been exactly what a Sivir composition wanted, but not this time around.
Unfortunately for him, Crystal took that one away, but they're going to settle for Lucian as their AD carry of choice. So 2 AD carries on the side of EDG, whereas Snake, they're going to only have one on that. Sivir's going to make everyone run really fast as well. And the team compositions have been completed between these two teams.
Yeah, they absolutely have. We already touched on what EDG's team composition is capable of doing in the way that they've got a lot of frontline, they've got a lot of beefiness, and it's very hard to take any of them down. Graves, especially in Clear Love's hands, able to compensate for the missing damage that these tanks have got. And essentially, bruises across the board. They should be fine. But late game is where that question has to be brought up. They're against a Rise and a Sivir.
Let's just run through those team calls one last time. Gragas up in the top lane against a Maokai. Nidalee against the Graves in the jungle. Rise taking on Echo in the mid lane. In the bottom lane, it's going to be Sivir and Braum taking on the Lucian and Alistar. Something to note as well, double TPs from both these teams, something that's been coming back into popularity.
Yeah, Echo in particular, even using the ultimate just to get back to lane and then be able to roam around with that teleport. Lots of utility for a champion that seems to be resigning himself to losing lane every single time. But it's a Rise this time around, not the Azir that is the common matchup. So there's a chance that Pawn does well.
Like you said, there's a lot of damage coming out from this Rise in the mid lane. As the coaches, they're going to shake hands and take a bow as we head into game number 1 between EDG and Snake. Ladies and gentlemen, we have loaded onto Summoner's Rift for the second best of 5 series tonight, which will be between Snake and EDG. It will be Snake on the blue side to start off this series, and EDG will be starting on the red side. So we see, as always, teams like to go for this 5-man fan out as we take a look at the Keystone Masteries. The only one that is very noticeable is Thunderlords coming in for Mako on his Alistar, and Storm made a search for this rise.
It's a very weird thing to see a Thunderlords on an Alistar, but for what it's worth, in that minute period of time where AP Alistar was a thing, you can hit your headbutt pulverize combo and then give him a slap with the backhand of an Alistar, and you proc the Thunderlords quite effectively.
Well, I played a Porokin game with you earlier today, Rusty. I'm still having nightmares from that Thunderlord's Alistar that killed me about 20 times in that matchup. So we'll have to see if Mako can do the same thing to Snake's bottom lane here. As we are actually going to see their AD carry and support move up towards the top lane. No deep wards are placed down, so Snake don't really know this just yet. And it looks like they're going to be sending their AD carry and support down to bottom lane. So a lane swap initiated by EDG against Snake. I never thought I'd be saying that.
Yeah, so that's the thing. The bottom lane matchup of the Lucian and the Alistar makes a lot of sense that they would lane swap and hide what is a weaker lane in comparison to a Sivir and Braum. Not that a Lucian Alistar is a weak lane, but it is still a Sivir and a Braum, which basically says it all. So yeah, the thing is, they're lane swapping against what is the LPL lane swap team by definition at the moment. Dangerous thing to do. You run a lot of risks doing this because Snake find a lot of advantages through it.
And this is something
There we go.
Got it. This is something you talked about to me earlier as well. Even though Snake have still been playing standard lanes, not swapping it up as much as they did earlier, they still have a very good statistic for when they're ahead at 10 minutes with gold.
Yeah, about a week ago, the statistic was 80% win rate if they're ahead at 10 minutes in the game. And that is for various reasons. When they're standard laning, they accelerate the game really well. They place a lot of pinks in deep positions. But if they lane swap and they're ahead at 10 minutes, they're able to hide themselves on the map effectively to get Flandre into a position of power where he can split push effectively, and then they team fight after.
Well, let's see if they can still continue to do that with a lane swap initiated coming in from EDG. They all know where each other are on the map right now. And so we're going to take a look at Tank and Pawn to start things off. Already trading aggressively back and forth. Echo not afraid to just phase dive into the face of Rise very early on into this game. And ZZR has already completed 2 buffs, and Clearlove is still waiting to start his red. That literally really fast in the jungle.
Yeah, 2 minutes 50, the jungle is completely empty. Of course, the Gromp's back, but Double Golem's also taken by the bottom lane. Makes sense here that he can clear this quickly, and it gives him time to work around the map more effectively. A buff advantage could make the clear quicker when it comes to these turrets, and this is the first mind game. Let it commence.
Yep, it was both bottom laners from both teams that took the Krugs at level 1-2. So a little bit of jungle taken away, but now they have all collapsed onto the bottom lane and top lane outer turret. Snake already got theirs down in Kirby-O. They're going to wait and let a few of these minions die to the turret. EDG, let's see what they decide to do as well. It seems like they're going with the same strategy just to let a lot of the minions die first. And look at this, CZR and Ella making their way towards the mid lane.
Yeah, looking threatening here.
Look at this.
Tank's got him down.
Yep, he has been snared up by the Rise. Italy is going to go aggressively forward. Clearlove is there to try and save his ally Tank, though. He's getting cut off, but they decide to back off there. Just push him out of the lane for a little bit.
Yeah, the spear didn't connect, and actually well pathed by the mid laner of EDG, Pawn in particular there, avoiding the gank route. As cute as it was from ZZR, as he pounced towards the mid laner, he smote a minion so that he would get the reset on that pounce and close distance quicker, but it's cute, but cute doesn't get you the kill this time around. Snake, proactive, but Clearlove also getting the upper hand in that respect because he managed to spend a lot of that time farming and caught up a bit.
He's 15-19 in CS against ZZR here. Still very early into the game, so we'll have to check back with that one later to see how well ZZR eventually ends up farming on this Italy and if Clearlove can catch up with his Graves. But we did see both the outer turrets fall in the top and bottom lane during that gank in the mid lane, so didn't look like Snake lost too much by sending their members to the mid lane there. And I'm just going to even up the map. EDG does have about 400 gold in their favor for now, though, so a slight lead for themselves at the moment, but nothing too drastic.
Yeah, and only slight is the difference right now. It's not going to amount to anything just yet. What Snake have done, however, is reset their lanes as we're watching the 2 tanks hit each other. Flandre trying to freeze the wave, meaning that Snake want the standard 2v2 once again. Makes a lot of sense. EDG were to put the lane swap into effect, and you would wager Snake didn't want it for once in their life.
They've been doing that quite frequently in the last few matches in the LPL, but they are going to have standard lanes for now after the initial lane swap coming in from LGD. ZZR just waiting patiently in this bottom side of the map. Will get spotted out by the ward, but the Raptor Sense is able to pick that one up and clear it away in the bottom lane. Pops down one of his own as well to keep his bottom lane safe. As Deft and Mako, they don't have a turret to retreat to in this bottom lane. Crystal and Ella keeping the minions on their side of the map for now, not opting to push out as fast as possible. Normally in the bottom lane, you will see Sivers push these creep waves, make it a PvE for the other team at the same time.
Yeah, but if they were to do that and with no turret to rebound the wave, that would actually put them into the unfavorable position. So not forcing PvE onto EDG, but also keeping Clearlove's attention, assumedly you would say on the bottom side of the map by having them out of position, and also EDG's bottom lane having no wards. This is where Snake actually have an opportunity topside.
ZZR was able to get around Koro here, twisted advance onto Lily to try and get away from this one, but he's 2-on-1. He's actually trying to fight Flandre. Gets a lot of damage down onto this Gragas. Clearlove is close by, was spotted out by a ward from Snake.
He can't hit the ward.
Grump is in the way. Does get speared up by ZZR. Actually fancies a piece of him. Gonna pounce aggressively forward. Smoke screen will immediately come in for this Graves just to keep himself safe here. But top laners and junglers just batting out a little bit inside of Snake's jungle.
Yeah, Tank also having the teleport, you would think presented enough of an issue for EDG that they wouldn't pursue anything further. So, of course, they do back away as efficiently as possible, but there is a flank for Flandre here.
Look at this, Koro went back to base to heal here. Both flashes being used by the top laners. Clearlove is going to follow suit. They should be able to take down this Gragas with the smoke screen. ZZR actually bouncing aggressively forward, but decides he wants none of that. And EDG find an upper hand in the top lane.
Yeah, they absolutely do. The teleport from Koro was very clever, catching Flandre out of position, and this is the lane swap once again. Deep lanes for each respective team. EDG in no threat of going down. Whereas Snake's top laner Flandre, after just having a scuffle, definitely susceptible to those ganks. They make it work and they get themselves an early first blood.
And that first blood went over to Clearlove as well. One of the people you would really want first blood to go on over to as well. He would hype him up, get him a little bit pumped on this Graves. And hopefully we could see that dark side of Clearlove that we see quite often in the LPL.
You just want to see the dark side.
Of course. You always want to see the dark side.
Both
Apparently they
win,
have cookies.
But, okay. Both win. It's just that one is more entertaining to watch because the games end quicker, for better or worse.
Well, if you want to end games quick against Snake, it would be a good thing to do after their fantastic 10-minute gold stat if they're ahead against EDG. But look at this. They have a wraparound on Flandre here. Mako poising very aggressively on this Alistar is level 5. So is Flandre, apparently. Teleport immediately going to be used by Snake to try and protect this top lane and the bottom lane. Tanks going to come down here. There's 4 members of EDG here as well. They see ZZR just behind the minion wave and decide to back off.
Yeah, good teleport from Tank to disengage. Flandre not having his flash available, nor was he level 6 at the time, but of course is now. Snake may look aggressively because of this. Nope.
Yep.
See you red.
Clearlove just going to be able to take away the red with the help of his gang buddies in that red buff. Smites it away and denies that one away from ZZR. He's actually keeping up very well in terms of farm against ZZR here, 33 to 34. This is normally where we start to see Nidalee creep ahead against other junglers.
Well, it's a stylistic thing, right? If ZZR decides that he doesn't need to gank and that he wants to farm, absolutely, you would imagine he would creep ahead. But a Graves does the exact same thing. He chooses between his ganking or his farming. It's not like a Graves clears slowly by any means.
ZZR is going to head up into the top lane, spots out another ward with the Raptor sense, but is not going to head into that brush anytime soon to take down his pink waters. Deft actually going to pop the culling really aggressively. It might be enough. It's just a little bit too little to take down ZZR, but he gets him out of his jungle, tells ZZR, this is not your home.
He just destroys him, basically. That was 2 ticks probably of the culling away from the kill. Nearly every single bullet connected. I think they all might have there. Deft putting his foot down, honestly, for EDG and saying, this is the line. You cross this line, there will be trouble.
Seems like what EDG have been wanting to do this entire game. They forced the lane swap very early, and they've gotten themselves a slight lead from this. They picked up first blood early, and that's all the gold that they have for now. They were approaching about 1,000 gold ahead of Snake, but have fallen back a little bit. Or Snake have caught up. ZZR, he didn't get the message from Deft, apparently, looking to try and take this red buff away from Clearlove. It's going to get it down incredibly low, and at the same time, Teleport's going to be used by Flandre up in the top lane. They're looking for a dive here onto Deft and Mako. Mako is not level 6, so can't pop his ultimate to be really tanky. But a response teleport actually will come out from Echo to stop Snake from their aggression.
That was a very, very weird thing to just see unfold. Deft, of course, used his heal. Pawn was the one to use his teleport. And you don't want to dive an Echo. And you don't want to dive an Alistar, respective of the level. And Deft had his flash. So if they were to execute on that, probably would not have gone in their favor here, Snake. Or if it did, it would have been at a cost. And that cost was already a lot because of the teleports burnt. So take what you can, I suppose. for Snake this time around.
And it feels like that's where we see these double teleports coming into play in this game. Both times, one of the teams try to be aggressive with a teleport. Response comes in from the opposite team's mid laner to keep them safe. And both Snake and EDG are respecting that, backing off as soon as they see the mid laners teleport in.
Yeah, it's a numbers game at the moment that both teams are trying to play. The thing to me is that Tank's doing well in the middle lane, at least in terms of farm. And whilst Crystal and Ella are holding their own at the moment, you can see how confident Deft was. I would be trying to gank him too if I was Snake.
I think ZZR wants to get back into that top lane. You know, take him down, show Deft what you do when you try to poke him out of the jungle. But let's take a look at this mid lane really quickly, because Tank going up against Pawn, it's going to be Rise against the Echo. And we talked about this. Which way is Pawn going to go? It seems like he's going for the tanky route of Echo. Has the Mercbricks picked up and the Kingdom Gem as well.
Yeah, and we've briefly touched on the fact that with the Graves, they've got a lot of damage, so it kind of compensates for it. But they don't have a damage-dealing top laner, so really the question's always going to be there for EDG of scaling. Tanks are mid-game champions unless they get ahead, in which case they can continue to scale through. Or you're looking at Clear Love and Deft, the physical damage dealers of the team being everything for them.
And they still have a little bit of magic damage coming in from those tanks. We'll have to see how EDG use their carries in this situation. Take a look at all the items really quickly as he touched on the tanky build coming from Echo. Rise, very close to completing his Rod of Ages, and a very nice timing for him as well. Just going to have to pick up about 800 more gold to pick that one up. Has the tier ticking as well. In the jungle, Runic Echoes has already been picked up by Nidalee, and surprise, surprise, Clearlove, he has his Warrior Enchantment and the Swifty Boots as well, so a little bit ahead of ZZR right now, even though ZZR has his S-tier jungle of choice.
Yeah, both teams opting into a lot of freezing and slowing down the pace of this game until they hit item spikes or they control objectives and find points of power. These are some interesting trades happening at the moment.
And EDG are controlling objectives quite nicely in terms of buffs, but it is ZZR that is able to jump in over to the Dragon Pit and picks that one up alone for his team. So first Dragon goes on over to Snake. EDG, they still have a slight gold lead for themselves with that one kill, about 1,000 gold ahead of Snake at the moment.
Yeah, creeping back and forth between gold values is, again, the teams are freezing, so one team gets a slight advantage, the other team then freezes that wave, pulls it back to close, and honestly it is just going to hang around this difference in gold until something happens and someone makes a move. And, I mean, the question is, which team do we look at to make that move? I still think it's EDG. I think the onus is on them to be proactive as... Oh,
that is one of the moves that you could possibly see there. Is a nice play coming up from both those players. The ultimate to try and stop him from doing that, but Mako still gets a headbutt back, blows the flash onto the Gragas.
Yeah, that was very well done from Mako. Cute interaction, most importantly, between those two. Flandre's ultimate not enough to knock him away. And EDG continuing that proactivity we mentioned.
Making an aggressive push towards this bot lane outer turret. Snake do have a rather large minion wave up in the top lane pushing towards that turret, but they actually have the Rift Herald here onto Clearlove. He was able to trade that when ZZR took down the dragon.
Ended. The minions aren't feeling purple anymore, which is weird. So yeah, definitely still not there anymore. Unlucky Harold disappears. EDG as well. So this is the thing, right? Like, they've decided that they're going to have Clearlove, Mako, Deft bottom. There was no answer from Snake because Flandre had to recall. And what EDG did in response, as well as pushing bottom, was actually send Pawn top. And so by him being there, the control that Amalkai and Echo have just completely diffuses anything Snake want to make in the way of a trade. They then blow that gold lead a little bit further that we have been alluding towards. And just get more control of the map to set themselves up better.
That's right, with the turret advantage. Snake, they had a massive wave up top, no Rift Herald buff, and they were met by this giant tree of Korra that you see on your screens now up at the top lane. Was able to deny them with that turret push. We'll have to see if EDG can continue being the aggressors that we feel they should be in this game. So we take a look at the mid lane once again. Rod of Ages has finally been completed for Snake, so he's going to have that one ticking and scaling for the Rise rather quickly here as Koro looking to try and get a flank onto Crystal. Pumps down the sapling.
The spell shield.
Spell shield might come out shortly, but there's on the hunt, and two teleports actually coming in. Crystal is going to be able to buff up his ally slightly. Immediately a flash coming out from Koro. Dev pops the culling to try to turn the rest of Snake, but Koro, he's getting locked down, has to twist the burst away. We'll be able to get away with the help of the barrel. And now look at this, Mako, he wants to turn things around. His tank going to be the first target. He will get taken down. EDG slowly turning around this fight, but they have blinking health bars. They should be able to continue this chase as Pawn is going to jump in straight back onto Flandre. He gets taken out as well, and EDG turn around that double teleport for themselves.
A 4v5 And EDG get 2 kills onto Snake, and you know why? Because you can't kill a Maokai as magic damage dealers when he has his magic resistance. Very simple concept, but very poor execution from Snake backfires. And this is the early game strength of EDG once again, reigning supreme.
And that was actually Snake being the aggressors this time around, but EDG reacted to that one fantastically, able to capitalize on that teleport play coming in from Snake. And Zizian now, he's going to try and find farm wherever he can. He is actually slightly behind Clearlove in farm in this jungle, relatively even now after taking the Raptor camp away. So Clearlove's still doing a very good job of keeping up this Nidalee.
Well, Clearlove wasn't even there in that last fight as well, right? That's why it was a 4v5. Graves was, I think he was shopping, honestly, for his Hex Drinker. And this, to me, is the 3rd magic resistance item picked up by the EDG lineup. They've set themselves the precedent of what they wish to do. And you have to keep in mind, it's a Gragas top lane, Nidalee jungle, Ryze mid. And even Braum's primarily magic damage. It's crystal or nothing right now for Snake.
They're going to be looking at his boomerangs. Boomerangs to try and get into the back line and crit people a couple of times. He's a good player. Should be able to tell it when to crit and when not to.
Well, look, he's a good player, but he's against a Maokai Echo and an Alistar. So EDG tells you when to die as well as him telling it when to crit.
That magic resistance is going to come out strong for this lineup that has so many magic dealers. Even Braum dealing mostly magic damage here. It's EDG prioritizing the Rift Herald once again. Clearlove was able to use it nicely to take down the bottom lane outer turret previously. As this time it goes on over to the death. We'll have to see how EDG used this one now. 17 minutes into the game, EDG have found about a 3,000 gold lead for themselves with only one really big fight taking place in the top lane. So they're slowly taking resources and controlling objectives away from Snake here.
Yeah, EDG back at it again with the pressure. Naturally, we'll see this start to ramp up further and further. But step 1, place that vision. Step 2, make picks through that vision and then look for the objectives. Step 1's complete.
And then look for another pick here. Bristol pops on the hunt, able to run away, only takes a little bit of damage in return. EDG looking like they want to make a play up in the top lane. They're going to take away the blue buff for the shovel.
No, they're not. Well, they will, but
Eventually.
stop hitting it. Like, Graves auto attacks, knocking it back, delaying the reset of the blue buff. That's just cruel.
But they've been able to do a good job of controlling these buffs so far. I believe that's the 3rd buff that EDG have stolen away from Snake this game. Most of the time they take it by force with multiple members venturing into ZZR's jungle here.
Yeah, and the problem is the lane assignment of Snake right now. They've got Ryze in the middle lane. He has a teleport. May not be available, but he should be in side lanes. They're actually diving.
Yep, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to get
Wow.
knocked back by Maker here. Thunderlord's going to deal a little bit of extra damage from an Alistar, but Clearlove just pops the collateral damage and takes him down. They're going to get a turret for this as well.
Just Alistar things, I think, is safe to say for EDG. That's the turret and the dive. And the pressure hasn't stopped there.
They're going to continue with this push on towards Crystal here. Pawn going to try and jump in towards the backline here. Parallel Convergence not going to lock anyone down as Ella forced to flash away. Lots of flashes coming out from EDG as Def gets on towards the backline. He's able to take down Crystal. Fladre
Oh my God,
in
Def's
the
alive.
middle of 5 people. And he's going to get taken now. Double kill for Def with a sliver of health.
Somehow Deft manages to live. EDG have come into this quarterfinal and they have not relented at all. Snake, honestly, just look outclassed in game number 1. And that's a big deal because this started with a lane swap.
Yep, and that's where Snake are meant to be strong. And it's about 20 minutes into the game. They don't have that gold lead. I assume that at 10 minutes it was the same story as well. It's looking disastrous for Snake so far as they're about 5,000 gold behind EDG and they're not taking their foot off the pedal anytime soon. They're just looking for every single objective possible to control. Lots of pings actually going on over to Dragon.
Boy.
They want this one too.
Guess what we have got right now? Have a look at the Echo's inventory.
Oh no. Pawn, what
Now,
are you doing?
Most Echoes will go for the Dark Seal with the Corrupting Potion. Makes a lot of sense, right? Increased healing, blah, blah, blah. Pawn really loves Mejai's. And you know what? He doesn't need a reason. I like it personally because he's a tank Echo, and you got to get ability power somewhere. This is the most efficient ability power, I think, if you get about 10 stacks on it and continue to ramp it up from there. And being 6-0 in the scoreline wouldn't surprise me if he gets towards that 10 stack mark.
Feels like he wants to just farm as many champions as possible in this game. They do have the gold lead to do just that. They're looking to try and pressure more objectives. But Pawn, he's up in the top lane, thinking that he's Koro for now with the Echo. He's sure
He's the one with teleport.
he fits the cosplay potential with his champion pool right now. But yes, he does have the teleport available to join EDG if they wish to. On the other side of the map, Flandre and Tank still have their teleports available as well, so could possibly match that with 2 teleports, but they have to find an EDG at a gold deficit. That's not an easy task to do for any team.
Well, like, the thing is, right, and whilst they've still got their 2 teleports available, sure, they could run the 1-3-1 if they would really like. Ryze one lane, Gragas in the other. Their lane assignments could be there, especially with a Braum and a Sivir to wave clear. The thing is, you want to split push against that Echo, 103, or the massive Maokai, I invite you to do so, because whatever assignment EDG choose, one of those lanes will probably kill the other. And that's where the danger comes in.
So far in this game, Snake, although they had an impressive performance against Invictus Gaming in their last Best of 5 series in the playoffs, EDG showing why they are the 2nd seed. If they're able to win this Best of 5 series, they'll probably take it to Jiaogu as well and show them why they should be the 1st seed. They've been looking phenomenal in this first game so far. Snake, though, have to try and find an avenue to get back into this game. It's looking difficult for them as it's 21 minutes into the game. Baron is back up and available. Well, back up. Baron is up and available. Takes over that Rift Herald. We'll have to see if EDG try to control that area for now. They have a couple of wards over there, and Pawn is still split pushing up in the top lane, trying to push that wave deep into Snake's territory whenever he can.
He's not even just split pushing either. He's pushing and then disappearing. Tank trying to cover the wave. Needs to put a lot of his emphasis on that wave clear with his spells and spends a lot of time just sitting there clearing. His teleport is much more important, and its timing as well. Pawn pushes the wave, disappears if he chooses to, and then threatens the middle lane where they've got Deft sitting, and that just shows a lot of protection towards their AD carry from EDG.
Koro as well has been just walking back and forth between the mid lane and bottom lane, clearing out the waves wherever he can, and forcing Flandre to match him with whichever wave he is in. But for now, EDG content with just pushing out the waves, taking the jungle away from Snake, slowly taking away these objectives and creeping up in the gold lead as well. We have to see where they decide to pull the trigger next, because they have been the aggressors towards the later part of this game so far. Snake, although they were aggressive at the start, are now reacting to everything that EDG are throwing at them, and it's not looking good.
No, this is a dangerous prospect for Snake to consider right now. They have not been ahead at 10 minutes, so the stat may not lie. EDG, however, and the driver's seat moving forward is once again giving him the culling.
Oh, I've seen this story a couple of times from Deft in this game. He's able to take Crystal down incredibly low with his use of the culling, forces him off this turret. Means that EDG going to get a little bit of damage onto this turret, but the door will be popped up by Ella to stop that. Coming in from Lucian. The rest of the team will rotate over as well. Spear connects with Alistar, chucking him down a little bit. They're still having a tough time repelling the EDG lineup. And they still have 2 people split pushing on their team as well. It's going to be Maokai and Echo in the side lanes, shoving them as much as possible, forcing the mid laner and top laner from the side of Snake to react to that as well.
Yeah, and even forcing the jungler, because once again, this is what EDG are going to continue to do. And it's a bleed-out strategy. Match one mistake that Snake make, or make one pick through your superior vision that you've got, because your lanes are controlling and winning. And then everything is yours to take right there. The Dragon's the easiest one. Moving towards the Baron as the timer continues to tick on is also a possibility. Graves and Lucian can take it down pretty quickly. They've got so many possibilities here, EDG. Snake's basically just sitting there and taking it.
Like you mentioned, every single time a wave push out for EDG, it seems like whichever lane hits the turret, immediately whoever was in that lane disappears in the fog of war. They got nice pink wards as well to stop the wards coming in from Snake and stop them from knowing where EDG are going to strike next. We'll have to see what and where they strike. Teleports up and available for both teams as EDG making a push towards this mid lane inner turret door. It's going to be put up from Ella once again. Flandre actually looked like he fancied his chances against Mako, realizes an Alistar, decides to back off.
He was having a look. He's putting his foot in the door and decides maybe not a good idea as EDG are collapsing.
And Mako's going to flash in, gets a pulverize here. Whoa. They're going to try and pull the trigger onto Snake. Crystal gets away using the heal onto himself. And EDG almost find a fight for himself over a red buff.
That was actually really close from Mako as well. I feel like he flash pulverized them and was stuck on the wall. They weren't close enough to actually headbutt towards the team. Crystal gets out. Everybody lives. And just Summoners burnt across the board here. The flash from Mako in response to the heal from Crystal and the flash from ZZR. They're in the exception there. So small victory, but it doesn't actually amount to anything just yet.
So far, it's still about 6,000 gold in favor of EDG. They are the ones in the driver's seats with 6 kills here and 3 turrets to 1. They actually have control over the Dragon Pit too. They're able to take Dragon number 2 away from Snake after ZZR snuck the first one away from EDG.
There's a Trinity Force for Clear Love. Usually you'd see a Phantom Dancer out of the Graves with like the Steric's Gauge, right? And you get a lot of the damage reduction coupled with the tankiness as Pawn. I don't know if you want that.
Yeah, he's taken quite a bit of damage from tank here, but just decides, I'm an Echo, pop down to Power Convergence, I'm just going to run away. If you do anything more to me, I'll pop my ultimate and see you later.
Well, I'm an Echo. I don't think you can continue to fight the Rise, who's prioritized his magic penetration with the Void Star, because that was a very smart decision from Tank, who we do have to touch back upon as well. He's been playing quite well leading up to the playoffs. Big role in his hands now.
He was picked off twice in this game so far, but does have some nice items on his Rise. The Rod of Ages should be fully stacked, or close to being fully stacked now. And the Void Staff, like you mentioned, going to be able to help him penetrate through a lot of the magic resistance that EDG have built up early against a very magic damage focused lineup of Snake. We'll have to see when he completes that tier. She'll be the next spike coming in from this Rise. Normally it's the time we see them have that Rod of Ages. Sorry, Guardian Angel, but he doesn't have it.
This is pretty much typical, I will say, of Baron o'clock for EDG. It doesn't matter what time of the game it is. Once they start buying their pink wards, placing down their vision as well, controlling the map. All they're really missing is pink wards.
Not again. Not like this.
Crystal's got life still. With Warlords anyway. He'll be fine.
Almost gets chunked out.
He's not having a great time though.
No, that culling has been a mortal reminder for the rest of Snake. ZZR has been on the end of it once. As EDG, like you mentioned, have been putting down the pink wards around this Baron area, taking control wherever they can. They take the Scuttle Crab down as well, denying that temporary vision coming in from Snake if they were to take it for themselves. They're just going to pop out back to the lanes one more time, pushing out wherever they can. They have Maokai still split pushing down in the bottom lane, and they're very content of making Snake come towards them. You have to feel the Snake a little bit happy that they get some time to farm up, but slowly, resources being denied away from their jungle, and they're being choked out a little bit here by EDG.
Absolutely. It's a respite in the way that they get to farm, but not in the way that they get anything other than farm for it, of course. Being contested for every piece of vision they place, being contested for every movement that they make on the map as well. You want a red buff, we're going to engage on you. As an example, Baron also now the emphasis of EDG is there's no dragons to take.
Every step you make, every move you make, EDG's watching you, Snake. So be a little bit careful here.
That was too much rhyming in a single sentence.
As they are going to continue with clearing out the vision over this pit. Seems like their point of focus for now. They're just continuing this pattern, Rusty. It's been the last 15 minutes of this game. EDG, walk out to lanes, clear out the lanes.
Thought about how stalkerish that song sounds as well.
It is very stalkerish.
Yeah,
I believe Spawn is the one that pointed this out to me.
Have you ever thought about whispering the song and just thought about what it sounded like? Like every move you make is pretty weird. It's a bit weird.
No,
Moving on.
No, I don't want to think about this anymore. Oh no.
EDG have actually started up this Baron buff.
Yep, they're trying to pull the trigger against Snake now. They have the ward inside the Baron pit, so Snake fully aware that this is taking place for now. Recall's actually going to come out from Maokai, I believe. He has his teleport available, so we could possibly see a flank coming in. A Snake trying to make a push towards the turret. Teleport's going to be used towards Dragon's side. Does have the home guards. Look like he's going to try and wrap around here. The corner doesn't find any targets to twist it. Advance to. And once again, the patient game has been reset. EDG going to move back in towards the lanes. Farming out. Disappear in the fog of war. Feels like this has been the story of the game so far.
Yeah, I think primarily looking towards an Aegis as well from EDG before they consider team fighting outright. Perhaps the Trinity Force from Clear Love. Very curious to see where he goes with this after the Trinity Force. But big item spike still yet to be completed from EDG. Even the Guardian Angel from the looks of it, unless it's a easy rot from Horn. We'll find out soon.
Feels like they tried to pull the trigger there with Maokai as he went back to base, picked up the Righteous Glory. That's an item we've seen on Maokai before. Was, ducked out of popularity for quite some time, but it's still a decent item to be picked up on the tree. As EDG still making sure they have control over all the buffs on Snake's side. They want it for themselves, and they're slowly taking them away. It's not been working out too well for them. They're actually slowly losing this gold lead. Snake have clawed it back a little bit, and we've taken this turret up in the top lane. They're now just about 4,000 gold behind EDG, so slowly getting back in range of being able to fight them on an even footing.
A lot of money on Rise. Such is life in a Snake game, however. EDG, they've got themselves that lead, very abundantly clear now. but trying to do anything further against a disengaged composition that Agragas provides. 2 teleports as well for quick and easy rotations around the map. It's a difficult thing. I mean, look at the damage they're now doing to each other.
Yep.
Trick question, they're not.
Aegis of the Legion's been picked up by Ella as well. That's going to reduce the already little amount of damage that EDG can provide in a team fight. I believe that Pawn hasn't been stacking up this Magi's very well during the slow game that we've seen so far.
The only thing stacking at the moment for these teams is the clock.
There's a Rod of Ages as well coming from ZZR. That should be stacked up nicely.
I'm so confused, Clearlove.
It's Crystal. He's going to take the brunt of the culling once again. He's able to run away. What is confusing me?
So he's going to go for a rapid fire cannon or ecstatic shiv and then Black Cleaver. I just thought it was the Trinity Force because he had those 2 items completed. The component, Clearlove. For some reason, either way, I like this build a little bit better than a Trinity Force.
He wants to face, wants to run fast after he auto attacks you in the face with his shotgun pellets.
You know, Phantom Dancer does that when you're moving towards people as well. That's quietly.
Ooh, clear love. Maybe you should not build those items anymore.
No, it's okay.
If we take a look at the rest of the items on the side of Snake as well, Flandre still an item behind Koro for now. Does have the components for his next major tanky item. On the side of ZZI, he's looking to try and pick up his Zhonya's. That could be a nice spike for himself, able to keep himself alive during teamfights. Locket of the Iron Solari finally completed for Ella to mitigate some of that burst damage.
Yeah, so actually just big items completed across the board here. I think the next team fight is going to be quite important. Snake aren't opting into defending or contesting any dragons, however, as it is primarily that Baron that they can afford to place vision on. If you're looking to place vision as Snake when you are behind by 5k, but most importantly momentum, it's a risk. You actually can't afford to go out of your own safety zone, which is usually where your defensive wards are going to be placed, to go creep out any further. But you can afford to do it if you've got numbers around the Baron area to contest people for this vision. As EDG, once again, big item spikes means that, in particular, Pawn, I will say, they want a team fight soon. Or just sneak a Baron.
That's what they're going to try and do here. They were able to get the ward that was in the pit away with the pink ward put over. It is a 2-man Baron coming out.
2-man.
They have Lucian shoving the mid lane. They've got Maokai up in the top lane. This might be a sneaky Baron for them. They're going to try and collapse onto Deft here. This Baron's already down to half health. Pawn taking up as much as possible. Ella walking and strolling into the pit, finds them there, and immediately EDG back off. In fact, Pawn is actually a little bit low here. Snake looking like they wanted to try and engage onto EDG there, force the flash away from Koro and actually take control of this pit for a short amount of time.
Yeah, so they've got control on the map, but they don't have control of the team fights as Pawn's made his way back in.
Got the teleport in, a nice double knockup coming in onto the tank here. He's been exhausted, but still very healthy on this rise. EDG looking to try and collapse inside of this choke point as Deft will pick up the first kill here. Tank tries to get onto the back lines of the Lucian, but Deft is still once again skirting around with a sliver of health, is able to use that heal to keep himself alive, and EDG pick up 2 kills for themselves.
EDG get a lot of kills, but they have no health remaining. Going for this Baron is a risk against the teleport available for Flandre and the primary carry, and even Smite available for Snake. Risk reward. I don't know if it's in your favor here, EDG.
They've got a lot of low health bars on the side of EDG as well. The 3 members up from the side of Snake. It's a difficult task for them to try and contest this without any vision as well. Spears are going to try and come in, but it's not going to be enough as Zizian now going to get jumped on by Tank. Oh, not by Tank, by Pawn here. But Baron finally goes down on towards EDG, and Snake still haven't found a kill in this game yet.
Yeah, EDG winning the numbers game, and Snake showing that they are the exact same as they always have been when behind, and it's not worth taking the 60% risk opposed to the 80% near guarantee plays. Going for that Baron was not the ideal strategy, as once again, they've got such reliable engage here, EDG. Koro can just hit the Maokai Twisted Advance, and look at where he's positioned as well. All of this AoE that Arise is putting down actually does not exist. Like, the mitigation is unreal. Tank actually finds himself pretty deep. I'm going to say 2 deep. And Deft reactively healing just in time to keep himself alive, you would imagine, as well.
Almost gets taken down by that ricochet coming out from Crystal.
And if he was dead, probably wasn't the Baron. So important that he stayed there.
Yep, might have been the little bit of extra damage reduction that Koro's ultimate could have provided in that team fight. But still, EDG looking very strong in this game. They're about 7,000 gold ahead of Snake. Now they have the Baron. we could potentially see them look to push for another objective instead of fading in and out of Fog of War. Teleport is up and available for Koro and for both the top lane and mid lane on the side of Snake, but Pawns is down for now. He's still opting to split push up in the top lane for now, though.
Yeah, why not, I guess. He's starting to get some stacks on him. He's definitely still going to be a threat in the split push and just adding an extra Baron buff to the team. The thing is, he's mid lane, so it's a quick rotation as well. These turrets are not going to be an issue for EDG to take, and the two teleporters are actually holding hands.
Well, the bottom lane one has not been so far. Flandre, he's desperately trying to defend against 3 members from EDG. They've already been able to chunk down this bottom lane inhibitor turret for now. Is EDG able to take down the mid lane inner turret at the same time? 2 more turrets for the side of EDG with this Baron buff. It looks like they're only going to look for more. Instead, falling back in towards the jungle, trying to deny resources away from Snake once again, making sure they have full control of the map, and they're keeping it that way.
Yeah. I mean, the rise and fall of an EDG game, right? The amount of time and care that they spend around ensuring the Baron is theirs when they take it can come back to bite them if things go wrong, but they win that one team fight, and the gold just skyrockets in their favor. The pressure that they're getting now starting to be unbelievably high. And I will quickly touch back on this build as well that Clearlove had, because yes, the original thought of it being a Trinity Force, I didn't like it. I love the Black Cleaver, because they're in a team composition where they have 3 tanks and 2 physical damage dealing carries. It's the best bet to get Deft going, opposed to a Last Whisper, which is a greedy build for yourself. Actually very smart.
On top of that, Deft does have his Last Whisper up and available, so the extra armor penetration coming in from Clearlove definitely going to help him out. Take a look at the major items on both the teams as well. Guardian Angel was picked up by Pawn earlier, as this top lane inner turret is going to fall down. Tank still has the components for his Guardian Angel, but it's not quite up yet. And with this pressure coming from EDG, it's going to take him some time to get that major item back up.
Yeah, of course, remember, Guardian Angel did receive a minor change not too long ago. Gives you 30% of your health back on respawn, so makes too much sense now to get it on tanks. And tank. And Pawn.
Both the mid laners opting to pick it up on their tanky magic deal champions, but you have to think that Tank...
That's the trap, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Tank, the actual player Tank, has that scaling potential on Rise. He has his 2 major magic items completed, as well as that Void Staff. He's just going to look scary and scary as the game goes on, but here it is. 2 teleports into the back lines. Here's Snake. Are they caught out of position? They're going to jump onto Ella. No, they ignore him. They want Crystal. Instead, Pawn is going to continue chasing down onto the Silver. Power Convergence is going to be able to lock him down just on the edge of that W coming in from Echo. But Pawn now, he's been locked down. The rest of the Snake lineup has rejoined the team. Has to use his ultimate to stay healthy and gets away from the remaining members of Snake. 2 teleports used. They don't get anything out of it.
No, they don't find themselves a kill. In fact, Snake start to get some momentum. And with no kills on the board, momentum's hard come by. But they do burn the heal out of Crystal and both summoners out of Ella, so the disengage and protection they've got for that Sivir is now lacking as the 4th dragon is available.
They're going to have to try and fight this one without all of that protection onto Crystal. But EDG opting not to try and take aggressive control over this pit. In fact, Snake may be able to stop this.
Surprisingly important dragon. Remember, it's damage reduction from turrets. EDG want this.
They're looking for it. On the hunt has been popped on the side of Snake though, but Clearlove, he's found Crystal in a 1-1, misses his ultimate. ZZR is going to be able to save him. They take down Clearlove as Crystal was allowed to live for quite some time. Eventually will fall down as Pawn, trying to do some work to the back line of Snake.
Alive.
That's Tank. He is going to get taken down by Deft as he gets clustered into the middle of the team. Pawn able to pick up the kill onto ZZR finally as EDG looking to try and chase on towards the surviving members of Snake. Ella will eventually fall down, and that's 4 members from the side of Snake that eventually go down to 4-man strong EDG.
Yeah, and they've got a big minion stack in this bottom lane, so this could potentially be the entire game here. Game number 1 for EDG. And whilst Def does the king's share of damage, all of EDG do their part, and a very successful first game, only giving over 1 kill. Scumbag Clearlove in that last fight.
And 4 members of EDG are going to be able to do their part at taking down the inhibitor turrets and the Nexus turrets. And they finally break the Nexus to take game 1 in this best of 5 series against Snake. EDG looking very strong coming into this series.
That was just a crisp and clean performance out of EDG. Snake were not respondent whatsoever. They were just reactive the entire time. didn't feel like they had a strategy ready to implement. But this is just clinical EDG performance.
Congratulations to EDG, but they still have 2 more games to win in this best of 5 series to pick up the win and go into the semi-final matchup against Xiaogu. But what a game coming from the team. It started off very slow from these 2 teams. In fact, it was a back and forth. One person would teleport into a fight, a response teleport would come in, but it was just eventually EDG taking control and slowly pushing their advantage.
Yeah, still a double teleport from both of these teams respectively, right? So it's very important that the map movements were done accurately, were done on point and timed well, mostly to disengage though. That's the weird thing. So whilst the game started super slow, the one time it did explode, as we are about to see, was entirely for EDG. And the thing is, the reason this even worked out for them, that was a 4v5. They didn't have their jungler, but Snake, the target selection, the target priority was never there. Look at Flandre, he's the top laner of the team. He walked in, he threw his ultimate to disengage and then just had to shove his face in there to try and tank for people. Doesn't work like that.
It really felt like the entire game, it was all about who's going to be the aggressor first. Snake tried to be that aggressor, and EDG responded nicely. EDG tried to be the aggressor, Snake responded nicely. They were able to go back and forth for a while, but eventually, as soon as Snake made that error with the double teleport top lane, EDG just took over and showed how dominant they can be with controlling the map. This was that final tie. It looked good for Snake for a small amount of time. They were able to take down Clearlove, who was in the back lines, but the rest of the EDG members just tore them apart one by one.
Yeah, and you could definitely even tear apart EDG's team composition as a whole if they got to even towards late game for Snake, because they had more options, physical and magic damage dealers. But at the end of the day, EDG, and it just came down to the crunch. You give them an inch, they took the entire game.
Yep, and we saw EDG reacting to it nicely, picking up a lot of magic resistance items, even forced the Void Staff early coming from tank there. But just not enough from the side of Snake. Snake, they really need to change something up going into this next game against EDG. What can Snake do? Because they look strong very early into the game, despite the fact EDG's forced the lane swap.
Well, they just had a glaring flaw of having a Gragas top lane, which was almost entirely magic damage. EDG stack magic resistance and just dismantle them, basically from start to finish.
Well, we'll have to see if Snake can do just that in the second game of this best of 5, as we're going to go into a quick break, but we should be back shortly with game number 2 between Snake and EDG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL as we take a look at the MVP for game number 1 between EDG and
Holy
Snake.
crap.
It's going to go on over to Deft with 43.2% damage share.
Are you kidding me?
He was a beast.
You know how much 43? That's close to half of his team's damage.
Yep.
Are you absolutely? You've got to be kidding me. What more could you want from an AD carry? What more could you want from a player? There's no one more deserving of an MVP than someone who does 43% of your team's damage. That's a joke. That's a good joke.
It's a good joke
It's
for
a joke.
EDG. Something
Yeah.
that Snake need to watch out for.
Disgusting.
It was a fantastic game coming from Deft as we take a look at a few of the highlights coming in for Deft here. It felt like he was always doing what he needed to do in the back lines and was always on a sliver of health after every single team fight. So using his health as a resource very nicely.
It's efficient damage dealing, I will say, from Deft. The most important thing to me is that, and we said this at the start in drafting phase as well, he needed to do that. Like, if he didn't do that much damage, his team was probably not going to win these team fights, plain and simple. They had physical damage dealers as their only damage dealers on this team. So Deft does exactly what's required of him. And this just comes back to Deft once again. He is the star of the LPL right now.
So we saw a lot coming in from Deft in that game, but EDG as a whole, they played fantastic in game number 1. What were EDG doing that Snake didn't in order to pick up that game? Because they looked strong as a team in that matchup.
It's weird because it was like such a small thing that actually started the snowball, right? Like a misplay from Snake, target selection. That's probably where EDG were doing it right. Deft, plain and simple, would just use his culling on Sivir, push Sivir out of lane, and then just cause issues across the board for Snake. I mean, he was the MVP. He was very much deserving of it.
We'll have to see if EDG can continue capitalizing on mistakes and if Deft can get more than 33% damage share in this second match. In this second match between Snake here, as we enter Champion Select for game number 2 of this best of 5 series. And already the bans are coming through. Lysandra and Azir being banned out on the side of EDG. Snake taking away Kindred again, but this time they do not want Koro to have that Maokai.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The Maokai is a very strong champion. Nautilus, the closest thing to it in regards to guaranteed lockdown. But against the Sivir, you would prefer the Maokai, to be honest, because the ultimate, the depth charge is a bit like, I'm coming for you. Hope you have your spell shield ready. I'm coming. And then he just spell shields it.
Well, another big tanky top laner that can lock you down. Poppy is going to be banned out by EDG. They don't want Flandre to get his hands on that champion. His most played champion this split so far. But to be fair, it's the most played champion for a lot of top laners in the LPL so far. As Nidalee is going to be the final ban coming out from Snake. ZZR had it last game, but they don't want it first picked by EDG.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. Kindred and Elise being taken off the board means that ZZR might default to something like his Elise. Perhaps they early rotate a Gragas as well to flex it instead. Lots of options still available for Snake, even though those are the bans. The big standout feature is that they've entirely almost changed those bans to not be mid lane focused. And Korn's going to have his TF or Lulu available.
His S-tier jungler for the side of... Both S-tier junglers for the side of ZZR being banned out by his team. We'll have to see what they pick up during their first rotation of picks here. But Echo, he's been picked up for the side of EDG as their first pick. A very strong pick, a very common first pick in the LPL right now. And it goes with the trend of this year, the meta of flex picks being picked up. We saw it in the mid lane for Pawn last game, but we see him a lot in the top lane as well.
Yeah, he's primarily being played in top lane, but the LPL, you'd beg to differ, that's for certain. Tank Echo mid lane is a very unique thing, as Snake, they've responded strong.
Well, Tank, in the other side of the team, being Snake's player, is probably going to pick up Rise in this matchup here once again, as Alistar has been locked in as their supporter choice. A very popular pick in the LPL, and Mako showed us why in that last game, rocking his Thunderlords on that cow.
And just relentless with his diving as well. The second hit level 6 towers are a non-factor to you, and that's where EDG blew the map open even more so. So Snake taking that away for Ella. Very nice pickup. I do quite like that.
Goes nicely in hand with the spine of Snake Esports, allowing Ella to be that playmaker and potentially set up a lot of tower dice once he hits that level 6. If you take a look at EDG's side, they're looking to pick up their second rotation of picks, and it's going to be Sivir that's locked in for Deft this time round. We mentioned that previous team composition, arguably the only champion they could really slot in there would have been Sivir. This time they're going to be able to pick it up with the Graves once again for Clearlove.
Yeah, looking for Braum, but they actually opt into the Graves, which to me is taking the champion from ZZR as a possibility. And based off Clearlove's performance in the first game, they don't want ZZR to deny the pick from Clearlove, which is why they lock this one in early. Braum's not going to be taken from them. Alistar's there. Actually, just very smart rotation, but it shows the priority. And You can always assume that ZZR is going to default to this anyway.
Well, his most played champion in the LPL is Elise. He's had 16 games on that. Just after it, it's his Rek'Sai, followed by his 2 S-tier pickups. So you'd have to think that he defaults back into this one. In fact, he hasn't played a single game of Graves here so far, so he has a very tight-knit champion pool that he likes to pull out once in a while, and he's going to stick with that as he locks in Elise in the jungle. And Lucian is going to be picked up by Crystal this time around, looking to see if he can provide that 43% damage share for his team.
Yeah, well, that's a pipe dream for any AD carry, isn't it? Very rare that you'll see 43% damage done at all, as EDG yet to respond with all of the options available to them. You would imagine Braum, and I would actually like Karma.
We saw Karma in the last specified series that we saw today. Picked up quite a few times, and it's been a pick that has been becoming popular in a lot of the different regions, but we'll have to see if that is a choice pick coming in from EDG or Snake. We're still waiting for EDG to round up their lineup. They've already locked in the Echo, which could be flexed into the top lane or into the mid lane. Graves, which should be going to the jungle, but can be put into the top lane as well. So they can still be a little bit versatile with their 2 pickups here, whereas it looks like on the side of Snake, they're kind of hiding either their top lane or their mid lane pickup, but Rise should be going to mid lane, so it should be a pick coming in for Flandre as their final pick, as Lulu is going to be locked in for Pawn, most likely in the mid lane, and it is going to be Mako picking up Braum for the side of EDG.
Yeah, and I guess I liken Karma to a combination of Siva and Lulu in one champion. It's just what it feels like in the way that you work around your team. But already having the Siva there makes sense to just get the other strong aspect of that kit. And whilst it's not directly like a Lulu Lucian or Lulu Kog'Maw type of team composition, the Graves benefits, the Echo benefits, and the Siva benefits to different degrees. So by having that Lulu there, it just means that EDG are going to be playing similar to they did in that first game, that slow, controlled, and just strong League of Legends.
We've already seen that Def can pull the weight if he has to in terms of damage contribution for his team when some of his players lack that damage coming into game number 2. But Snake, they're waiting to pick up their final pick to round up their lineup. They already have the Rise being picked up. We'll have to see if that's going to be flexed up top or being put into the mid lane from the side of Snake, as they're looking to pick up Gangplank.
Really?
As their final pick coming here against EDG. We'll have to see if that's played by Flandre or Tank, but I would assume...
You would think it's Flandre.
I would think it's Flandre. Tank hasn't played Gangplank yet in
No,
the
Tank's
LPL.
the Rise guy. He's the control mage guy with the pocket Varus Corki type of thing there. So Gangplank, not exactly his cup of tea. I'd be surprised if they swap it into him playing it, but Flandre is ridiculous.
And to be fair, it is one of the most banned out champions against Snake back when Gangplank used to be a very strong, very popular pick before he was hit with a little bit of nerf here and there. He was actually banned up 49% of the time against Snake, and the only person that played it was Flandre. We'll have to see if we can use that effectively against the Echo top lane coming in from Koro. It is in fact going to be the Lulu being played by Pawn here. So we have the lineups being locked in for both these teams. They've changed it up a little bit in this game.
And it's funny, at the start of this split, we would have looked at Snake's team composition and said, how did they get that? Because like a 100% ban rate basically for Gangplank and Rise came out, and even Alistar was the top priority. But how things have changed moving into the playoffs. Snake still have a strong team composition. The EDG, just a Siva comp. Best way to describe it.
Well, we're going to head into game number 2 between EDG and Snake in just a minute. And we are back onto Summoner's Rift for the second time in this Best of 5 series between Edward Gaming and Snake Esports. Currently, EDG are up 1 game after a dominant victory in game number 1. We'll have to see if they can continue that in game number 2, or if Snake can change things up and find something in this game. Last game, we saw EDG start a lane swap against Snake, something I thought I would never say. We'll have to see if they continue with that trend here in game number 2 as we take a look at the Keystone Mastery. But before that, Ella and Mako and Dev.
Oh, they're duking it out.
They're just finding up a little bit. Actually, Crystal
Oh, wow.
in a bit of trouble, gets
Wow.
exhausted. He's dead. He has to go down. Thunderlord's proc going to come out from the Ludo, but it's Mako that throws his fist. Another good left hook coming in from the Braum. Takes him down.
I don't know. It feels like more of a backhand from Mako just there. For some reason, decides that he's the one deserving
Get
of
out
that
of
kill.
my river.
Yeah, finds himself the recipient. Of course, exhaust burnt from Mako, but the heal already used from Crystal. Early first blood from EDG. Oh my god.
Oh, they're going to do it again.
No, they're not. ZZR's smart. Is he? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
Well, they might actually still try and walk around and see if they pick up the Gromp camp.
Even Pawn's here. Like,
Everyone wants a piece of this action. But Snake, proving that they're a pretty smart team, walking around the long way. They're in fact going to start on this Gromp. Look at this, EDG.
oh, they're going to catch them doing Gromp,
They're
aren't
being
they?
aggressive. They're going to catch them doing Gromp. They still have both their flashes up and available. Gromp's down to about half
They're doing
health.
blue buff next to them.
We want blue. They don't see each other.
Oh, what a
I think
disaster.
it's,
they got the two. Oh, they got one small one. Okay.
That's it.
Small victories, I guess. Take what you
I
can. First
thought-
blood and 20 gold. Fish
Goodness.
worth.
Yep, 420. 420 good. Goodness sake, EDG. Like, I think Swans has the best ships of the night. Just pass each other. They don't get too much out of it. And it's clear Love's going to
Those
be
were
able to take this.
submarines, mate. Covert ops, ships in the night. That was
Goodness.
something else.
Clear Love's going to be able to take his own blue buff on his side of the map for one. But Crystal and Ella, they already burnt the heal earlier. Will be back up shortly, but means that Def can be a little bit aggressive in this lane. They're already doing just that. We took a look at the Keystone Masteries earlier. Nothing out of the ordinary. Still Storm Raider Surge coming in from Rise. And Ella, you know, this time is going for the Wind Speaker's Blessing. No Thunderlord's Mako coming in for this game.
Yeah, marginal differences, of course. Pawn the only one with the Thunderlords this time around. I thought Mako had it for a second at level 1 when they got the first blood.
That would have been fantastic.
Because the slap was timed with the Thunderlord's decree, but naturally. And once again, I just need to bring up the fact that Crystal did not respect Braum's passive. He could have flashed over the wall. He could have flashed anywhere earlier so that he didn't get stunned. But EDG, they go to first blood, and all they burnt was the exhaust, which is not too far from being available again already.
Yep.
Such a big mistake.
And that first blood went over to Mako, who was able to go back, pick himself up a Ruby Crystal already.
Oh, they're swapping.
And they are swapping out. It does look like they're going to send Silver and Braum up in towards the top lane. EDG don't want to go up in standard lanes against Snake. But Snake, they're still sticking to their standard lane playstyle. They're kind of not going back towards their lane swaps that we saw about 70% of their games in the regular season.
Yeah, a couple of cool things I guess we need to mention about that, right? They get the first blood, they get an early cull. EDG also able to pressure out a Gangplank who's gone for an offensive build with his Mana Crystal and his refillable potion, which is very niche, but still quite good. So they're actually in. Oh my god, a flash and exhaust.
Mako looking to be
Wow,
aggressive
Mako.
here. He's taking a lot of damage from this turret as Def trying to do as much as possible underneath this turret. They juggle the aggro very nicely, but not able to take him down. Even Pawn is up in this top lane trying to remove the Gangplank from his own lane. But a swap has been initiated coming in from EDG. That does mean that Crystal and Ella down in the bottom lane have been able to farm out freely with only Clear Love there to stop them in that push.
You would imagine Koro teleports down there to help Clearlove defend the turret, but may want to save it for this top lane. We'll see how he reacts. Of course, teleport advantage as well for EDG. As there they are.
Teleport is going to be coming in. That's one from
Both
Koro,
of
one
them.
from Pawn as well. There's 4 members up in the top lane. They're looking for a delayed light. Flandre, he's so low. He's going to get locked down here for a second. That's the Eden Orange, but he is not okay as ZZR is the next target, trying to go up into the air. The Wincy Spider is going to come back down, and it's Koro that picks up that kill.
And the turret aggro from EDG was just impeccable. The blinking health bars does not matter. The teleport advantage we just mentioned doesn't matter for Snake. Their teleporter was the one dying and also overstaying his welcome. So we are naturally going to see how this unfolded again. And funnily enough, even with a misplay of hitting the turret a few times here from Koro from the looks of it, actually ease the turret, doesn't hit Flandre, they still make it work. And watch this juggle of aggro. Mako, he took the first round, Koro took the second round, Pawn gets the third, and then Deft the fourth. Like, they juggled that so well.
Beautiful early game coming in from EDG so far. 3 kills already being picked up. Initiated a delayed lane swap coming in. They're going to be able to take down this turret. Should be at the same time as Snake as well. But just like that, they picked up about 1,000 gold lead for themselves. One Snake take down this turret, but it is relatively healthy. It's possible they could try and defend this one, but As I say, that ZZR is going to make his way down, but still a very nice start coming from EDG.
Yeah, so it's a cannon wave, and Snake should have enough time to at least put damage onto it. It takes too long for the bottom lane of Mako and Deft to make their way here. But they still get the option of a freeze if they would so choose, or they can bring Clear Love down to try and pressure in a 3v3 scenario. But we didn't mention the CS advantage that Crystal's actually accrued for himself through this.
Whew.
That's a lot.
20 CS up ahead of Deft. That's a big CS lead, and that's probably going to pull that gold deficit back slightly for his team. But 3 assists onto Deft with that Cole active. We'll be able to catch up shortly. We'll have to see how that unfolds later in the game. Another thing that we didn't notice and point out, that was a gank onto the teleport top. No teleport onto Tank. He's packing Ghost in this matchup.
Hey, I said that. You take that back.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, take that back.
What have I done? I'm going home now.
What a disaster.
Goodbye, Rusty.
Nah, it's okay, of course. You're right. Tank going for the Ghost this time around. Bit stickier, bit harder to actually kill as well if he chooses to use one summoner spell to run away. Defensive, offensive, double utility. But yeah, no teleporters. Once again, the major advantage gained by EDG in the way of kills answered and almost matched in the way of farm. EDG not slowing down with the pressure, however. A GP ult.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both of them going to try and get over this wall. Tank and ZZR going to flash him aggressively, but this might not be the fight they're looking for. ZZR
dead.
Really low. Tank incredibly low. Paul going to be the sacrificial land as he walks back in towards ZZR. Eventually gets taken down. Coloro gets in there. Use the ultimate to get back out immediately. They trade 1-for-1. Aggressive move from Snake.
That was a lot of flashes and everything over the wall near the Rift Herald to try and take people down, but Mighty Harold stands strong and slaps a lot of people in that last fight.
This is my pit.
Yeah.
Until Baron gets here.
He thinks it's his pit, but naturally, surprisingly, I will say actually from EDG, they hold the fort in what looked like a 2v4 type of scenario, but so much burnt to get over the wall that it almost backfires.
Very calm from EDG, knowing that they have to turn around, put some damage back out in that disadvantageous scenario and able to trade it 1-for-1, arguably getting the better out of it with all the summoner spells being burnt on the side of Snake. In fact, only the Smite, Flash, and Teleport up in the top lane are available. Everything else is just gone.
Yeah, and Koro once again getting that other kill at the back end of the fight as well. Now 2-0-1. He's going to be a massive issue, especially for Flandre to deal with. And that's where the beginning of the end potentially for Snake unfolds. It is through Koro, and this is the sway of an EDG team.
Yep.
Where do they put their emphasis? Well, Def last game, he did nearly half the team's damage, but this time around, they've got an Echo in the top lane that can carry, and a Lulu to complement whoever it is ahead.
He's looking to try and pick up his Sunfire Cape as soon as possible as well. Already has the components and the Dark Seal ticking for the side of Koro. We'll have to see if he goes for the Pawn Special and picks up a Magi's as well, but I highly doubt he will go along that path. This Flandre looking to try and steal the blue buff away. Well, not really steal away, take it back for his team.
Steal it back, yeah.
Don't think Snake really understand. All the buffs currently belong to Clear Love, and he's making sure of that in this series so far.
Yeah, and that was Tank's blue buff on a tier stacking mid laner that goes to Pawn. So not the ideal situation at 9 minutes in this game, and I'll continue to say that for Snake because 2K doesn't sound like a lot. Usually the game-winning value is around the 10K mark, so they're a fifth of the way to it. But at 9 minutes in the game, 2K is a lot because people have barely got enough for a BF sword, but the collective BF sword and longsword they've got an advantage could mean team fighting and skirmishing.
Speaking of BF swords, both Crystal and Deft have been able to pick theirs up. Crystal even went for a very late cull. He already had 50 CS before he went back to base to pick that one up, so it's going to be stacking a little bit slower than Deft's eventually will. But still, they should both be able to complete their Essence Reavers on time. Crystal's, you know, he was 20 CS ahead of Deft earlier. Deft's been able to catch up quite nicely. Only about 10 CS behind the Lucian right now. As EDG, they're able to take down a Rift Herald.
Yeah, an objective they love, honestly.
Yep.
And Big Gaming doing well at controlling that objective. The Dragon also not actually being touched at all from either of these teams. And it comes down to lane assignments once more because this is the freeze-off that Flandre's trying to do, that Koro's trying to break. There's no point being bottom side if you're looking to take objectives elsewhere.
We saw last game how Dragon was taken down very sneakily early by CZR, and it was EDG that took control of the pit later on in the game. Rift Herald buff is on Def right now as Clearlove is going to find ZZR inside of his own jungle. Chunks him down to half health with one shotgun shell. And the Q coming out as well. Clearlove being very aggressive inside of Snake's jungle. The rest of EDG actually close up towards this top lane, looking to try and push towards the top lane inner turret. They still have Echo split pushing down in this bottom lane against Flandre. Both of them have their teleports up and available. And the mid lane is going to go face off in the mid lane as well. So EDG stacking a lot of members up in the top side.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of their efforts towards the top side of the map naturally. Pawn able to rotate, as is Koro, which is why they're doing this once again. If ZZR shows himself bottom, they could look to make a proactive play. It's Koro. No, never mind.
Almost gets caught out, is able to phase dive away from the cocoon that did eventually come in from ZZR. He hasn't been having a great game so far. Last game, Clearlove was able to match him in terms of farm on his Nidalee, something you don't usually see. And then this game...
He's miles behind this game.
He's 30 CS behind Clearlove right now, and he's died twice in this matchup already. Still waiting to complete his runes. Yakos, the mid lane turret is being sieged by EDG here. A lot of damage going down onto that with the Rift Herald buff coming in from Deft. But the ultimate will come out from Gangplank. The Cannon Barrage is able to clear away the wave that was pushing on towards the turret, and Snake able to take down a turret of their own up in the top lane, evening out that advantage.
Yeah, evening it out, but not for long. Naturally, EDG have got the Rift Herald, so they're pressuring. The only remaining outer for them to take. The question's always where from there, but of course the Dragon. You know what? Take the free objective.
Exactly where EDG are looking towards next. They're about 2,000 gold ahead of Snake. And Snake, knowing that they're at a disadvantage, don't want to fight EDG just yet. The Dragon will go on over towards Clearlove. They pick up the first one of their game.
Yeah, it's a small thing, right? Graves is miles ahead of ZZR.
Yep.
But the small thing is that you can just take the neutral objectives from it. Rift Herald and Dragon. What is something that is usually traded. You get Rift, I get Dragon type of thing. They now get both. And the mid lane turret, which was the only trade Snake could get. So the objective game, well and truly there for EDG. And number 2 of this best of 5.
And you have to think that it's going to slowly start to look like the middle of the first game for now, where EDG, they find a comfortable lead for themselves and slowly just push out the waves, clear out vision, disappear in the fog of war, and take away all the objectives possible and maintain buff control over Snake. We'll have to see if Snake are able to do anything in response leading into this game, but let's take a look at the items really quickly. Trinity Force, the components have been picked up by Flandre for now, looking to try and complete that one. In the mid lane, Tank has that tier stacking. Rod of Age is going to be complete shortly as well. His counterpart, Pawn, he's picked up a Thieves' Unholy Grail on his Lulu. We see Lulu's mixing it up in the item build time and time again. Another version has come out from Pawn this time around with his Merc Boots.
Pawn's just decided he's a tank. Like, he's gone for Merc Treads with his magic resistance item. He just thinks he's a tank. Like, Koro might want to swap roles with him after this one. We don't actually know. They're making it work, however. Of course, it's a Lulu, so by not dying as Lulu, you can empower the rest of your team more often.
Well, he can't really be tank because Snake has that mid laner. But
he can try.
Look at this, Ella actually getting caught out a little bit. Takes a little bit of damage inside the blue buff area of Snake's jungle. In fact, EDG have the timer on this one. They're going to wait for it to respawn and try and take the objective away once more. Clearlove's been doing a really good job of controlling this with the rest of EDG. Pops down the smoke screen, trying to deny the vision. The smite does come out, but it looks like Clearlove was still able to pick that one up.
Yeah, I think it was Clearlove's smite as well to lock it down at 100 health, which was the safety smite. Most importantly, I believe they wanted to give that to Pawn. But the advance through the smoke screen from ZZR forces it.
Unlucky for the Lulu, but he still has that Athenes that we talked about earlier, giving him lots of mana regeneration.
He's going to try, yeah.
And ZZR has to smite away the red buff after the Time Winder was ticking coming in from Echo. He was doing his best to put on his best Clearlove impersonation and try and control the buffs for himself. We take a look down at the bottom lane for now. Crystal has his Essence Reaver picked up, looking towards his second item, which should be a Zeal item coming up shortly. He does have that small CS advantage ahead of Def for now. Def has been doing a good job of getting back into this game, but he might find a wild Clearlove in just a second. Sweeps out that bush, going to dash aggressively forward. Lucian, he's been caught out. A teleport is going to be coming in as well, but Clearlove looking to finish the job himself. Cannon Barrage coming out, dodges the blue shot barrage, actually dodges the collateral damage as the ultimate did come out for Gangplank, but the insurance teleport for Koro is enough to take him down.
Crystal goes for the outplay and puts everything into living there, but Clearlove doesn't even burn his flash and walks away. The teleport's going to be enough to pick up the kill, and Clearlove actually tunnel visioning on trying to get the outplay. A desperate maneuver, it felt like, but to no avail, as once again EDG, another kill on the board. another piece of control of this puzzle granted to them.
He was still able to burn that flash away from Crystal before he got taken down. So EDG trying to find advantages wherever they can. Look at this. Actually trying to wrap around here. Mako, he's able to jump onto ZZR, uses the rappel to get on towards him. Gets the flash over the fat side of the wall. So nice job from ZZR.
Yeah, tough wall to flash, to say the least. It took him a second to readjust himself, click the right position where he was flashing towards. And it is successful, but that is actually just a flash burn. And once again, EDG, they're rotating around, they're proactive, they're aggressive, and they're getting it done.
And it's beautiful to watch EDG play the style of League of Legends because they just slowly take everything away from the other team. Snake, and we mentioned this in game number 1 as well, they had an impressive game against Invictus Gaming. It was a sub-60-minute best-of-5 series. But this game, EDG just tearing them apart piece by piece, and Snake just can't really find an avenue to attack. They can't find a way to get back into this game just yet. They've been trying and trying, but EDG just say no every single time.
EDG's bottom lane's just too good. I think that's the plain and simple answer to this question, right? Like, do you gank the tank Lulu? Do you try and kill the Echo? They're playing defensively. They have great vision. EDG even setting up now in this top lane. Snake is struggling to respond.
They've got the Rift Hole buff on the minions. Doesn't give them an extra bit of tankiness like the Baron buff does, but still get some decent chip damage down onto the top lane in a turret. And Slandra, he's going to be putting on his best Dyrus impersonation, farming up the walls while his rest of the team is grouped up on the top side of the map. Fortunately, he doesn't die to those minions.
He's got his R key soon. That's all the Gangplank needs. They are going to try and hide Flandre, you would imagine. But against the 3-0-1 Echo, even accelerating his build with more damage. A mixture of magic and physical damage as well, now that he's got that sheen. Pretty hard to deal with. So they are legitimately hiding Flandre where they can.
He's picked up 127 CS for himself. That will be inflated even further thanks to the parlay coming out from Gangplank. Probably gets extra gold coming in when he shoots champions as well. Well, I'm trying to be a little bit cheeky.
I was curious where he was going to go with the item build as well, because he's gone for the Merc Treads opposed to maxing his cooldown reduction.
Yep.
But I believe with the Lichbane build, he should be perfectly fine.
Nah, that's going to be an Iceborne Gauntlet.
See, I'm still not sure. That's again, that's why I was curious. I'm going to imagine that it's a Lichbane.
Well, we hope so.
And if he builds Iceborne, I'm going to shut my eyes and pretend it's a Lichbane anyway.
Well, we hope it is. It gives Lulu a little bit of extra damage that she needs in that mid lane after giving a lot of utility to the rest of the team. We have to see where he goes with that build path later on in the game.
He would too.
Yeah, he would. He would continue the trend as well with his item pickup so far.
That was satisfying.
Gangplank barrels, always fantastic to watch.
When the Trinity Force crits. That's the thing, right? Like, he's just got that zeal, but when it crits, life is good.
It's not when it crits, it's when Franjay wants it to crit.
You keep saying that. I don't believe you.
Well, EDG,
That doesn't make sense.
they're going to maintain control over this Dragon Pit. The second Dragon of the game is going to fall to them unless we get a Miracle Steal across the map. But Kobe Bryant's not in this game, unfortunately. The Dragon does go down. Second Dragon for them, maintaining control of these objectives quite nicely coming from EDG. So they're looking to continue their push down the bottom lane.
Yeah, you're alone. He'll fight you.
He's being a little bit sneaky. Chunks it down to about a third of his third of his health away. But the rest of EDG there to respond to it. Once again, Clear Love asserting dominance over the buffs of ZZR, making sure he has absolutely none of them. And he's targeting the blue buff for this game. It was red buff last game. And just making sure that every single time it spawns, EDG are there to take it down.
All of your map are belonging to mine.
And it feels like clockwork from coming in from EDG. Every time Rift rolls up, they're there. Then they push the lane.
They're counting. Exactly. They're timing everything. They're working together as a team. It may be slow, but of all things, it's methodical. As they've gone from blue to red. Not imagine from red they'll start warding up for Baron. Perhaps they change their attention towards the Dragon.
Flandre tried his best. They wasn't able to take down the red buff. Clear Love takes that one away from his team.
Look how simple this is.
Yep, Koro's been down here for quite some time, split pushing. Eventually was able to chip away the turret and finally takes down the bottom lane inner turret. So EDG, 4 turrets to 2 in this game so far, and 4,000 gold ahead of Snake.
Like, they just 4-buffed at 20 minutes in the game. No one does that. EDG, it's a weird thing to say against a team like Snake, who were originally known as the lane swap team. They're outclassed. At least in this second and first game. Sure, Snake could definitely get it together and start making much more proactive plays. Perhaps it's their drafting There's a lot of things that they could look at directly. But EDG, it just feel like they're at the upper echelon of performance right now, whereas Snake are just responding the whole time.
And this is 2 games in a row. EDG throwing some variation of lane swap against Snake and coming out ahead. Once again, 10 minutes into this game, EDG were ahead. So Snake don't have that statistic to fall back on anymore. As we are 21 minutes into this game, Snake looking to group up towards this mid lane, have all 5 members on that side of the map. EDG able to respond nicely, sending Clearlove, Mako, and Deft into the mid lane just to clear out that wave nicely, protect the mid lane outer turret. Clearlove gonna get aggressed on by ZZR, just throws out a Q and the Spider has to run away. He wasn't having a good game early, he's definitely not having a good game now. Already picks up that Runic Echoes, looking towards his next item. Should be a Dead Man's Plate, I believe, but he's still 40 CS behind Clearlove.
Yeah, so he's definitely struggling. ZZR actually just expends his entire mana pool on trying to poke somebody who took about 200 collective damage from the lot of it. So not exactly the best position, ZZR. There's no doubt he'll start to recall. Thankfully, Pawn, by the way, has his Lich Bane. We can all... I can sigh relief. My expectations are a little bit warped, I guess, of Pawn. He had a Mijaz last game, that says it all. And these two, once again, it's a different style, but they're holding hands. Because they are both teleporters, and there is no way that Flandre can deal with 2 of them.
Yep.
If they get any type of flank.
And we've already seen EDG use that double teleport effectively in this game. We saw a little bit of blunders in the previous game, but they still came out on top with the usage of teleports. EDG have a nice wave stacking up in the top lane. Flandre, though, going to get jumped on by Koro. Deals a lot of damage to this gangplank. Still can't quite fight the Echo just yet. And this wave is going to crash into the tower relatively quick. Tank hiding inside the Fnatic brush, trying to see if he can get a cheeky jump onto one of the players, but instead just farms up that juicy wave for himself. He already has some nice items completed there. Saracen Brace and the Rod of Ages has been stacking nicely. Ionian Boots of Lucidity giving that extra cooldown reduction. You have to think he might be going for that Guardian Angel next. We have to see what Tank decides to pull out.
Ryze is like the meta Garen. You know, like Garen's always just sitting in bushes, and he's meant to scare you when he comes out of the bush, but the current Garen's like, oh, cute. There's a Garen in that bush. Let's run away and not die. Ryze is like, holy crap, I'm in trouble. He is kind of like the good Garen.
The good Garen?
Well, I'm going to say meta. I'll stick with meta.
The meta Garen?
I don't want to offend any Garen players out there. I respect your decision.
To spin in circles non-stop.
I think it's fun. Do your best Beyblade impersonation.
Oh, Deft is trying to do just that with his Sivir here. He's going to be pushing out the bottom lane. No, that's Koro. There's Deft. He's in the mid lane. I can't tell these 2 champions apart. Apparently, one's a girl, one's a guy. Can't do it.
They're pretty different.
Yep, I know.
You said it. You already said the differences. I'm not sure how you can't tell them apart. Some serious questions with you afterwards.
I'm going to tell these 2 apart, though. Scuttlecrab's going to be taken down by Clearlove. He's going to work on his arch enemy, the Ward. We'll be able to take that one down shortly. But EDG, once again, playing it very slow and steady. They know that Dragon's going to be coming up in about a minute. And that should time nicely with the blue buff on the side of Snake, which should be up around now, actually. After they're able to take that one away right after the Dragon. Pawn is up in the top lane, split pushing against the Gangplank. Does have his teleport up and available. So can join the team if they need him to.
Look at the emphasis, by the way, from Snake. Tank and ZZR have instantly rotated here.
I want this.
Because Tank hasn't had one all game, and he really wants one. He's a Rise. So smartly, Snake, they do put a lot more emphasis on this particular thing, and it's 1 foot forward into the door. And he's slightly ajar still, so there's an opportunity for Snake to work their way back into this game.
They are 4,000 gold behind, so it's going to be a difficult task for them to do that. Right, Dragon's going to be coming up in about 10 seconds here. EDG have a lot of their members around this area and a lot of pink wards to deny vision over the mid lane, and Dragon
Oh,
look at
out
this.
the flank.
Flank's coming in for Koro. Is not able to get the parallel convergence and actually takes a lot of damage. Uses his ultimate to get some health back and get back into position. Mako taking the brunt of the damage here, but ZZR, he's in the backline. Get flashed on by Deft. Puts a lot of damage down. Flandre, he's able to snipe off Mako. It is a 4-4. They lost him, but Tank, he goes aggressive. Gets turned into a little squirrel. Gets taken down. Snake, they're falling apart. Double heal comes in for the mid lane Pawn. They're chasing onto the gangplank. 2 flashes over the wall, and they pick another double kill up for Clearlove. They sweep the Snake lineup and turn towards Baron.
A team effort once again from EDG secures them a near clean ace. The only casualty of this battle is Mako, and that's the support. as once again, as you mentioned, they work towards this Baron. This is just clockwork from EDG. They find a flank, they execute on the flank. This team is going above and beyond in the playoffs right now.
And nobody is up and available for Snake to contest this Baron buff. Even Mako going to be able to pick up the buff for himself as he respawns in time. And just like that, Snake are 7,000 gold behind EDG. Their members have respawned and they're looking to try and move towards the Dragon Pit, but I think EDG have the same idea. I'm going to try and get to that pit first and continue their aggressive control over the objectives on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, absolutely. All of the vision that Snake has got is defensive. Nothing near the Dragon whatsoever. So easy take once again from EDG. Dragon number 3 for move speed. They've got massive gold advantages, and now they just have the complete control. As something about EDG and getting Mejai's Soul Stealers on Echo. It's
Koro,
a wondrous thing.
You let me down.
That's great.
No.
What's bad about a Mejai's on Echo?
Nothing, really. I just
great.
don't want him to do it.
It's great.
Oh, he's going to try and put it to good use. In fact, scares Tank away. He flashes out of that parallel convergence. Did not want to take any damage from this Echo.
That's a Rise flash down as well. It's a lot of his
Yep.
engaged tools. It's one of many engaged tools missing. As Koro, I think he's in trouble. I don't really know.
He's going to try and turn around. This is a 3-on-1 though. Koro going to
Yeah,
try and
nice.
run his way. There's an Alistar here as well. Pops his ultimate as soon as the headbutt comes in. But look at the bottom side of the map. They may be able to get Koro.
That's 5.
But they're going to be able to take down the spot lane in Inhibitor turret. And Inhibitor, they traded 1 kill for this objective. Snake really trying to find something, but that's not the thing they wanted.
Well, they set their goal. Their goal was to kill the Echo. And I
They
tell you what,
accomplished it.
they were damn successful when it comes to that. A lot expended for him to go down and a lot taken from EDG. You don't gank the Echo at 27 minutes in the game against a Baron buff team. I feel like you're asking to lose your Inhibitor.
Well, at least they're able to take away all those Magi stacks, so, you know.
Yeah, he's gone down from what, 0 was it?
Yep, 0 to 0, so you can still...
Did he have Dark Seal stacks? He probably did. Doesn't matter. That's still, they've actually got nothing for that. They got 300 gold and a couple of stacks taken down, an Inhibitor and another turret taken from EDG. Still have the Baron buff available to them. Things starting to look more and more dire for Snake in game number 2. Ridiculous.
It certainly is. Pawn, he's been able to pick up his Rabadon's death cap on that Lulu, so after the Athene's Unholy Grail start, was able to pick up quite a bit of damage for himself. Teleport actually being used up into the top lane. EDG wants to continue this push onto the turret. It was Pawn that moved up there after picking up his Rabadons. And EDG looking to continue this push. Another teleport being used by Koro, taking up the turret coming in. They will be able to take it down. The second Inhibitor turret does fall for EDG. Snake desperately trying to defend for this one, but it looks like they're going to give it away.
Oh, no, Ella.
He's gone in, gets taken down incredibly low, has to pop the ultimate to stay alive, but Koro, he's being a little bit of a nuisance in the backline against Snake as Tank tries to go in the front foot, pops his ultimate, runs forward. They pushed him off the Inhibitor for now, but EDG, they're just going to come right back at it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. EDG are not going to relent from this point onwards. The advantage is still secured. And they do have to send people to this bottom lane to defend. So sooner or later, advantages will be secured and forged even further for EDG. You would imagine, as Tank, unfortunately, he did hit the trap in that last fight after Koro used his ultimate. But he didn't have the passive proc. So whilst he used his spells, he couldn't continue to lock anyone down. EDG walk it out.
Yep. And EDG are 9,000 gold ahead of Snake right now. Massive gold lead for themselves 30 minutes into this game. And they're looking strong in this series. They're showing Snake why they are the second seed. And Snake, unfortunately, have not been able to put up a similar performance that we saw from them 2 nights ago against IG. This is just not the same Snake that we've seen in the start of the LPL with all their fancy lane swaps and ways to get ahead at 10 minutes. They're just falling behind against EDG that are tactically looking sound in this game.
EDG are lane swapping on them.
Yep.
EDG are controlling the pace of the map. They're controlling the tempo of the map movements. Whoa.
That is aggressive. Koro flashing aggressively against Flandre. Has to blow the flash of his own. Clear Love, he's here as well. They put so much damage down onto this Pyro. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum's not going to save you, buddy. As Ella, he's been locked down. His ultimate can't even be channeled there. And the Inhibitor will fall down in response. This should be game for EDG, I feel.
You would imagine they're continuing to push in. They don't have the bottom stack, nor do they have many minions yet. They are tanking it up, though.
And Tank, he's trying to take as much damage as possible. He gets taken down once again, turned to a little squirrel, has to flash onto the fountain. The rest of Snake slowly retreating away to their base.
And the army's coming.
As it gets dismantled by EDG in game number 2. They're going to chase down Rise here. He's going to turn into a squirrel one last time and get taken down. Def picks up that kill. But this should be game. Going on over to EDG. They're going to take down a Nexus and pick up game 2 in this best of 5 series.
2 games down. EDG find themselves 2 games up. Scary position for Snake to be in. You can see they don't look too riled. They're definitely actively talking though, Snake. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered by this team. Moving into the 3rd and potentially final game.
And once again, EDG just came out strong right off the bat. Picked up a very early kill at level 1. It was Maker that picked that one up, but they were able to show their aggressiveness time and time again. Came up with a lane swap very delayed against Snake. And they just took the game from the very start and didn't let up all the way to the finish once again.
Yeah, it was a start to finish suffocation essentially from EDG. From the very beginning to the very last moment they killed the Nexus, EDG always looked like they were in control. And if anything went in the other direction, Snake got like, I think, maybe 1 blue buff that whole game after the 7-minute mark. Like
the very forced one.
That was the epitome of a bleed out, honestly, from EDG.
And that feels like the same story from both these games here. It's been like Clearlove wants to control all the buffs that he possibly can in these 2 games. He's doing that fantastically. Snake, though, they looked decent in the start of the game number 1. They looked like they were trying to fight back. They found a way to, but this game, absolutely no way for them to fight back against EDG.
Yeah, again, EDG just feel like they're a refined team. Target selection, the number 1 important factor that we're always looking at. And the thing to me that goes above and beyond even what you're expecting, it's individual performance with the team communication, is that every single time Pawn used his W, he was turning the Rise, who was in the middle of a combo, into a critter and just denying all of that damage. And you look at where Snake's dealing their damage, it was through that Rise. Just never happened.
And once again, Snake, they just didn't feel like they did anything to pull this game back. And we talked a little bit about how they were meant to do that after game number 1. What can they do in this? What can they do going to game number 3? Because this is match point for EDG. What do Snake need to change now?
Everything. We're looking at Tank as the person dealing all of the damage. We went through an entire split where it was Flandre and it was Crystal doing all of the work. Right now, we're looking at the new mid laner of Snake and saying he has to do everything. The rest of the team needs to work around him.
Well, Tank did have a fantastic series in their last matchup in the playoffs here for the LPL, but we're going to have to see if we can continue that in game number 3 of this best of 5 series as we go to a short break, but we'll be back with game number 3 very shortly.
swear to God, I will hold you my own.
Welcome back to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL as we take a look at the MVP for game number 2. It's going to go on over to Cloro, who had a great game on that Echo top. Not quite 43% damage there, but did his part with 20% there. And he was a big nuisance, you could say, for the side of
He
Snake.
did actually his part, split the damage between 5 people. I'll call that, absolutely. But yes, absolutely deserving of the MVP as well. I will say that EDG as a whole, however, they all performed and all did their part exceptionally. You have to give an MVP to one person, however. May as well give it to the one with the best KDA.
And you have to look at, as we look at the highlights very quickly for his MVP performance. One of the person that really stood out for me in this game was Pawn. Look at this fight right here. Turns Tank into a squirrel every single time he gets into the backline. So that was phenomenal. Did exactly what he needed to do in every single team fight and did it well.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, Pawn did his job turning everybody into critters at the right time. Clear Love doing the damage was so well done as well. I mean, execution from EDG as a whole is something that we need to look at because the way that they're performing right now, where has this EDG been the whole split? They're up and down. This is against Snake, a team that are usually good early, that usually struggle mid-game and then come back late. EDG are winning early, mid, and late. There is no room to breathe for Snake.
And we talked about this at the top of the broadcast as well. These are two teams coming into playoffs that have shown phenomenal performances in their last few games. They've been playing perfectly almost. Snake had a great game against IG, just not showing up here the same style against EDG in this best of 5 series. But EDG, very clinical in the performance. The way they've been playing is fantastic. And there's 2 games in a row they've thrown a variation of a lane swap against Snake, and it's worked out fantastically against a team that is known for lane swapping in the LPL.
Yeah, EDG are just winning stock standard efficient work, right? But they're adapting, they're causing chaos throughout Snake and create some smaller issues. The first one was definitely what has been banned as the games progress between Snake and EDG.
That's right, we are into Champion Select for game number 3 of this best of 5 series between Snake and EDG, and the bans are on the way. Lulu has been taken out this time by Snake. They understand that being turned into critters, not ideal during their team fights when they're relying on Tank for all of this damage. Maokai and Riot is going to be the next few bans, and Lissandra, Azir, and Poppy are going to be bans on the side of EDG.
And this is a lot better from Snake. Plain and simple is a lot better. They're not banning the Rise away from Tank, they're banning the Rise away from EDG.
Yep.
Tank has been playing the Rise so that EDG can't, and whilst his Rise is good, it's not winning them games.
Echo is going to be the first pick coming in from Snake here. We see this a lot on the blue side of the map. They like to pick up this tanky top laner. Sometimes throw it into mid lane if you want to, see if he builds some magic, builds some ability power, or builds the standard tank route. We'll have to see if it's Blunder or Tank that picks it up. In this game, it's Alistar and Nidalee. The response coming from EDG. Neither Kindred nor Nidalee were banned in this game.
Yeah, so of course the options are going to be available to ZZR. He doesn't need to prioritize the Nidalee. However, Clear Love does to take it away from ZZR, as is expected, honestly. The Alistar also brought back for Mako the massive tank tool that they're using to dive Snake with as well, make early game plays, mid game plays even with him. Exceptional work so far from Mako in this series.
I just really want to see if he packs Thunderlords once again on the Alistar, because that was a sight to behold in game number 1. Well, we'll have to see what EDG decides to round out their team comp with, as Snake going through their second pick rotation. Echo already picked up in the top lane. Sivir is up and available. We've only seen Sivir and Lucian bounce back between these two teams, and it's going to be the lock-in coming in for Snake, and they actually take Graves into the jungle. They don't want the the Kindred.
Yeah, ZZR taking that Graves. I feel like Snake are just doing their best EDG impersonation with this Game 2 drafting. They've kept the Echo as the potential flex. They've secured themselves an abundance of damage. As EDG are actually just shouting out to Snake now.
Shout out to the gameplay played in the last game, but we'll have to see what EDG do pick up.
They do this. Honestly, this is something that EDG would do. 2-0 up in a best of 5. Snake has started to pick our champions. Let's just beat them with theirs and show them that it's good.
Show them that how you play this team composition our way is, like we mentioned earlier, Siva and Lucian were being bounced back and forth between the teams. Whoever picks up Siva first, there will be a response as Lucian from the other side. And Deft had a phenomenal game on Lucian in game number 1. 43% damage share for his team. He should be picking up in game number 3 here for EDG against Snake. And that is going to be a Nautilus being picked up by EDG.
Damn.
Waited for the very last second as well.
That was almost sub-0 seconds. Come on, Pawn. Oh well. He's gone for the Nautilus. Koro also capable of playing this champion. We'll call it a flex once again. EDG also being on the red side means that the last pick is theirs if they choose to flex it. Also meaning that Tank reveals his hand in the middle lane.
Snake already have that flex pick of the Echo, so it's potential to throw EDG off for now, but they're going to have to reveal those last 2 picks. We'll have to see what they decide to pick up. So far, nothing stands out for these 2 teams. A lot of the mid lanes have been banned out. Azir, Lissandra, Lulu, Ryze, all taken away. We've seen Tank play Ryze 2 games in a row in this best of 5 series. It's his team now that opted to ban it out against EDG. We'll have to see what Tank decides to pull up, because he's been the carry so far for Snake in their last few series. It wasn't always that way. We always looked at Flandre, we looked at ZZR, Crystal even sometimes, but Tank, he's been stepping up, and he's looking like he wants to do it again in game number 3 with Twisted Fate as Trundle gets locked in for what should be Ella's champion.
Yeah, TF and Trundle, the lock-ins, they've rounded out their team composition with some split-pushing tools. But early picking a Twisted Fate into Pawn, probably the first mistake and potentially the last time he will do this, depending on the lock-in from EDG.
We'll have to see what they decide to throw in here, because they do have that Nautilus picked up. It is possible for Pawn to play that in the mid lane. Would it be the first time in the LPL we see?
You would still imagine that it's an assassin mid. Pawn's got deep pockets.
You would also think on the red side of the map, picking up your mid laner as your last pick. Pretty common strategy, be able to hide that and throw in a counter. But they still got 15 seconds to decide what they want to do with their last pick in their lineup. They know that Crystal is going to be on Twisted Fate. There's not going to be any strange Twisted Fate up in the top lane or strange echoes being thrown into the mid lane anymore. And Fizz looks like he's going to be the champion of choice coming in for Pawn here in the mid lane. He wants to play Fizz into Twisted Fate, what was known as the counter matchup when when Fizz was first released.
There are a lot of arguments for and against Fizz into Twisted Fate and Twisted Fate into Fizz. It's of course going to be the counter matchup into a Twisted Fate on a general base level.
Yep.
A very adept Twisted Fate player through laning phase. Tends to do quite well. Of course, they run the Ignite so that they can pressure. I believe Dopa ran a course on how to do this on Reddit not too long ago. But it's a delicate thing. You make one mistake as the Twisted Fate, you run the risk of dying. Fizz has always got kill pressure ahead or behind. Not somewhere you want to be, generally speaking.
That also means that we won't see Nautilus being flexed by the side of EDG. That's going to be going up into the top lane for Koro. Very happy on that champion. It's his second most played champion in the LPL for now. Flandre, though, he is going to be happy on this Echo. Suits his playstyle very nicely. He likes to be able to stick to things and stay alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, and of course we've been looking at Tank saying is the big carry, but Snake across the board can go off in every single lane. ZZR playing the Graves has the possibility to hard carry like Clearlove has been doing. Flandre's Echo could do a repeat performance that we saw from Koro, but the other way around. And Crystal and that Siva, always a threat.
There's 2 coaches there going to shake hands as we go into game number 3 of the Specified Series between EDG and Snake. And we are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 3 in this best of 5 series between EDG and Snake. Currently, EDG are up 2-0 after 2 dominant performances on Summoner's Rift against Snake so far. Both games opting to throw in a variation of a lane swap. We'll have to see if they do that once again here in game number 3 as we take a look at the Keystone Masteries. Once again, Mako, you are my new favorite player.
He's given them the slap. It's the best. Thunderlords, Alistar, procs with a combo and an auto attack afterwards, which is why I call it giving them the slap. Makes a lot of sense in the way of doing burst damage, but you're missing out on the AoE heal, the AoE resistances that come from Windspeaker's Blessing, and that to me just says Mako doesn't put too many levels in it. Mako just does the ground pound and headbutt as his primary source of damage output.
Well, Snake, 3 games in a row, looked like they want to go for standard lane, something that Snake have been doing frequently moving towards playoffs, and now in playoffs they're continuing the trend of sticking to standard lanes. Not quite the playstyle we saw from them very early into the season.
This is going to be a deep invade, though, from EDG around the 130 mark so that the camps are being done. Doesn't give Snake enough time to react if they weren't warded.
There it is, EDG opting to go for a lane swap 3 games in a row. A different variation in game number 2, but it still was a lane swap nonetheless, as these small sentinels are going to be taken away by Defter, giving him a little bit of extra experience. Zizia and Flandre going to be farming out the jungle hand in hand. Zella just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance inside of Clear Love's jungle.
This is interesting, the way that EDG have set this one up. Koro opting into being in that bottom lane after the Gromp and pushing it out as fast as he can. Of course, he's going to take a lot of damage, but it slows down the push here of Snake. Koro's able to walk around and you would imagine help with the jungle clear, but he's not. He's probably actually just going to have to teleport to the top lane.
After he heads back to base
Unless
2.
he teleports bottom to hold. It's very different.
Possible. We'll have to see how EDG
Weird.
decide to do it. The last time we saw this matchup of Nidalee against Graves, it was Zizia on the Nidalee and Clear Love on the Graves. And Clear Love, when he played the champion, was able to keep up against this
Yeah, they're
power
swapping.
farmer. Well, swap cover does come in.
Yeah, it's different. Again, like Koro not teleporting to that top lane to me was the first curious thing about this because he wants to walk up there and have a standard lane. But EDG constantly showing adaptation. They're the ones to put the lane swap into effect. They're also the ones to first recall with a longsword advantage
Yep.
in this bottom lane 2v2. And the way I see it is they get early level 2. Makes life a lot better for them as these two are just going to slap each other.
Pawn takes quite a bit of damage after the Thunderlord's proc does come out from tank. As Ella, he's going to find Mako inside of
He's
the
only
brush
level
here.
1. He'll have to flash.
We'll have to flash eventually as Zizia going to jump aggressively
Oh,
forward.
exhaust.
Pops the exhaust down, but does get slowed down by the bite coming in from the Trundle. Still chasing a little bit of aggressively, but Mako is able to get out of there alive.
Yeah, choosing the exhaust over the flash. Not a bad decision. Alistar wants to be able to make proactive plays.
Whoa, that was really nice from tank.
Yeah, Pawn's having a bad time. It's also expected, primarily from the Fizz into the Twisted Fate matchup, that this early, the Fizz will struggle. It's that level 6 kill threat that you get, but if he can afford his Dark Seal and teleport back to lane, he'd be happy.
That's exactly what he does. Picks up the Dark Seal, teleports the lane with a little bit missing health, but should be able to regenerate that while tank is gone. He opted to pick up the Ignite instead of the teleport once again coming into this game. Like you mentioned, gives him a little bit more kill pressure against this Fizz. We'll have to see how Pawn deals with that one as we are back to standard lane. So EDG, 3 variations in 3 games. They started off with a very standard lane swap game number 1, a delayed lane swap in game number 2, and now they swapped, but they go back to standard lanes immediately.
They're just opting into standard lanes whenever they want. That's the weird thing about this, is they start in a lane swap, they say, you know what, let's just go back to standard now that we have a slight advantage, or we have level 2 perhaps onto Mako, something small like that. And they pick their battles, and Snake are just letting it happen.
So far though, Snake been able to do a good job of staying even against EDG. The question is how they're going to pull ahead, because that is where EDG have excelled in this best of 5 series so far. They know exactly when and where they can pull ahead against Snake.
Unlucky.
As the ward is going to expire, doesn't spot out Clear Love. Flandre.
Oh no, it spotted him. They just don't know if he's still there.
Hook doesn't land coming in from Koro. That might have given him the opportunity to jump in despite the fact that it was known he was in the bottom lane. As Ella's going to bite Def just for a little bit of slow and a little bit of extra damage. Crystal and Ella are going to try and shove out this wave as much as possible. Force the PvE coming in from Siva.
Yeah, they're trying to get control back of that lane. The thing is, a lot of the lane control now is being lost by EDG, and this is different already for the first time around. We need to see how Clearlove can get things done here.
Interesting
That's
coming from
Thunderlord.
Pawn. Was able to hold his playful trickster while Tank was shuffling through cards there. Very nice coming out from him.
But yeah, once again, Flandre's doing well in this top lane. Koro has to teleport back in. And mid lane, Tank's got complete control. Bottom lane, the Sivir and the Trundle have complete control. You would imagine ZZR. He has a buffet available to him wherever he would choose, but he hasn't been able to stop Clearlove.
Well, Clearlove, when he played Graves against the
Going bottom.
when you play, wow,
Yeah,
Tank's
wow.
actually going to go in. Pops to Destiny. The pillar has been put behind Mako and Deft here. They're doing their best to try and get Ella out of here, but first blood does eventually go down to Tank. Deft
Clearlove
now.
can't help.
He's been jumped on. Clearlove, he tries to jump in, gets stunned up immediately. That's a double kill coming in for Tank. He picks up a triple kill here, and now Pawn, he's trying to get the shutdown onto the Twisted
Pawn,
Fate.
what did you do?
He's not going to get it. Tank's going to be able to walk away here. Wasn't able to take it down. Lives with about 10 health. Tank comes out strong for Snake.
Tank is now 3-0 with a 16 or a ridiculous amount of CS advantage. That doesn't even matter. They just don't have levels in this bottom lane. Clearlove was about to recall and chooses to stay. Also chooses to go in on Ella for no particular reason and then flash himself out. This is just so well done from Tank, and this is really horrible from Pawn. There's no other way to say it.
Where are you going?
Go on top of him. Like, he had one job. Fizz has one simple combo. He's knocked up. Tank has no flash. I don't know what he was doing.
Big fumble coming in from EDG. And a final fumble coming in from Pawn, as well as it's 3-0 on the scoreboard for Snake so far. We're approaching 10 minutes. That's where they shine when they have a gold advantage for themselves, and they have 2,000 gold up ahead of EDG this early in the game. Clearlove though. He's going to be able to find Flandre, gets the spear down and the pounce as well, but
guess
Tank,
who's here?
he's here again. Koro going to return the engage, pops the ultimate in onto Tank. It's going to be Flandre, gets taken down incredibly low. Parallel Convergence not going to be able to stun anyone up, but Tank is able to force them back out. The 2-on-2 not successful for either team.
Yeah, it does force them to back off, but Tank doesn't actually get the better end of the trade by any means. Pawn's always going to have kill threat. It's bottom.
Thunderlords came out from Mako. That
Wow.
allows Deft to pick up the kill. Pops the culling immediately onto the Trundle. The pillar will come out. Thankfully doesn't break
Guess
the
who's
game.
here, though?
But Fizz, he's there. The Cottontail Fizz going to throw out the carrot in just a second. Lands onto Ella. He's going to get locked down. And EDG, they're fighting back 8 minutes into this game.
Yeah, and they do get it back on the board for Team EDG. 2-3 is the score. Tank unable to assist the bottom lane because he was visible top, and that's just a really clever rotation from this Fizz in particular. Knowing that EDG are winning the 2v2, but still opting into the dive to get an extra one on the board. Whilst he is behind by a lot of farm, he's missing a lot of lane control. His best bet to stay in this game and be absolutely relevant is to roam.
Snake, however, are still ahead here 9 minutes into this game. They're 1,000 gold up ahead of EDG despite EDG's late surge of aggression. We'll have to see if they can continue that moving
Blue
later
buff
into this
time.
game. Blue buff time coming in. This time ZCR's like, I know what you did to me last game. It's my turn to return the favor. Mafia Graves and his mob friends come in, but Mako
If it were
gonna
that
start the
simple.
fight. Tank, he's actually going to get taken down. Clearlove picks up a kill for himself, and they're still chasing. They're 3 members of Snake trying to run away here. Crystal's there as well, throws out the boomerangs. Would have the underhunt if they needed to do just that, but Clearlove, he's not going to let his blue buff go down without a fight.
No, and EDG, they respond and they get themselves the kill onto Tank. Once again, no summoners available for him. And well executed from EDG. Mako and Deft actually there at the right place at the right time. Because you know what? Snake trying to beat EDG at their own game doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Just like that, it's 3-3 on the scoreboard. Snake, fantastic dive coming in early. EDG slowly fighting back wherever they can. Snake, they were trying to play that EDG game, trying to be the aggressors themselves, not working out. EDG are responding to it nicely.
They're still far ahead, to be fair, though, right? They've got a 3-1-0 Twisted Fate.
Yep.
He is a threat at all stages of this game because he can roam around the map better than a Fizz can. He just needs to not die in his lane.
Like you mentioned earlier, has a nice CS lead ahead of Pawn right now, about 30 CS up ahead of this Fizz. Going to be able to collect some of those minions underneath his own turret, but was forced to go a Negatron Cloak, actually.
Yeah, he'll still just go the Abyssal Scepter and he'll be fine. Just means he's missing the Sheen, which is a lot of damage. Missing.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he's got a team to back him up every time that fish connects, and he's looking for it now.
Yep, Cluelove is waiting inside the bush. No flash for Tank for now, so if that carrot does land onto the Twist of Fate, it's going to almost certainly be a kill coming in for EDG. Pawn waiting very patiently,
There
goes
it
in,
is.
pops it as well, hides it with his animation as Cluelove going to come in and sweep up the kill for EDG. They pick up a nice kill as ZZR.
What are you doing, ZZR?
Don't think he wants this fight. Cluelove going to jump and pounce aggressively. Has to flash over the
He was
wall.
flashing.
Pawn's going to go as well. Collateral damage is not going to be enough as he pokes him with the trident a couple of times. EDG find 2 more kills for themselves.
And this is why the Twisted Fate is not a champion to be picked into a Fizz. EDG have got a flank here. Crystal.
He's going to die as Deft. He's right behind him. Cluelove eventually comes back, puts a few swipes down, but it's still the Lucian that picks up the double tap there to pick up the kill. Only Ella able to get away. EDG are fighting back here against Snake.
Yeah, Clearlove's just got wonderful spatial awareness. Exactly where he needs to be, hitting the right target and then changing to Crystal, recognizing that he was well and truly dead. And he had an assist already because the spear hit. Let's be honest, that's what he was thinking. EDG have just turned it on and got themselves back in a favorable position. And once this just comes back to Tank, he's going for the Zhonya's first item. I like that against the Fizz because he hits the fish on you. You just kind of press your Zhonya's key and you're like, you can't combo me. But the second the fish connects, Cluelove gets a free spear. These ganks are dangerous. There's just... Oh, Twisted Fate is just asking to be killed repeatedly now.
Red buff on Pawn as well means every time you auto attack Tank, it's just going to hurt that much more.
Well, they have to bait. ZZR has no crowd control, so he has no pressure on the Fizz. All Pawn has to do is dodge the card, and he is happy.
And he has the kit to do just that. Tank was able to make a nice rotation and use his Destiny very early into this game to start things off, but he's been pressured quite a lot in this mid lane. Can't quite get out of there just yet. With Cluelove and Pawn putting on so much aggression. A taunt even comes out from the Fizz there after the missed wildcard. Ella looking to be a little bit aggressive against Mako, puts down the traffic cone. We're just going to stop him from walking back to base. I'll walk back to his lane, sorry, for a short amount of time, but still dead even between these two teams in terms of gold now. Very aggressive start from both of them.
Yeah, aggressive is the name of this game. Snake definitely turning up the tempo, trying to match EDG, but again, I said it, trying to beat them at their own game is asking for death.
Not again.
Yeah, not like this. He is defensive though, Tank. He's farming with his wild cards. He's respecting Pawn's damage, and that's all fine and good. I don't think they'll hesitate in diving him.
They have a flash back up and available. Crystal now. He's going to get jumped on. The traffic cone cancels the culling, but the double tap from Deft is enough to take down Crystal in a one-on-one, actually, as Tank
Tank's down there though.
pops his Destiny, but teleports are
Wrong
coming out.
side of the
left, right,
wall,
and
buddy.
center. Elna's going to get taken out. Tank, he's going to be met by Pawn there. Going to get knocked up by the Fizz, exhausted as well. Mako's going to tank the turret with his ultimate. Deft will eventually go down to the collateral damage as Flandre, he's down here as well. Pops his ultimate, gets a little bit of help out of Mako. He's back in there. Spear will only hit a minion though, so no powers coming from Flandre. Good heal to keep his top laner alive, keep
They
his
want
support
to dive,
alive.
don't they?
And they're looking for it. Snake, they're cornered underneath this turret. EDG are relatively low though.
Oh,
Might have
no,
to run away.
Mako's dead.
Mako gets the headbutt, knocks him away, still running for his life with just about 50 HP. EDG's,
Flandre.
they trade 1-for-1 still.
He misplayed. So close, Flandre, so close. Snake, they do get something, and it was Deft. But a 5-2-1 Lucian, the damage is already done by the time that he was there. It was essentially clean up this time around. EDG, they put in work. Towers are nothing to them at the moment.
And they've swung the gold lead back in their favor. They're about 1,500 gold ahead of Snake. It almost feels like they wanted it to be in Snake's favor till 10 minutes just so they could destroy the stat for themselves. If they keep up this aggression, it might just look like that for this game.
Yeah, Koro even getting it done, stealing the enemy blue buff. This has just gone from bad to worse. And after such a good start, it's gone from good to bad to worse. That's the scary thing. I don't know if it says more about EDG or Snake. Like, this EDG team, down 3 against the 3-0 Twisted Fate, they recognize all of the gold is in the middle lane. He'll just kill bottom. And the thing is, like a Twisted Fate usually, he can make his way down bottom, could respond.
So we just
Not
kill
this
him as
time.
well?
Yeah, just kill him, then go bottom. Like, it's so... It almost sounds like it's too simple because their execution is near flawless.
The only lane that hasn't had action so far between these two teams in the top lane. Flandre and Koro kind of have a treaty signed between them, just farming it up. Flandre made a trip down to the bottom lane just then. Koro decided not to match it with his teleport, so does have that up and available as Deft is able to take down the bot lane outer turret, increasing the lead that EDG currently have.
So I'd like to think of top lane as like two warring factions that haven't got a peace treaty. They actually just can't get into the other team because they've both got giant walls there. Like none of them have offensive units. They're all just big walls. And it's like walls can't crash into each other and siege the other. Like it doesn't make sense.
You cannot tap walls to attack as Ella might get caught out here. Mako was looking aggressively. Wanted to try and get the combo down onto the support, but now he's going to be caught up by ZZR, and Crystal takes half his health in terms of damage so far. Does get slowed down as well, but no chase potential coming out from Snake.
And smart decision from Mako to go for Boots of Swiftness in particular. Knows that he's going to be sitting in that front line taking a lot of damage and doesn't want to lose any of that move speed with what is mobility boots. Whilst the meta shifted to Swifties, it's made its way back. Mobility boots will never die. They're just too good.
Merc Thread's also being picked up now by top laners and a couple of the mid laners. We saw Pawn pick that up last time, but look at this. Tank, he's taking a lot of damage. Has to use the Zhonya's to evade the fish coming out from Pawn.
That was definitely a Zhonya's bait out of Pawn. I don't think he cares too much about not having his fish available to him. Doesn't need it to actually have kill pressure. As the walls slap each other.
Somehow forced to move.
Well, it's like a siege thing. You know those siege towers?
Yep.
Where they're like as tall as the wall. And everyone climbs up the tower. Yeah,
Flandre though,
that's Nautilus.
he's met an actual aggressor. One of the warriors for the side of Snake. Oh, EDG, sorry. He's actually going to use his ultimate to try and jump back on towards Def. I don't think that's exactly where he wants to be right now at Spawn. He'll pick up that kill for himself. And it was a free pick coming in from EDG.
Yeah, nowhere to go for Flandre. That's the sad reality of that situation. But Deft is just a mechanical god. He makes it look like Lucian is an ice skater.
Snake know this is coming. They saw the ward was put onto Koro there. The ultimate is going to be spell shielded by Crystal. Koro gets melted. Goes a little bit too aggressive. That would look like it was beta coming out from Snake. As Mako going to pop his ultimate. Does get locked down for a short amount of time. Going to take so many turret shots. Gets the pulverize there. And a heal coming from Def. Not going to be enough as ZZR flashes forward. Gets the last bit of damage down.
Yeah, there's deep and then there's that. They were basically scuba diving in the enemy side of the base there, EDG. It's overconfidence. Comes back to bite them, I would say, except that Pawn is here.
He's going onto ZZR, going to put a lot of damage down, but the heal does come out from Crystal to keep him alive. The turret will eventually fall for Snake. They even up that turret advantage, but still gold advantage in EDG's favor, despite the blunders coming out from their team.
And it was cute from Pawn to try and deter them away from the turret, but too little too late on that. The damage was already done, and it was a simple execute on damage dealt. Of course, they will trade, though, and find themselves in an advantageous position from that, believe it or not. And then some, because they'll get the dragon with it.
Yep. Turret also going to go down in that mid lane. Clearlove is doing his best to work on Dragon number 2 for EDG, an objective they have controlled nicely throughout this best of 5 series, and they continue to do just that in game number 3. And still, EDG, they're 2,000 gold ahead of Snake, and then looking to play the same game they've played this entire series. Slowly take everything away from Snake wherever possible, but this time, a little bit more aggression coming out from Snake to try and match that.
Absolutely, and the saving grace of Snake is that they've showed some adaptation in their play style at the very least. EDG have been constantly pressuring, constantly pushing them out. And it's simple. You just fight them properly. Set yourself up better to fight them, and Snake are much better equipped, I suppose, to do so. They've taken the Echo, they've drafted themselves into a better position. But still the threat, that Fizz, always going to be able to instantly kill a Twisted Fate. So he's getting the heck out of there.
Yep, moving down to the bottom lane, avoiding wherever Fizz could possibly be. He's still about 30 CS behind the Twisted Fate for now, but...
That means he's closed the gap by 10.
Yep. Still not that bad for the Fizz, as he's 3-0-2 now. Destiny actually being popped by the side of Snake here. They're chasing down Pawn. Already used that playful trickster, but going to jump back onto Flandre, use the ultimate to get away. Parallel convergence, going to slow down the rest of EDG, but on the hunt's being popped by Crystal. to get him out of there. A little bit of a small skirmish coming out from between these two teams. Neither of them wanting to commit.
Yeah, Tank actually using his ultimate to get himself out of where Koro was, who teleported in. So a very interesting and delicate situation just unfolded there for EDG and Snake respectively. Flandre not having his ult means that he could be in a position of exploitation. Difficult to get through him though.
Fancies his chances against Mako as well. Aggressively jumps into the parallel convergence as EDG. They're walking through Snake's jungle aggressively towards this top lane, looking to try and catch out Flandre. Was able to get away. Pawn uses the playful tricks so nicely to get over the wall and away from the danger of the remaining members, but EDG still able to take down a turret for their troubles. They're 3-2 in terms of turrets and still 2,000 gold ahead of Snake here, slowly playing that objective game.
Yeah, fancy feat actually from Pawn there. He did well to get over the wall at all. And that was brute force. They didn't even have vision set up. They just walked through. They paraded through Snake's jungle and said, do your worst. We're still getting the turret anyway. And they put themselves even further into a better position.
Not as aggressive buff control coming from EDG this game. They're not diving deep into Snake's territory to take those away, but still controlling their own quite nicely. So we take a look at Clearlove now. He's done a good job in this Italy. ZZR has not been able to keep up in terms of his farm. We saw when this was switched, ZZR was even with Clearlove when he was on Graves. This time round, he has made a nice 30 CS advantage for himself, which you normally see coming in from Italy's.
Yeah, he's done well this time around. I will say last time we were seeing Clearlove against the Nidalee of ZZR. The farm was at least kept somewhat even, but such is the way these teams work, more so than how the farm they actually get is Clearlove knows that he can farm more successfully. Deft and Mako winning the 2v2. In the end anyway.
Korra actually picked up Distortion enchantment coming in for his Merc thread, so he's going to be able to use that teleport and his flash a little bit more often and get the extra movement speed bonus when he uses those spells. So looking to try and create more cross-map plays for his team. Flandre's even matched this, has his own on his Merc threads.
Yeah, I mean, so the items are starting to come out, right? The teleport influence in the game is actually quite heavy-handed, so a lot of emphasis on that, but it also means that they're looking at objectives as the primary focus, which, you know, EDG special, Snake once again responding and matching it. Dragon 5 probably going to be the biggest point of contention for EDG, having the entirety of the Dragon control. Couple that with the Baron that they oh so love, some would say obsessed with, definitely provides the tools necessary for EDG to execute on that.
And we are 23 minutes into the game, so it's possible for EDG to once again set up for another Baron play. Dragon will be back up in 1 minute and 45 seconds, and that should be more likely where EDG turn their eyes towards. They have 2 to the none of Snake so far. We've mentioned this time and time again, they've aggressively controlled the objective throughout this entire series. Wouldn't be surprised if they continue to do that as it spawns, but for now, just shoving out the side lanes. They have both their teleports in the top lane and the bottom lane to push aggressively, but Snake trying to wrap around against Korra here. Does have that turret to fall back towards.
It's just such a big advantage though. Korra's actually well out of position.
Will be caught out by the pillar, but nice flash over it to get to safety. And uses the anchor to get towards the wall. Teleport actually being burnt by Pawn to try and save his top lane counterpart, but this is a 5-man push by Snake. That's a very low turret.
That's because EDG are going to respond in the middle lane. The decision was made by this EDG roster, and that's that they're going to hard push mid instead of contesting. Keep in mind they've got 2 dragons, so they're doing like, I don't know, 120 bonus damage. It's very cute from Korra. Are they going to keep... No.
No,
they're going to kill them.
Yep, they're wrapping around. They've got everybody moving towards the jungle, capitalizing on the fact that a couple of members went back to base. Pawn, he's going to be the first to go in, dodges the gold card from Tay, gets the fish onto him as well, and they're going to be able to take down the AD carry as well. Both carries from the side of Snake are gone, and EDG looking towards what they do best, which is the Baron, but Flandre jumping aggressively into the pit. It's going to be ZZR that gets locked down one more time as Def picks up that kill, and Snake just throwing themselves at EDG, it seems.
When EDG make a decision, they make sure that decision works. They get kills across the board after a turret simply through walking through the jungle. It doesn't matter because they know that's what they want to do. Well done from Korra to stop the recalls. And now EDG is just ridiculously ahead. The map is wide open.
The decision-making and coordination from EDG is amazing, but take us through this one, Rusty.
But look at that, though. Like, the dodge of the gold card and the ultimate hitting tank. Even if you flash, actually causes more issues than he helps. because the fish was next to Crystal. Not something you want to do. And you would imagine if the Twisted Fate had a Zhonya's Hourglass, that would have been advised above all else the second the fish connected. It even flashes over the Trundle Pillar. Ella's having a great game. The rest of his team is just struggling to get it done when it comes to execution on these team fights.
That second engage actually confused me coming from the start of Snake, because it looked like EDG pick up 2 kills under carries, go for Baron, but instead, Flandre just was like, I'm going to try and fight people, and gets ZZR killed afterwards. But EDG, after taking the Baron, they do have a nice gold lead for themselves, about 6,000 gold ahead of Snake. And they are able to take down the Dragon as well. So 3 Dragons in this game already. And they're looking to continue to do what they do best, and that's push for these turrets.
Twisted Fate's actually gone in on Clear Love.
Yep, not going to quite get the wraparound though by EDG. They're going to try and turn this one around. Spear is not going to be able to connect on the side of Clear Love, but they're still chasing.
Well, they shouldn't be, because Nautilus cancelled his teleport and Pawn didn't have his available. They're actually looking to just 1-1-3 as the lane assignments. Fizz with a Sheen can take things down, and EDG actually rotating.
They're going to be able to take down this mid lane inhibitor turret. It feels Parallel Converge is going to try and lock them down for some time. Mako going to go in aggressively against Flandre. Fish is not going to connect with anybody as the bunny rabbit jumps up, eats some air for himself. But this inhibitor turret taking a lot of damage now. Koro, he's here as well. It's a 5-on-5 for EDG. They take it without any resistance coming in from Snake. Ella puts down the pillar. That's just going to slow them from advancing away, and they've got their eyes set on that bot lane inner turret now.
Yeah, EDG just rock up to the middle lane. They just take away the inhibitor, basically for nothing. No trade available from Snake. It's hard to believe that they were ahead in the early game, because this is just so clinical once again from EDG.
Certainly is, and they set their eyes towards the next objective already. Twisted Fate was actually caught up in the top lane trying to push that wave back. They're using this time to get as much damage down onto this inhibitor turret, already down to about 1/3 of its health. And Baron buff still has some time on this EDG lineup. They've got a couple more waves before it's going to expire, and they should be able to take down this inhibitor turret as well. Snake, they've got to try and put up a fight here, it feels.
Yeah, and Pawn's got his ultimate available again. He could use it on tank just to zone, which he actually does.
Ultimate's going to be popped by Crystal on the Hunt's going in. Snake want to try and fight for this one. The turret's not taking any more damage. Here's Mako. Pops his ultimate to try and stay alive. They are going, but they have low health on their jungler and their top laner. EDG trying to back away here, as here comes Flandre jumping in aggressively towards Def. Use the ultimate to get back out of there. But it's just a war of attrition here. Both of them trying to poke each other out, move them away
Look at
from
the
the
mid
base.
lane, though.
But look at these minions. They're working on this Nexus turret.
Yeah, they're actually putting in a lot of work. Snake will get the attention drawn to the middle lane. Unrealistic to say that they can defend bottom because of how much they put mid. And they break it.
Teleport's going to come back in for Pawn. He's full health now. They've broken that bottom lane inhibitor turret. They're looking to take down the inhibitor as well. That's the second one of this game. EDG do some work to the structures of Snake with the Baron buff, giving them a massive lead as well. This game is wide open for EDG to take. Destiny's coming out looking for any kind of response. They will lock down Koro, who knocks up Crystal. He should be going down though. He just stands still. He knows he is dead. And will go down as the rest of EDG just retreat.
Koro does, of course, die. It took an awful long time to take him down, and he would have a rather large kitty of money. Just kind of chilling.
This is sneaky. Not going to get it.
No. The sweeping lens is one hell of an item. Or whatever it's called. You know, trinket thingy, to say the least. Snake, they hold the fort, but they lose 2 inhibitors for it. EDG, once again, this is just so commanding. Even from being behind, the confidence with which they are playing the map right now is abundantly clear.
And Snake showed that sign of early aggression. They showed the sign of Snake that played against Invictus Gaming 2 days ago.
So that's a Mercurials out of Deft. That puts him so far ahead.
He's got...
That's a Last Whisper, okay. That still puts him stupidly far ahead. Like, that's the only way I can describe this. Stupidly far ahead. His utility items and the completed Infinity Edge are the advantage that he has right now in gold. That's like in excess of 3k probably in the lead.
Yep, he's going to be able to shred through the front line of Snake quite easily now. And also keep himself alive using that Quicksilver Sash. Looking at the rest of the items, both of the supports have that Locket of Iron Solari to keep their teammates alive. Lichbane being completed for tank, trying to find as much damage as possible. The Infinity Edge is not there yet for Crystal, so he doesn't have that third item power spike that we see a lot of Sivers use effectively. and Baron is going to be back up in a minute 45. You'd have to think that EDG are looking to try and fight around that objective, and Snake without these items, not going to look good for them.
No, not at all. The Dragon, the Baron, everything that EDG could want and more is available to them. Summoner's Rift is their oyster.
And so it's this turret top lane. In the inner turret's going to go down in favor of EDG. They've got 8 turrets to 3 for now, with 9,000 gold lead ahead of Snake. They're looking to try and push for the bottom lane inhibitor, the final inhibitor left standing for Snake. In fact, they've got to send both Tank and Flandre to try and deal with the side waves that are pushing in towards the base of Snake.
Yeah, they're going to have to draw 2 people over there, which means brute force is an option for EDG. Of course, not having that Baron means brute forcing is a bit harder. You also can't make those minions walk with a bit more pep in their step at all.
Void Staff.
Ella zoning them off.
Void Staff was completed by Clearlove, so gonna be able to do some work to the front line of Snake as well. Lots of damage coming out from this EDG lineup, but they're taking this one very nice and slow, knowing that they have 2 inhibitors, knowing they can just wait for the Baron to come up as well.
They don't need to, exactly, right? Like, they can just go to the Dragon, work from the Dragon to the Baron, and then just try and clinically execute this game out through the top lane. The saving grace for Snake, however, is going to be that middle lane inhibitor. You could see almost up and available to them. Good luck defending it, however. Baron is where Snake must fight.
This really feels like EDG taking risks when they have to and playing safe when they can. Taking this Dragon first, like you mentioned, they probably move on towards the Baron afterwards. Use their time to go back to base and pick up the items that they've been farming up with this nice gold lead for themselves. Koro and Clearlove will be able to take this one down. It did give Snake some time to put some wards in towards that Baron buff earlier, so EDG will still have to clear that one out or try and bait a fight over that area.
But again, I think Snake have to fight that Baron because EDG are going to look at it. The question is how slow do EDG play the Baron dance? Because it is kind of just a dance battle. It breaks in the Baron pit. They've got Flandre who can still teleport, so that's not a big deal in terms of lane assignments with the middle lane inhibitor available again.
They've got Pawn sitting in base with the home guard teleport advantage.
That means they're just going.
He's got the distortion boots as well. He's going to be spotted out by the Destiny.
Teleports are in.
Teleporter is in onto the back lines here. Teleporter's going to come in for the son of Snake. Let's see where Pawn decides to go. Destiny's going to come in, not going to be able to find anyone. They melt ZZR like a hot knife through butter as they chase through the remaining 4 members of Snake. They caught out the Graves, and they're going to move immediately back towards that Baron pit.
Yeah, back to the Baron pit. The battle starts once again. Koro's never going to lose health from this. Clearlove's got sustained with the Nidalee's heal. This is rinse and repeat until Snake cannot take it anymore. They're in again.
They're going to try and contest that. Clearlove gets the snipe with his spear onto Ella in the backline. Flandre tries to stay alive. Not enough. They are able to take down the Fizz, but the rest of Snake have been obliterated by the EDG lineup. Teleports being used. This is game over, and EDG with this will advance into the semi-finals.
They don't need the Baron. No Baron, no problem, but the inhibitor is going to troll them for a little bit. As they're going to, see the serious side of EDG before the game does inevitably end. And that was the most clinical 3-0 finish in a quarterfinal I think that we have seen in a while.
That sums it up fantastically. EDG played a clinical game of League of Legends in this best of 5 series, picking up 3-0 against Snake, and they finish it in style as well. Congratulations to them. They will move into the semi-finals to fight up against Chaogu Reapers. And they showed Snake Esports today why they are the 2nd place seed in the group. And they probably want to show Chaogu why they don't deserve that 1st place seed. And EDG want to really shake things up. They've been looking dominant in the LPL.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were QG, you'd be shaking as well. You have to go up against a team like this. We just watched Snake dismantle their opponents very handily.
Yep.
And now we've just watched EDG dismantle Snake, who did that in the last set. Scary, scary stuff.
It certainly is. And Team W, they're able to pick up their victory against Vici today. So they go into the semifinals against Royal. EDG able to pick up their victory today, going into the semifinals against Chaogu. But let's talk about that game really quickly, because EDG, they played fantastic against Snake. We saw no evidence of the Snake. They had a fantastic game against IG there. A little bit creeped into game 3 and game number 1, but EDG just played the same style of League of Legends over and over again, and it worked.
I mean, like, Game 2 was the best example of EDG playing their style, right? Game 1 was close, but it was still just a very clinical closeout. Game 3, to me, was the most impressive thing that I've seen from EDG at the moment, because they were down 0-3. They had a 3-0 Twisted Fate to contend with that could impact the entire map. It was a champion they banned away in the first game as well from Tank. And they just said, you know what, we'll just kill you. We'll just kill everybody on the map. That's our new strategy. They just work around map movements, deep vision placement, just efficient play from EDG across the board. I think what I can take from this, honestly, is if they make a decision, that decision is law to EDG. So if they just say, you know what, Snake, you're out of position, time to kill you, Snake have to die. It's just the decision that EDG have made.
And that was 3 games in a row as well where we saw that it was Snake that got lane swapped against by EDG. 3 games in a row, EDG threw a variation of a lane swap against Snake, who we know as the lane swap team in the LPL, and 3 games in a row. And barring the 3rd game, maybe it worked out well for EDG. They're able to find advantages from it.
Yeah, and it still worked out well for EDG. It was the one hiccup of the Twisted Fate Ultima, right? For the most part, it was a 2v2 bottom lane that they were looking for after they got the levels they were looking for as we go through the day's result.
Yep, we're going to take a look at the first game of today. It was Vici that picked up the Game 1 win, but Team WE fought back nicely, able to pick up the best of 5 series 3-1. But this was a completely different story. EDG were dominant on Summoner's Rift against Snake Esports. We're able to pick up that victory 3-0. So we have all our semifinalists are now set for the LPL.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only one way to describe this as clinicals. I'm guessing this is tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow we're going to have HYG taking on Young Miracles and EPA taking on MFG. In the promotion matches, the winner of those 2 games will move into the LPL next split. As we take a look at where we have come and what we have up for the rest of the week. We have the semi-finals and also the finals coming in later on this week. So lots of LPL in this playoff and promotion stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and QG EDG is a heavy-hitting game to say the least, but the other side of the bracket, RNG, we're yet to see what they've got to offer just yet themselves, and they're the ones that are living up to expectations here.
And there we go. That's what we talked about earlier. Hyper Youth Gaming taking on Young Miracles as Energy Pacemaker All will be taking on MF Gaming tomorrow. These are the 2016 LPL Spring Playoff Promotion Tournament. So the winner of these 2 games will move in to the next split of the LPL.
Yeah, lots of League of Legends in the Chinese department to come out here shortly as playoffs and promotions heating up at the exact same time.
And both the players and promotions have been rather exciting. We saw HYG put up a nice game against M3. We saw Snake put up a nice game against IG. And today, EDG absolutely demolished that. Let's go back to that game a little bit today because that was a wonder to watch, actually. And Snake, we talked about what they were meant to do, what they had to try and change, but nothing came out for them. They weren't able to do just that.
Yeah, the only thing they really needed to change was their playstyle, to be perfectly honest with you. Flandre picks up the Echo, actually denies it from EDG on multiple occasions, but at the end of the day, it just isn't what they needed. They needed more than that, and this is very deserving as well.
Kulov is going to be picking up MVP on his Nidalee. We will see his highlights of that very shortly, but he had a great game on this champion. A little bit of a shaky start, but still was able to control the game the way that Kulov normally does.
And to me, we're giving MVPs to EDG's individual players, but it's team performances that have dictated a single player being MVP. Clearlove's Engage here is an example. That's not a Clearlove MVP performance. This one here, this is pawn setting and up executing, which gives Clearlove the kill. Every single thing that you will see from Clearlove, at least the assumption that I'm going to make, unless they do something in particular, will be the team coupling together to get them these kills.
It almost feels like EDG facilitated Clearlove's MVP performance in game number 3.
Absolutely, and the same goes for all of the MVPs that we've seen so far. The only exception being Deft doing 43% of his team's damage, which is unreasonable to say the least.
Well, congratulations to EDG, who are able to move into the semifinals against Chaoku in this. That's going to be a really interesting matchup for EDG to go up against QG. Chaoku were very dominant in the early start of the LPL, but it's EDG who showed their dominance in the later split of the LPL. So this is going to be an interesting match to watch.
Yeah, I think they've passed on the title of who is the most dominant team in the LPL at the moment. QG, of course, using their substitute mid laner in Dade coming into this next best of 5. A lot of question marks need to be raised. EDG, however, they've got the full 5 roster. Pawn's been playing, there's no Athena. It's a dangerous and scary team, EDG, right now, especially if you're QG. I would be so scared.
And on the flip side of bracket, we also have Team WE taking on RNG. We mentioned we haven't seen much from RNG just yet. They are the first seed, so haven't played any games in the playoffs so far. What do we expect coming into this matchup? Because this should be another one to watch out for, because this decides another spot in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, so World Elite RNG is a battle of conflicting styles. It always is with World Elite, and we even saw it today in the first series. Slow, steady, potentially even lane swap game where you get to team fighting, and World Elite say, oh, look, we're not behind, and it's a team fight. Let's win the game. That's exactly what World Elite always do. They take the game late until they can win that team fight. RNG on the flip side, early aggression. They've got Marta and MLXG are just going to work together and just destroy the map with the vision, start making picks and be aggressive. If RNG get ahead, there is an opportunity that World Elite never actually get to their team fighting, and they just get completely wiped out.
And we talked about this a lot leading up to playoffs in the LPL. We saw how a lot of teams had a late resurgence in the LPL, were able to pick up a lot of form coming into playoffs here. Maybe barring Calgary Reapers a little bit, but every single team that's moving into the semifinals has had this late resurgence of form. Is this going to change the outcome of the finals? Is this going to change which teams make it into that final game?
I mean, yeah, sort of. All of these teams have definitely found form besides QG, yeah. And that's my big concern is I think looking at that EDG-QG match, EDG have just got so much form that I can't see QG actively winning that game. It's just a scary thing. They're using a sub in the middle lane. On the flip side, RNG's form it's kind of been like a roller coaster, you know. They started off really well. They went to IEM. They struggled and went down. They slumped, and then they've just come back up. So like the roller coaster's on its way back up again. They're still rising, whereas World Elite, they've just been rising all split. They've just gone up and up and up, and it's been a slow, steady increase of their skill. So that, to me, is the really heavy-hitting semi-final. No idea who could win that one.
And it also shows in the promotion tournament as well. We saw HYG with that great run in their best-of-5 series. We even see EPA, unfortunately, not able to pick up their games against OMG, but have a second chance, I believe, against Young Miracles or MFG in their promotion run. More teams in the LPL that have this surprising surge here. Are the LSPL teams going to be able to put up a fight?
I'm sure they're going to be able to put up a fight, but there are just conflicting styles that are the difference between a lot of the LPL teams to the LSPL teams. So these LSPL teams are heavy on the early game, early laning as well, and they play extended laning phases without the actual map movements. And that's why teams like HYG and EPA, they came into the LPL, and they were good early, but they really struggled late. It just makes a lot of sense. So for me, for EPA in particular, they've got a lot of things that they need to step up and actually effectively do. They need to take their learnings from the LPL split and put those learnings into the promotion game.
Well, we've covered pretty much most of the brackets leading into the playoffs and promotion tournament for here. Let's go back a little bit into today. We talked a lot about EDG going up against Snake. We already just saw that best-of-5 series. Let's talk a little bit about Team W going to Vici, because that was an interesting game as well. Vici, they came out strong in game number 1, but Team WE, they pulled it back with a nice 3-1 win at the end of that best-of-5 series.
Yeah, so that particular best-of-5 series, the first best-of-5 of today, was a curious one. We all expected it to go to 5 games. We all expected 50-minute games, which is, you know, the golden standard of both of those teams who were playing. But World Elite, they started off, I'll say, shaky, but at the end of the day, they found their stride, and mostly found their stride through their support player in Zero, in my opinion, who actually just decided the team's getting on his back, plays that bard, hard carries, and gets it going.
He certainly did. And Vici, on the other hand, they look strong in game 1, once again showing that they can adapt to their playstyle. They're able to try and use their bottom lane as utility and try and show that they don't need to funnel as many resources, but still can capitalize on that nicely. Unfortunately, they couldn't do that in games 2 to 4.
Well, it's just, so like Easy Hoon, to me, is the big thing for Vici Gaming. So he's like the standout playoff buff performer of the team, because suddenly he just decides he can hard carry every single game, which was a sparing thing that we saw throughout the regular season. And coming into the playoffs, he started more and more. And to me, Easy Hoon is like Marin is to LGD in the way that communication was never there at the start of the split. But working towards the end of the split, they've had time to talk to each other. They're starting to learn each other's languages. I'm not surprised if they all start learning English opposed to learning perhaps Chinese, something that LGD are working towards themselves. And at the end of the day, we hit the end of the split, and these players that are star players that everyone expected to perform well, they weren't, but they are now because they can communicate to their team.
And that seems like a focus of a lot of the teams here. A lot of the mid laners have really been stepping up as well in the playoff run here. We saw Tank, he was meant to be the miracle coming in for Snake Esports. Unfortunately, wasn't enough for his team to move in. Easy Hoon as well was one of the players that was stepping up. For Vici, wasn't enough for them to advance as well. Are the mid laners really stepping up in the LPL coming into this last sprint, you could say, in playoffs?
It's just that, like, yeah, they're all stepping up, they're all performing very well, and mid lane is always going to be an important feature. But to me, I mean, it's just there's legacy, experienced mid laners in the way of Pawn as an example, who's now entirely stepped up to the plate. And when it comes to the crunch, the experienced guys always do what's worthy of them.
All right, so we're going to take a look at what we have tomorrow in the LPL. It's going to be, I believe, the promotion tournaments coming in. HYG going to take on Young Miracles, and Energy Pacemaker all are going to be taking on MFG. So tune in tomorrow at the same time for more LPL action. And that is going to be all from us tonight. On behalf of Rusty, myself, Atlas, and Spawn, who I believe they're still stuck in that well somewhere, but should be out relatively soon. Thank you very much, and have a good night.